Good morning. Members of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum. Thank you. This is the second call. Members of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum. Thank you. Call the meeting to order. Just a second.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Put up your hand if you survived the TTC today. You win an award. I just ran down from Queen's Park. So thank you very much for making the committee meeting, and thank gosh we have quorum. So we will start with...
Can I just make one interruption?
Sure.
Members of the committee, just for your information, I'm delighted to have in the presence of our meeting today the new general manager of solid waste. He's not started yet. He's going to start in March. But Jim McKay, over here to your left, will be starting with us as that general manager. He's the vice president of HDR Corporation, and he's been a seminal member of many of the big projects in solid waste across North America. We're delighted to have him. And he's also the consultant for HDR on the long-term waste management strategy, so he comes well-equipped with understanding the solid waste management issues facing the city. So welcome, Jim.
You're going to love the powerful little Peewit committee. Usually we're better on time. So we have 11 items on the agenda today. And for those of you in the room with us, the screens at the back of the room provide us with real-time updates as to where we are on the agenda. And for those of you watching online, you can follow the agenda and debate on your own computer at Toronto website, www.toronto.ca/council. So I will call, are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none. Can I have a motion to confirm the minutes from last meeting? Councillor Moser, seconded. Councillor Holiday, thank you very much. All in favor? That carries. All right, let's run through the agenda. So we have PW 11.1 is the Gardiner, and we have a presentation for that. 11.2 is the new provincial waste management framework legislation, Bill 151, and we have speakers for that. And we're considering it together with 11.3, update on the long-term waste management strategy, and we have speakers for that. Are you okay, Councillor Moser? We have speakers for that. PW 11.4, Highland Creek Wastewater Treatment Plant, and we have a bunch of speakers for that as well. Popular topics today. PW 11.5, Metrolinx LRT projects. Speakers again on that. PW 11.6, our waterfront trail with our proposed contraflow bike lanes. We have speakers on that as well. PW 11.7, the cycling network plan. We have speakers on that. PW 11.8, pedestrian crossing, and this is the one I think we're going to defer for Councillor Davis. Is that? Okay, Councillor Holiday moves deferral. All in favor? Opposed? Any carried? 11.9, the Toronto Triathlon Festival. Would anyone like to move?
I'll move staff recommendations.
Councillor Moser moves staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. PW 11.10, amendment to contracts for the installation of new residential water and sewer connections, and Councillor Holiday's moving staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Don't forget to put up your arms over there for the vote. PW 11.11, crossing guards on local roads. This is a letter from Councillor Ainsley. Would anyone like to adopt the recommendations? Councillor Holiday, all in favor? Opposed? That carries. We have new business from Councillor Balau. So can I have someone to introduce the item? It's on the pink letter.
I'll move introduction.
Councillor Moser is moving introduction. Do we want to, does Does anyone want to refer it to staff, or do you want to take a couple minutes to look at it? Or Councillor Moser wants to refer it to staff? Great. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carries. All right. So we are ready to roll with our deputations. Oh, we have a presentation. So this is PW 11.1 Gardiner Expressway and Lakeshore Boulevard East Reconfiguration, Environmental Assessment and Integrated Urban Design Study, Evaluation of Preferred Design. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of committee, ladies and gentlemen of the public. We have today before you the recommendations on the Gardiner East EA and the culmination of many years of work. We were asked to come back and look at a hybrid solution, and that was given to us in June of 2015. And you were asked us to evaluate alternative designs for that hybrid. Council also directed staff to incorporate the EA, the preferred alternative for the Gardiner Strategic Rehabilitation Plan for the Gardiner Expressway. And in September of 15, Public Works endorsed 3 hybrid alternative designs: Hybrid 1, a revised hybrid with tighter ramps at Keating; Hybrid 2, a new hybrid with alignment further north; and Hybrid 3, a new hybrid with alignment further north, and a rail bridge underpass widening beside the Don River at Unilever. I think the next slide is obvious, but I'll say it. The decision on the Gardiner East is critical. The elevated concrete deck is in very poor condition and is approaching its useful service life. We have braced it in many places, and we are concerned about its integrity over the lifespan that remains. It requires significant public investment regardless of whatever the preferred design is, and we need to get on with this. Interim repairs were started in 13, are expected to be completed by the end of this year. And we've got an aggressive schedule that could see implementation of the strategic plan for the Gardiner, including the Gardiner East, commencing as early as 2018. So now I'm going to turn it over to Don McKinnon, who's been our lead consultant on this project, and I'll come back in a couple of places to assist in the presentation.
Thanks, John. So starting off, in the development of the hybrid alternatives, there was several design constraints and considerations that were looked at in developing the various designs, including the existing rail yards, the existing rail corridor bridge that passes over the Don River and the DVP, the importance of maintaining that freeway link between the DVP and the Gardiner, and appropriate design speeds for that link. The fourth item is the planned Don River sediment control basin on the west side of the Don River. And then finally, the city stormwater quality management facility that sits south of the rail corridor east of Cherry Street that has been partially constructed. This slide is an overlay of the 3 hybrid designs that we examined, and showing the positioning of the alignments relative to each other. The most southern, the gray alignment, is the existing Gardiner Expressway DVP link that runs along the north side of the Keating Channel. The yellow is Hybrid 2, that is a little further north, that would lie atop, largely on top of the planned realignment of Lakeshore Boulevard. And then Hybrid 3 is shown in the orange, which is the most northern alignment. And I'll explain each of these concepts a little further. First, in terms of the common elements of all the hybrid alternatives, preserve the continuous Gardiner DVP link. They remove the Logan ramps. Again, those are the ramps that lie to the east of the Don River. That they provide new on and off ramps just east of Cherry Street within the Keating precinct. That they involve or include the realignment of Lakeshore Boulevard as per the Keating precinct plan. That they accommodate surface street connections, including, as an example, the extension of Queens Quay to the east of Cherry Street, as well as the extension of Munition Street over Keating Channel to connect in with Lakeshore Boulevard, and then finally support the Gardiner strategic plan. So starting with the hybrid alternative, this option maintains the existing link shown in gray on the slide, removes the Logan ramps to the east, and as shown in orange, adds a new westbound on-ramp on the north side of the Gardiner and a new eastbound off-ramp that lies south of the Gardiner. The blue shows the surface street network, including the Lakeshore Boulevard realignment, the extension of Queens Quay, which would button hook up to Lakeshore Boulevard, and then the possibility to extend Munition Street over the channel and connect in with Lakeshore. The next slide shows the urban design, the block plan layout associated with Hybrid 1, shows the Lakeshore Boulevard and development lying over on either side of Lakeshore Boulevard, and then the existing Gardiner to the south of that. Next slide. Hybrid 2, shown in the yellow, lying on top of the Lakeshore Boulevard, connecting in with the DVP. And again, another difference from Hybrid 1 is the opportunity to extend Queens Quay over to tee in with Munition Street extension. And then with Hybrid 2, we get a vastly different urban design block plan layout for the Keating precinct, in that all the development parcels can be massed south of Lakeshore Boulevard, the Gardiner Expressway, and allows that opportunity to tie in with with the Keating Channel, and no longer has the existing Gardiner blocking the channel from the development area. And then Hybrid 3 is similar to Hybrid 2, the difference primarily to the east of where Munition Street ties in. And again, we have a more northern alignment as compared to Hybrid 2. And then the urban design layout for the Keating precinct is the same as compared to Hybrid 3. We just have a more northern alignment of the expressway link. This is a bird's eye view rendering looking to the northwest, and it shows or compares the three alignments for Hybrid 1, 2, and 3. And we can see the progression of the ramps as they move further north and away from the mouth of the Don River. So in addition to the hybrid concepts that we investigated and evaluated over the last several months, there was also two third-party proposals that we examined. And it was envisioned that these concepts would be packaged with the hybrid concepts that would lie to the east of Cherry Street, and that these concepts would exist to the west of Cherry Street. The first concept examined is what is known as the Green Gardiner Plan, which would involve the removal of the existing Gardiner Expressway from approximately Yonge over to Cherry Street, and then the redevelopment of Lakeshore Boulevard, and then the placement of the expressway on top of the Metrolinx rail corridor. So you can see the alignment on the top plan view, showing the red being the alignment for the expressway lying over top of the rail corridor, and then the drawings to the south shows a section view of how a platform would be positioned over the rail corridor. It then provides the opportunity to develop a linear green space that would sit over top of the expressway. And then the rendering on the bottom left corner of the slide shows the possibility for development within the surplus lands that would be freed up, that would lie south of the rail corridor. And then it also shows the possibility for this green deck over top of the expressway. In terms of the pros and cons of this concept, it allows for about a 1.1 kilometer of open-air Lakeshore Boulevard with two-sided development. With the removal of, or the relocation of the Gardiner Expressway, it frees up about 3 hectares of public land that would be available for development. We've estimated the value of that land to be in the range of 130 to 145 million, and then the opportunity for new open space over the expressway deck. The negatives associated with this concept, first, Metrolinx is unclear of their needs for the rail corridor, and at this point are not in position to support new development within the corridor, and as a result of that, the expectation for lengthy and uncertain Metrolinx approvals for this concept. Because of that, the design and approvals would be unachievable within the lifespan of the current Gardiner, meaning that the Gardiner Rehabilitation Project would need to be reinitiated or initiated, and then which would result in throwaway costs. So those costs associated with the Gardiner rehab, if the Gardiner would then be pulled down in the future, that those costs would essentially be throwaway costs. The estimated cost of the Green Gardiner plan is $735 million in 2013 dollars, and these are costs over the hybrid costs, and these are just capital costs. Other concerns included the potential for concerns of existing communities with respect to noise, air, and visual impacts, and then the addition of a westbound off-ramp in the Keating precinct would also have an impact on open space plans within the precinct. The second proposal is known as the viaduct plan. And this plan involves the removal of the Gardiner Expressway, the development of a new expressway, a lower expressway that would be supported on a berm-type structure that would lie south of the rail corridor, and then south of that would lie a new Lakeshore Boulevard. The drawing here shows the green area is the only section because of right-of-way width restrictions within the corridor where a true viaduct structure would be possible. And then the bottom shows a section view looking east of how that viaduct option would be developed. The pros and cons. On the pros side, creates a section of bermed expressway, open air, Lakeshore Boulevard, would reduce the profile, the elevation of the expressway, match it similar to the height of the rail berm, and then the expectation for reduced life cycle costs for that berm section as compared to an expressway that would be supported by a bridge structure. On the con side, only about 425 meters of true viaduct are possible within the entire corridor. Similar to the Green Gardiner, that design and approvals would be unachievable within the lifespan of the current Gardiner, resulting in the need to rehabilitate the Gardiner and resulting in throwaway costs associated with that rehabilitation. Also with this option is the need for private land. We're estimating about 12 sites, and as a result of that, costly and lengthy landowner negotiations, an additional cost of about $485 million over the hybrid. Our summary of the review of the third-party proposals includes that a detailed analysis, when it's undertaken, that include extensive discussions with various stakeholders, including Metrolinx and the proponents of these options, that the third-party teams helped to inform the designs of the hybrid options that were developed east of Cherry, that the design and approvals are unachievable within the lifespan of the Gardiner East, that there is long-term potential to examine the Green Gardiner after Metrolinx plans have been confirmed and implemented, that the viaduct benefits are limited to a short section of the corridor, and that these proposals were not considered further within the environmental assessment. So then shifting back to the three hybrid alternatives, in addition to developing the alternatives, we also undertook an evaluation of these three hybrid alternatives that were structured on the basis of the 4 lenses that were also used to evaluate the alternative solutions. And within the total, within those lenses were about 16 criteria groups. So transportation, infrastructure, urban design, environment, and economics. And I'll just touch on each of those. So first, starting with transportation and infrastructure, with respect to the DVP Gardiner ramps, an important consideration was the design speed of those ramps to ensure that a safe connection is achievable between the Gardiner and the DVP. The current design speed of the existing ramps is a 70-kilometer design speed, which is posted at 60 kilometers today. This results in a fairly wide or large curvature of a ramp, about 190-meter radius ramp. This design would satisfy minimum accepted freeway standards, but may require some additional mitigation measures to ensure safety. With Hybrid 2 and 3, we have a 60-kilometer design speed ramp, which will require posting at 50 kilometers an hour. It retains the connection, but at a slower speed. It allows for a tighter radius RAM, so that's why we can get the more northern alignments with hybrid 2 and 3. So it'd be a 130-meter radius ramp, but that would require additional safety measures, including signage, warning lights, and deceleration zones before vehicles approach those ramps. Next, moving on to auto travel time summaries. All three hybrid designs have similar auto travel times and roadway capacity. That the lower speed ramps for hybrid design 2 and 3 have nominal to zero impact on the projected auto travel times. That the modeling that was completed confirms the need for the new access ramps at Cherry Street within the Keating precinct. That we would expect a similar demand and volume on Lakeshore Boulevard with each of the three hybrids. And that hybrid 2 and 3 allow for a better local street network, including the connection of Queens Quay, and then as well as the extension of Munition Street. And then with respect to road safety, in developing or in examining road safety, it was undertaken by both Dillon in the development of the alternatives, as well as a third-party peer review of the hybrid designs was undertaken by AECOM. And that work was reflected in the finalization of the designs for each of the three hybrids. Key differences between the three hybrids include in that the existing hybrid, or the hybrid one, which is roughly reflecting the existing condition, does not meet current standards. With the introduction of the ramps at Cherry Street, that there is potential for some traffic weaving issues, both in eastbound and westbound directions. And with respect to hybrid 2 and 3, really the key difference as they compared to hybrid 1 is the lower design speed ramp, and the need to transition down from 90 to 50 versus 90 to 60 compared to what we have today. And to allow that to happen in a safe manner, that there would be the need for additional mitigation to slow those vehicles down and to warn drivers of a slower speed ramp ahead. Next consideration was construction. Certainly with a project of this nature and this magnitude, that the construction period is an important consideration in identifying the differences among the alternative. As can be expected, hybrid 1 is expected to have a shorter construction period. We're looking at about 4 years as compared to hybrid 2 and 3, which we're looking at about 5 years for the construction period. Traffic detours, traffic delays are required for all three hybrid alternatives. There would need to be as well closures on the Gardiner with all three hybrids, although the expectation that hybrid 1 would have less traffic detour requirements. There would be the need to detour traffic onto Villiers Street, construct a temporary crossing of Keating, of the Keating Channel to bring traffic around the construction area. But in terms of comparing hybrid 2 and 3, there are some benefits to 3 over 2, and then that a greater portion of Lakeshore Boulevard as well as the Gardiner could be constructed without roadway detours, and that the widening of the rail bridge associated with hybrid 3 provides additional road detour opportunities over hybrid 2. From an urban design point of view, we looked at the three alternatives with respect to planning, built form, public realm. From a planning point of view, hybrid 2 and hybrid 3 certainly considerably improves the Keating precinct plan, allows for this extension or the extension of Queens Quay, and improves the Keating Channel Promenade. From a built form perspective, hybrid 1 allows for a two-sided Lakeshore Boulevard, but hybrid 2 and 3 allow for a double-sided Queens Quay extension, which is considered to be preferred from a pedestrian, more walkable street, allowing for a more vibrant streetscape. And also hybrid 2 and 3 would have less impact on associated development as a result of the expressway. And then finally, with respect to public realm, the key differences lies with hybrid 1 sitting on the north shore or the north side of the Keating Channel, and impacting the opportunity to create the pedestrian promenade, whereas hybrid 2 and 3, with the removal of the elevated expressway and its relocation to the north, It allows for the development of unencumbered water's edge along the Keating Channel. The next few slides provide renderings looking over the Don Bridge, over the Keating Channel to the west, the first showing the existing expressway ramps that would be maintained under Hybrid 1. And then Hybrid 2, the ramps are moved a little further north, and then Hybrid 3 even further north again. From a natural environment point of view, the key differences between Hybrid 1, 2, and 3 in that the relocation of Hybrid 2 and 3 away from the Keating Channel allows for water quality benefits to the channel, moving infrastructure away from the channel, and then as well with respect to the planned Don Mouth rehabilitation, that the Hybrid 3 would be preferred over Hybrid 2, and that the location of the ramps are preferred from an operations point of view for the sediment management in the Don Mouth. Next slide. Also considered with each of the three hybrids is the public land value creation from development opportunities associated with the three hybrids. So we can see it with Hybrid 1, an estimation of about $40 to $50 million of public land value benefit, and then Hybrid 2 and Hybrid 3 are similar at 70, 80, and 72 to 83. Next slide. At this point, I'll pass it over to John that will run through the costing slides.
So, Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm going to show you 3 slides on the costs and economics of the Gardiner East EA. The first slide is one that's familiar to you. It was the type of reporting we've done throughout the 2013 dollars, 100-year life cycle, both for capital and for operating. So this is 100 years. You remember the $906 million figure for Hybrid 1, and you can see the over $1 billion for Hybrid 2 and $1,053 million over 100 years for Hybrid 3. You'll see the comparable numbers, operations and capital are kind of equivalent, although capital costs are a little bit higher. In net present value terms, we also presented this in previous reports. You'll see that Hybrid 1 comes in at $339 million. $414 million for Hybrid 2, and $445 million for Hybrid 3. That's as if you had all the money today in today's dollars to spread over that 100-year period. That's what you'd need for that cost. And then the last slide is the actual capital dollars. And here we're highlighting the differences between the three hybrids. So for the purposes of funding in inflated dollars, so when the actual monies will be needed, you'll see that Hybrid 1, we've done a little bit of tweaking on the design. It's going to be another $8 million. But the significant increase in Hybrid 2 and Hybrid 3 for the self-standing structures, the new structures, and the connections into the Don Valley and the reconnections into the Gardiner on the west end. So you'll see $140 million differential with Hybrid 2 and $194 differential with Hybrid 3. All these costs need to be woven into the Gardiner Strategic Rehabilitation Plan. So the current $2.6 billion cost estimate that we've included in the budget, a portion of that for the first 10 years, it adds up to 2.6 over the period to 12 years. And it has 524 in cost for the base case or the Hybrid 1. With all the hybrid and all terms, additional capital funding is necessary, and I mentioned those numbers on the last slide. And there's always a plus or minus 20% as we go through the various refinements on the detailed design. Staffers will go back and report back on budget adjustments if necessary vis-a-vis the strategic rehabilitation plan and the detailed financing strategy. We'll weave that into that exercise, refine Class C estimates. We'll consider the conventional method for financing capital approaches by way of debt, primarily funded through the tax base. Other sources of funding will be explored, including the future land sales, the overall potential for federal provincial contributions to the strategic rehabilitation plan, proceeds from development charges that may be applicable to certain parts of the project, including Lakeshore Boulevard and its bridge, which we've got included in the existing DC, and any other new revenue tools, including road tolls, should they be deemed acceptable by council for application here. Now back over to Don.
So to wrap up the evaluation of the three hybrid alternatives, this slide is a summary of the relative rankings of the three hybrids for each of the criteria groups. The green check mark indicating the option that was identified as most preferred, the yellow circle being moderately preferred, and then the X being the least preferred. And again, the X is not necessarily to indicate that it's an unacceptable, only that relatively it was ranked third. So I think it's fairly clear to see in looking at this summary that hybrid 3 has the most check marks. The negative associated with hybrid 3 obviously is the additional costs associated with it. There are also some notes associated with each of the rankings that help to explain the rationale for these rankings. So to summarize the key trade-offs between the three hybrids, hybrid 1 has the lowest cost and is easiest to construct. Hybrid 2 and 3 are more desirable for transportation, urban design, and environment. Now, the key differences between hybrid 2 and 3 are as follows. Hybrid 3 is preferred from an urban design perspective because the realignment of the expressway is furthest from the Keating Channel and the Donmouth area. Hybrid 3 is preferred from an environmental perspective as the expressway alignment has less potential for impact on the Donmouth sediment management activities. And then finally, hybrid 3 is more expensive than hybrid 2, an additional cost of about $43 million in 2013 dollars. Now, in addition to the examination of the hybrid alternatives, which for the most part were focused within the Keating precinct area that lies between Cherry in the Don roadway, as part of the EA, we also looked at, as part of the alternative design work, the full extent of the Gardiner corridor, as was originally identified at the onset of the study, which extended from Jarvis in the west over to approximately Leslie Street in the east. In this drawing provides some concepts, or sorry, some context for the possibilities for improving the streetscape, the public realm within the corridor, highlighting existing green open space within the study area. And then along the corridor, you'll see the dark green is the linear greenway that's being envisioned as part of the plan to improve the urban design, the pedestrian experience within the Gardiner corridor. And as I said, it extends throughout the full length of the study area, just not focused within the Keating precinct. So in developing an urban design concept, a public realm concept for the Gardiner corridor, a review was undertaken of existing conditions to get a sense as to the opportunities and the constraints within the corridor. This is a slide on the north side of the expressway with the rail tracks to the right, to the north, shot looking west. And then the next slide shows the possibility for the improvement of the corridor. And we show a bikeway, the opportunity for improved pedestrian access to the north or underneath the Gardiner Expressway, as well as the opportunity to green the berm, the rail berm on the north side of the expressway. So this is sort of to give you a sense of the theme or the concept that's being proposed throughout the full length of the corridor.
Anything we're doing now is a def. Yeah.
As well as the full length of the corridor, including the bikeway facility that will lie along the entire length of the lakeshore. We also looked at all the key intersections within the corridor to identify improvements that could be made to those intersections to improve pedestrian safety and accessibility to cross these intersections. So this is a view looking east of the existing Cherry Street intersection with the Gardiner to the right and the rail bridge underpass to the left. And then the next slide shows the possibility to improve this intersection. We're looking overhead at hybrid 3, I believe, with underside treatment of the Gardiner, the opening up of the intersection, the marking of pavement for cyclists as well as pedestrians, and then we also see the cycling path on the north side of Lakeshore Boulevard. Also with respect to Jarvis Street, again, the possibility for pavement marking, underside treatment of the Gardiner to deal with noise. One of the key issues raised is how noisy these intersections are and how noise bounces off the underside of the Gardiner. So underside treatment of the Gardiner to suppress some of that noise. And then a plan view showing the Jarvis Street intersection, the left side showing the existing condition, the right plan view showing the proposed improvements. We see the bike path, markings of pavement for pedestrians, consolidation of medians, islands on the west side of the intersection, and this is realized with the improvements proposed for the Lower Young Precinct Plan. In addition to these improvements, there's also a recommendation to undertake a safety review, for the city to undertake a safety review of this intersection to identify further improvements that may be possible to improve safety for pedestrians, cyclists, and for motorists as well. And then looking to the east of, or the most eastern section of the Lakeshore Boulevard, and this is the section in which we would remove the Logan ramps that lies to the east of the Don River. So we would remove the Logan ramps, opens up Lakeshore Boulevard. We've envisioned a tree-lined six-lane boulevard, treed median, trees on the boulevard, and then maintaining, improving the north side multi-use pathway that exists today. Some images showing what's potentially possible through that length of the corridor. And then as well, throughout the corridor, to the west of the Don River, these are showing examples of potential public realm improvements that could be implemented throughout the corridor, again, to improve the pedestrian experience within the corridor. So as part of the work to develop a public realm plan, there was also an exercise undertaken to cost these improvements. And these are costing for the full length of the corridor for both hybrid 1, 2, and 3. So again, it's packaging the improvements east of the Don River and then west of Cherry Street, which are essentially the same for the 3 hybrids, but there are some slight differences in the costing of public realm among the 3 hybrids. We see a variation in 2013 dollars from about 70 million, 71 million for hybrid 1, and then hybrid 2 and 3 at 60 million each. And then we're also showing in this slide the NPV of the capital estimate, 43 million, and then about 10 million less at 36 for hybrid 2 and 3. So the Gardiner East project, certainly a recognition that it overlaps with numerous other waterfront revitalization projects that are happening within the corridor, that the public realm implementation strategy is needed to identify how the improvements proposed throughout the length of the corridor can be coordinated and phased with the other projects, and that there are several funding opportunities for the public realm, including as part of the Gardiner Strategic Plan, other waterfront revitalization projects, through private land owners and developers as development emerges, is implemented throughout the corridor, from provincial and federal government sources, through philanthropist sources, and then finally through existing city programs related to traffic safety, cycling, and pedestrian infrastructure. So just a few comments on public feedback. In January, a public forum was held to present the hybrid options and the results of the evaluation. I think we had over 300 participants in the room, as well as 60 participated in the webcast. There are a lot of interest, a lot of support for either hybrid 2 or hybrid 3. Generally, though, hybrid 3 received the most positive feedback. And the benefits that stakeholders saw with respect to hybrid 3 included the moving of the expressway north from the Keating Channel, improving public access to the waterfront, and improving open space and development opportunities. And finally, stakeholders generally expressed very little support for hybrid 1. So at this point, I'll pass it back to John.
So, Madam Chair, we have just one or two more slides.
Okay.
So the conclusion, the next steps, we're recommending hybrid 3 as the preferred design for the Gardiner East EA. We believe the urban design, the community that will be created, the waterfront revitalization benefits of having hybrid 3 with a structure to the north beside the rail corridor is beneficial. There are some transportation and environmental benefits as well. And we've had extensive stakeholder and public engagement, and the consensus is that hybrid 3 is the best solution. I'll remind you that the decision on Gardiner East is needed now. What we would do if we were able to get your support and council support, the EA report would be finalized and submitted to the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change for a decision. We would send out information on that to the community. We would urge the minister to deal with it with dispatch. Once the EA is approved, it will be incorporated into the Gardiner Strategic Rehab Plan. We'll be working in parallel with that as we go along, and there'll be further reporting on how that integration with the Gardiner Strategic Plan implicates the funding. We'll also be coming back on public realm implementation strategy through the budget committee. And we're happy to take any questions now or after the presentation, after the deputations, whatever you like. You can see the graphic that illustrates the three options.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Would the committee like to ask questions now or proceed to deputations? We have 5 or 6 deputants. And okay, so is everybody in agreement? Thank you very much. We're going to move to the deputations, and our first deputant is Calvin Brook. If you could come forward, Calvin, and take a seat at the desk where the gentlemen are moving. The mic is before you. You just turn it on, and you have 5 minutes. Or did you alter the, no? Okay.
Thank you. I just have to hook up the laptop. Thank you very much, members of the committee. My name is Calvin Brook. I am part of what is fondly referred to as a third-party proponent looking at this long-standing issue of the Gardiner Expressway. I want to start by thanking the city staff and Waterfront Toronto for working with us to take a look at this option. And through that process, I have come to understand that there are real constraints to this idea of the Green Gardiner in the time period we are in. I therefore support the recommendations going forward for the hybrid 3 option. But I wanted to make this presentation with an eye to the future, because I think there is a solution in the long term to the barrier effect of both the railway and the Gardiner Expressway. Just to orient you, this slide shows the existing Gardiner configuration. The next slide shows on the top in blue the hybrid option 3 alignment. So the difference of the Green Gardiner proposal is for the segment that is west of Cherry to look at the opportunity to actually slide the Gardiner corridor to the north side of the railway lands. And what this does is it basically liberates land owned both by the city and Metrolinx for combined development that has a very significant impact both in mitigating the barrier effect of both the railway and the Gardiner and releasing development rights that are significant and create a new neighborhood in this area that is currently a divide between the waterfront and the city. I think we are actually at a tipping point in urban development of the city in terms of embracing the potential of developing rail yard air rights. The images you see on this slide shows the redevelopment of Hudson Yards, 27 acres, 17 million square feet of new development. Manhattan West, similar project built over the rail yards, both being developed by Canadian developers. Chicago's Millennium Park is built on top of the railway. And in the planning approvals process, we have Toronto's own 141 Bay Street, which shows how Metrolinx is starting to embrace the idea of building over the railway park, and in this case, with both air rights and a green park. Also, the idea of being able to mitigate the effect of urban highways by building parkland over them, and these are just a few options that you're probably familiar with in Dallas, Boston, Madrid, and of course, Toronto had its own green ribbon proposal in the last few years. These are a series of slides that just shows how this works, and what you can see are the two land ownerships in this corridor, the Metrolinx rail corridor on the left, and the City of Toronto's Gardiner Lakeshore corridor with the Gardiner on the right. This proposal would see the construction of the Gardiner on a deck on the north edge of the Metrolinx rail corridor. That deck would be also, the Gardiner itself would be covered with a green deck. Traffic could then be transferred into this elevated Gardiner over the rail corridor, allowing for the dismantling of the existing structure. And then infill development, which is a consolidation of both the city's land and Metrolinx's air rights. This just shows that alignment. This is a view from the north, looking at a mix of mid-rise and taller buildings for 14.6 million square feet. This is what Lakeshore would look like as a normal urban boulevard, and the green linear park to the top. And just to conclude, in today's dollar, those development rights are worth about $1 billion. The impediments to doing this now is the rail is not ready to do the air rights until they've done their planning, and we also know that the Gardiner needs to be repaired in the short term. But this is an opportunity, I think, for the city to start to work with Metrolinx to protect for this kind of solution in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions? Councillor Moser.
Interesting idea. How far has it been explored? Is the land there to do it? What kind of rights does the city need? Has this been passed by staff?
Yes, we've been working with staff. It has not, as I said, the timing does not work for this vision, both because of the immediate need to repair the Gardiner in the short term, and the fact that the railway is doing its own planning process to increase the train movement through this corridor from 100 trains a day to 400 trains a day. They are just starting that process. So the idea of placing structure for air rights has to be done in coordination with their long-term plans for the trackage, and that will take several years.
So Metrolinx has the air rights right now, is that correct?
Yes.
So how far north of the corridor would you have to go? Because it looks pretty tight to me right now. When I look at what's north of the railroad tracks, what will we have to pull down, or what will we have to
This actually does not require any disruption of existing urban development. What it would do would mean by placing the Gardiner over the tracks, being able to remove the existing Gardiner, it frees up both the city's land that's in that corridor, as well as gives access to the air rights that Metrolinx has. With the Gardiner in its current location, the ability to develop air rights over the Metrolinx corridor is probably not possible.
Sounds like there'd be a lot of environmental issues involved in that, you know, as far as air movement and so forth.
Actually, what this does is it encloses both the railway and the Gardiner. So noise is abated, air quality, like a sort of elevated tunnel, can be captured and exhausted at a much higher level. So from an environmental perspective, I think this is actually much, much better than the existing condition.
How would this match the west side? How would it come back into the West Gardiner?
So at Cherry Street, this alignment would tie into the option 3 configuration. So that's, this is only an adjustment of the portion from Cherry West to Yonge Street.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Perruzza, go ahead.
Yeah, how did you come to the $1 billion in terms of value?
So it's, that is based on about 14.6 million square feet of development rights. That is based on a floor space index of about 11 times. So it's less density than what we're seeing in other parts of the waterfront. And then you multiply that amount of development rights for a land component that's about $65 a square foot.
And how do you factor in the sort of the construction, the engineering, the engineering feat of building out this type of a project? How do you factor that in there? I mean, you're building over rail lines, you're building over, I mean, that can't be simple construction, right?
No, it is not simple construction. It's expensive construction. What makes it financially feasible is that the value of the land is high enough and the amount of new development you can create offsets those costs.
And so the $1 billion value, like what portion of that would be directly the cities?
I think that would probably be a negotiation with the province because the trade-off is that the city would be asking Metrolinx to be able to place the Gardiner on top of what is their air rights, if you understand what I'm saying.
I think I understand what you're saying. I think I've understood what you said. You said this is a great idea, can't be done. You said that 5-6 times. And I guess the other thing that I would like to know is why isn't the provincial government here saying, hey, this is like, we'd like to do this because we see a value in this?
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm saying it cannot be done today because of the timelines. Because we need to repair the deck on the Gardiner very quickly, and the time it would take to do this negotiation, as well as for the city to, for Metrolinx to be able to plan out the growth in this corridor and where they're putting the tracks. That's probably a 10-year process, so it can't be done today. It could be done 15 years from now. And the reason Metrolinx we have had meetings with at different levels, have said they think this is a great idea. They are very interested in air rights value capture. And in fact, they're doing these, they're starting to do them. But they do not want, they aren't prepared to start this yet because, as I said, they have to plan out that whole corridor.
I'm done, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on. Thank you, Calvin. To Paul Bedford. Is Paul here? There he is. Welcome, Paul. You know the drill.
Good morning, members of the committee. I'm here on behalf of myself, Bob Millward, who's behind me, and David Dennis from DTHA. And we have a letter we've submitted. We are here to express our support for hybrid alternative 3 and hope that you adopt the staff recommendation. Since I was last here in September, some of you may recall, we put forward a concept which was referred to called the viaduct, or building on a berm. And remember, I had a slide that showed the condition next to Hyde Park where the Gardiner sits on an earth berm and the lakeshore was beside it.
Yeah.
We thought that held a lot of promise, would have saved the $100 million life cycle maintenance cost, but the staff have done exhaustive work, and reluctantly, in my view, they've concluded that the right-of-way simply isn't there to do it, and we accept that conclusion. So we're here to endorse Hybrid 3 for the following simple reasons. It achieves multiple benefits, as you've heard from the staff already. First and foremost, it maintains the continuous link to the Don Valley Parkway. So that is not interrupted, and that was a concern of many members of council, as you're well aware. Second, there is a very strong, as you can see on the slide before you, city building agenda that is maximized in this option. You have streets, blocks, open space, continuous waterfront access in this option that simply does not exist in some of the other options. It also provides a gateway, as you can see again on the slide, to the future development of the Portlands and Villiers Island on the south side of the Keating Channel. You know, I don't have to tell you, waterfront access now and in the future, you really can't place a value on it. It's irreplaceable. And this achieves that objective, and I think people will thank you now and in the future for that. Next, I think there's also a very positive economic issue here. You know, this gives you the biggest bang for the buck. It's more expensive to do in the first place, as the staff have indicated, but the returns are phenomenal in terms of land value sales, redevelopment, development charges, property tax revenue over the long, long time. And the reality is, I think the staff referred to road tolls, which may or may not be a future decision of this council, but the revenue side is positive as well. And the final consideration I think that's important to you is whenever you do any one of these things, there's disruption and detours. And as you've heard the staff say, this Hybrid 3 actually gives you more options in terms of the detours while this construction is underway. So for all these reasons, I won't take up any more time. We're here to agree with the staff recommendation. We want to commend them on the excellent work they've done. It's been very, very difficult, long, exhaustive process. It's a wise investment for Toronto now and the future, and it's the right thing to do. So we hope you adopt this and send it on to council, and I hope it's a unanimous vote at council. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, and to your colleagues. Any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to John Wilson, co-chair of the West Don Lands Committee. Welcome, John, and you have 5 minutes. There's a mic there in front of you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson and committee members. I am John Wilson, co-chair of the West Don Lands Committee, and I'm here to say that the West Don Lands Committee also endorses Hybrid 3 option for the configuration of the Gardiner and Lakeshore alignments east of Cherry Street. It's our view that only Hybrid 3 is an adequate resolution of the 5 goals of the environmental assessment in that area. Of course, they are revitalizing the waterfront, reconnecting the city to the lake, balancing modes of travel, achieving sustainability, and creating value. Furthermore, the goals of the environmental assessment will not be achieved until the public realm deficiencies are addressed, corrected, and funded. In selecting the hybrid option last June, Council recognized that retaining existing elevated structure between Cherry and Jarvis Streets creates a huge urban design challenge. Council should recognize today that an integral component to selecting Hybrid 3 as the preferred alternative is a commitment to funding the improvements to safety, active transportation, and improved aesthetics west of Cherry Street. Now, the West Don Lands Committee has worked as a coalition of community and business groups since 1997 in this area, who played a positive role in planning the West Don Lands and East Bayfront communities that are now rising. We commend the work of city staff and the Waterfront Secretariat and Transportation Services for tackling an extremely challenging problem, rebuilding an elevated expressway through a core regeneration area, and finding the Hybrid 3 solution that may satisfy the environmental assessment's criteria. It may effectively pass a camel through the eye of a needle. The North Keating precinct that the Gardiner passes through is critical in many ways. The North Keating precinct is a gateway to the Portlands, as Paul Bedford just said, where Toronto anticipates decades of sustained growth. It is a place where the city meets the mouth of the Don River, which is to be naturalized and flood protected to become the centerpiece of the eastern waterfront. This is where the momentum of city building must be maintained through to Villiers Island, the first Gulf Unilever site, and the film district. This is not a place where the city can afford to undermine its great expectations and compromise its great investments with substandard or mediocre solution to the Gardiner Lakeshore problem. We have seen Toronto realize its potential with the Pan Am Athletes Village, the Chorus Building, the George Brown College on the lake. None of this was done by taking the low-cost option and settling for mediocrity and expediency. To maintain the great competitive advantages that Toronto is gaining, Council must recommit to the goals of this project and select Hybrid 3. In comparing the options, Hybrid 1 simply underachieves all the project goals, a conclusion that Council recognized last June when you asked staff to find a better solution. As compared to Hybrid 2, Hybrid 3 improves development parcels by separating them from the expressway. Hybrid 3 frees the public realm on both sides of the Keating Channel, the branch of the Don mouth that will become the hub of the whole district. As compared to Hybrid 2, Hybrid 3 has the least negative impact on the naturalization of the Don mouth. It minimizes road runoff to protect water quality and makes sediment management easier, a long-term flood protection benefit. Toronto needs to protect the value of its assets it is creating in the Keating, First Gulf, and Portlands. These assets can repay the city with greater land values when sold, but more importantly, with high-quality new precincts that will keep Toronto a leading world city for generations. This is an opportunity for Council to resolve the Gardiner problem in a way that will best secure Toronto's future. We ask you to select Hybrid 3, and further, we ask you to make the funding commitment for public realm improvements an integral component of the Gardiner project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much, John. Oh, there's one quick one here. Councillor Perruzza.
Remove, yes. Yes. Because Council rejected it. I don't want to batter my head against the brick wall. Council rejected that.
Did you just wake up?
If you want to change your minds, I'll be glad to hear it, but, you know, that's the only reason. Yep.
All right. Thanks very much, John. And Julie Beddoes is up next from Gooderman and Warts Neighborhood Association. Welcome, Julie. If you just turn on your mic there so we can hear you.
I think it is turned on.
Yes, perfect.
Madam Chair and councillors, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you on behalf of the Gooderman and Warts Neighbourhood Association. We represent residents of the Distillery Historic District, I think about 2,000 households. Our members were deeply disappointed that Council chose not to take the recommendations of the EA and take down the Gardiner. but council directed that the easternmost section be replaced with what came to be called a hybrid option. But given the recommendations that are before you, we support staff's conclusion that hybrid number 3 would provide the most benefits to the city and the surrounding communities, and urge you to support it too. Given that the roadway will be unaltered in our neighborhood, we are particularly concerned that improvements to the public realm beneath and around the expressway be implemented. We welcome and support, in particular, recommendation number 7, that a special study be made of the Lakeshore Jarvis intersection. Its present configuration is very dangerous and inhibits access to the lake for residents to the north. Large new developments at the foot of Jarvis make it an obligation for the city to improve conditions for pedestrians crossing Lakeshore, whatever the fate of the Gardiner. We hope that when staff undertake the study, they will include neighborhood representatives in the discussion. Recommendations 4 and 5 ask you to direct city staff to report on the implementation and financing of public realm improvements beneath the expressway. We would prefer that rather than merely asking for reports, you insist that these improvements be done to the highest possible standards, and that staff report on how they propose to go ahead. By pointing out the benefits to areas farther east of getting the Gardiner out from under their noses, the report makes it clear that its continued presence remains a blight on its surroundings. The city, having decided not to remove the road west of Cherry Street, is surely obliged to do everything possible to ameliorate the damage it does to existing neighborhoods north of it and future development to the south. Thank you.
And do we have any questions? No, we don't have any questions. Thank you very much. And I think we've got one more. Hamish Wilson is next.
Good morning. Thanks for hauling in. Certainly, I have to observe that there, again, others have, that there's been an awful lot of work, a lot of struggle, a lot of creativity with all of this. So thank you for all of that, everyone. I do have a concern, though, that the whole process is somewhat piecemealed and broken up, i.e. the environmental assessment says that you probably, Act says you shouldn't break things up, but I really think that we should be looking at the whole thing from a corridor perspective and the traffic flows, because if you plan for cars, you get cars, and it is an accessway. Environmental assessments also don't manage to look at carbon dioxide emissions, which are very important in this greenhouse century because it's 2016. We also aren't looking at the volumes of concrete. There's extra carbon dioxide with the use of that. So what's the tonnage of all the concrete that's going to be used in all of this, and the energy costs of the rebar, et cetera. So that's a concern. The Places to Grow Act, you may know this as provincial legislation, planning legislation, in some ways I think is also being ignored. You can get into it a little bit in sections 3.2.2 and 3.2.3. They have some very specific sort of guidelines for us, and I don't think these are being observed. 3.2.2, transportation system within the GG Greater Golden Horseshoe area will be planned and managed too. So maybe we don't plan things, maybe we scheme, and maybe we don't manage so well. But we are supposed to offer a balance of transportation choices that reduce reliance on any single mode and promotes transit, cycling, and walking. And I don't see how all this spending on an accessway, as someone called it, actually promotes transit, cycling, and walking. And I don't see how it's necessarily sustainable either, nor how is it providing multimodal access, et cetera. And again, transportation in section 2 here says that transportation system planning, land use planning, and transportation investment will be coordinated to implement this plan. Now, I think this is spending as opposed to investment. I think if we had investment, we'd actually have the road tolls, a little bit of direct return. So that's an important point. With section 3, 3.2.3, And again, public transit will be the first priority for transportation infrastructure planning and major transportation investments. And again, I don't see that we're doing that here. Just a blast from the past. Rapid transit for downtown Toronto, an alternative to the rebuilding the Gardiner Expressway. This was from John Stilich, someone who burnt himself out trying to say, hey, let's build some transit instead of this. It's only from 2002 when we had the Gardiner Lakeshore Task Force, and I don't know exactly what happened to that. Transit is an important way to go. Public transit key to traffic congestion problem. Words from Mr. Gardiner. There is no doubt, no mystery about what has caused the problem. There are 500,000 motor vehicles in Canada, 5 million motor vehicles in Canada, 500,000 of which reside in, so we could learn from Mr. Gardiner. If you provide for cars, you get congestion. So I think that's a real set of issues. So in terms of the transit options, where is the busway in this? I think this is 2016. We really should be thinking about integrating a rapid transit corridor. Where is it? A reversible busway coming down the Don Valley Parkway into the core. Why not? Have it flow back out the other way. If you just think of this small little segment, I guess maybe it wouldn't work so well, and it'd be far too much like the bike network, which is like a stop-start sort of situation. We do have air quality issues. You see that we do need to do things. The darker zones, there's the 401, there's the Gardiner area in there. We also have an issue in that if we, in the summer times, as they get increasingly warm, we have fresh air coming in from the lake with inland breezes, and that provides fresh air up through the Don Valley into the Scarborough area and out to Peterborough. So we really have to start to clean up our waterfront traffic, as well as making sure that we provide a good airflow. So I think actually one of the things that you should be thinking about in this environmental assessment is not actually selling off and building upon nearly as much land at the mouth of the Don Valley as you might think to finance things. Speaking of finance, I know option number three is costly. I think you have to think of revenue tools of the vehicle registration tax and tolls. A lot of all the costs of maintenance have been basically throwaway costs, and if you need to squeeze the billions in Scarborough, I think that'd be a very good place to start, because I think we could probably squeeze another $1 billion or $2 billion out there still.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we're going to move to questions of staff. Does anyone have any questions of staff? Okay, we're going to start with Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From what I read in the report, option 2 is a close second to option 3 from all the technical analysis. And I wondered, given the relative uncertainty stated in the report, I think it was a 20% cost swing, and we've got to do things like tunnel under a bridge and replace a bridge and negotiate with Metrolinx. Is there any ability to maintain option 2 as a backup alternative? So if we run into unforeseen circumstances in the planning or in the early stages of execution of option 3, if that is approved by council, can we save budget, save schedule by going to a different alternative, given it's that close?
Madam Chair, through you to Councillor Holyday. Not a backup plan. Councillor, is what we would recommend. We'd recommend that we approve 3 and do the detailed work on design. We will be doing very detailed work on how best to achieve any synergies between ourselves and Metrolinx on the bridge, et cetera. It's not completely straightforward, but I think it's reasonable that we've got the right expertise to understand how to do that. So no, we wouldn't go back to 2 per se in terms of the location, because that would require so much extra detailed design work that would be sort of throwaway costs. We would concentrate our design work on hybrid 3, and we'd minimize, any extra costs that might be evident. And we try to work as best we can with Metrolinx and other stakeholders to minimize and achieve any synergies that might be evident.
If we ever did have to switch for whatever reason, how much does that impact the EA process? Given if you overlay the 2 options, they are very similar, I mean, the highway's in a different position, but there is the same number of exits, there's the same general concept of function.
Yeah.
Is that something that could be saved, or do we go back to square one?
Well, we wouldn't go back to square one. We'd simply have to do an addendum to the EA.
Okay.
And that does require some additional background work and other work to get ready to do that. And it obviously has an inherent time delay that's probably in the order of a year or more.
Okay, I want to zoom in on the configuration of the bridge of the expressway over the Don. Is it possible that we could span the Don River with option 3? Because it's so far north and the Don is so narrow at that point.
So through you, Madam Chair, we looked at various ways of actually conducting the interchange from the Don Valley onto the bridge structure over the Don, and we looked at doing north of the rail corridor. We couldn't make that happen, and you may recall that.
Yep.
So we are actually looking at using the west side or the east side of an extended rail underpass and swinging. It is essentially a bridge structure over the Don.
But say, I remember there's a diagram on page, 42, 43 of the Dillon report, and it shows columns that would be sunk into the water of the Don. And I just wondered, because the river is so narrow at that point, and it looks like there's one column on the diagram, is that preferable over swinging farther south and using a few columns to go a farther distance, because your percentage of narrowing is so critical at that point?
Yeah, I'll answer generally, and then I'll turn it over to Don. There's an added level of complexity. All along, we've understood that we have to fully integrate this work with the work of the renaturalization of the Don.
Yep.
There's a sediment pond and other features there that we have to be cognizant of, an widening of the Lakeshore Bridge. And so that detailed work has been done, both the placement of the structures and the impact on flooding that it might have, and on the sediment control feature that relies on places for the sediment to fall out of the water column.
Okay, and
Do you want to add to that?
I wondered if in your answer you could talk a little bit about why one is preferred over the other for the sediment facility, because there wasn't a lot of detail on that.
Sure. So as part of the EA work, we did, as shown in the plans, provide sort of a concept layout in terms of where the column locations to support the new ramps would be located. And our objective was certainly to minimize placement within the river itself. That has implications in the sense that to avoid that, while possible, longer spans are more costly. So it's something that potentially could be looked at as part of detailed design. Our design work was done in consultation with the TRCA and with the objective of minimizing impact on flood conveyance as well as impacts on the future sediment control facility. With respect to the question regarding the comparison of the options on the point of view of the sediment management facility, it's primarily related to the placement of infrastructure columns, the overhead expressway in proximity to where sediment management operation activities are occurring. So with option 2 as an example, it's sitting over the portion of the Don River that is expected to have operation activities to take out sediment, manage sediment, whereas option 3 further north is away from that area. So TRCA did comment that they preferred 3/2 for that reason. Not because 2 wouldn't work, just that they would expect that they would have to make modifications to their concept to accommodate that.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I've lost the time, but I have one more quick one.
Okay,
That's
go
okay.
ahead. Just quickly. Great.
If I could just get a comment on the relative safety of the 2 curves between option 2 and option 3. I guess intuitively option 2, because it seems to be a longer radius, is safer, but there's some discussion in the technical report about blind spots and the ability to see stopping traffic, and I think it says that option 3 is safer from that perspective because the blind spot is minimized.
So the difference between options 2 and 3 from a safety point of view is very, very minimal. In fact, to suggest that there really isn't a significant difference between the two, and that the differences could be accommodated through design tweaks depending upon the specific aspect of the safety. The safety review looked at a number of things, including the ramps, the main ramps that connect the DVP and the Gardiner, but it also looked at the access ramps, including those at Cherry Street as well as the Don Road exit. So there's a number of different aspects, but I think design, the work that's been done, including the third-party review, has shown that the ramps can be constructed to be considered safe.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McMahon.
Great, thanks. I just had a quick question about timelines. So on slide 49, you mentioned further reporting on implementation funding and public realm implementation strategy through the Budget Committee, just kind of the timeline as to when that would be.
So the hope is that we have council approve this at the next council meeting. We would then get ready to submit the documents to the Ministry of Environment Climate Change. We expect it would be sometime in 2017 that they would give us a decision, hopefully early in 2017. The public realm piece, as we indicated in the report, has a variety of ways that we can fund, and we think it's very important that public realm be funded, and we'll be coming back with a set of recommendations on both base funding and ways of maximizing any potential provincial federal grants through the strategic rehab program for the 2017 budget. But we think that has to be done in order to see this project come to full fruition.
Great, thanks.
Councillor Moser's up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The cost of doing this, do we have to look at our picture as far as projects in the future? My concern is, I do like option 3, but our ability to do other work and have to put it aside based on the cost of this. So we have a number of projects which are important to local neighborhoods and, some substantial resurfacing. Will this impact those particular initiatives?
Madam Speaker, the base hybrid costs have essentially been accommodated in the funding approvals that we have in the 10-year capital plan currently and in the expected application to the federal government for the P3 funding for the accelerated strategic rehabilitation plan. What's additional in this recommendation is the monies, the inflated dollars of $186 million for the hybrid 3 over the hybrid 1. We understand that would be funded by debt, and obviously it puts pressure on competing projects. The city manager and deputy CFO, Rob Rossini, will be coming back to council on our long-term fiscal strategy, including a variety of discussions about the number of projects that we have on our list and how to fund them. And so that's an appropriate place to look at the question of competing priorities.
My concern is I'm looking forward to that report because we've got so many large initiatives that we're starting now. We're very close to the $15 million limit right now, 15% limit. And our ability to work in our local neighborhoods and, that suffers as part of this overall initiative is something I'd be very worried about. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I've got some, but Councillor Perruzza, go ahead.
Try to understand this a little clearer. In terms of the way you've costed them out, I mean, I look at the options here, 1, 2, and 3. 1 seems to be the longest. So it's the most concrete, the most steel, the most columns, the most work. 3 being the shortest. So the less, the least amount of concrete, the least amount of steels, the least amount of columns, the least amount of work. So why is 3 more expensive than 1?
Okay, so hybrid 1 is built upon the existing supports that are currently used to support so you're taking advantage of the existing structure. The other 2, hybrid 2 and 3, require a completely new structure. The hybrid 3 is most expensive because we've got to do work principally because of the rail underpass, that we create an extra underpass to the east of the existing Don roadway in order to maximize the quickness of the turn.
So basically what you're saying is So we're now replacing these columns because the steel inside the columns is corroding, right? So you would, what, rehabilitate them and then reuse them in hybrid, in option one?
So, Madam Speaker, it's not the structures, not the bents, not the supports that we're replacing. That's not needed. They are structurally sound. It's the 8 inches of concrete deck and membrane that's on top that's in just state of disrepair.
So the steel in the columns and in the foundations, they're going to last another 100 years.
Right, that's right.
Without us having to do anything.
We have to do some work to rehabilitate them, but it's maintenance work, it's rehab work.
So option one, right? Given that, what does option one cost us to build today if we had the money?
So if you look on page 30, 31, and 32.
Right, 424 million I read here, right?
So that's the old 2013 dollars.
Yeah.
Okay? And probably flip to slide 32 and see in the dollars that we would have to, when we spend them, so we'd be spending them, 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, that period. So those are the inflated dollars to those times.
Okay. Now, so life cycle maintenance costs.
Yes.
Over and above that.
Yes.
So now you've built it, right? It would, I mean, intuitively, you would think that a shorter highway costs you less to maintain.
Correct.
Than a longer.
That is correct.
So why are the life cycle costs in 2 and 3 the same?
The life cycle costs, if you look at page
I'm looking at 31.
Page
slide
30 or 31, but
Yeah.
whether you would net present value or, so those numbers are based on, you've got a brand-new structure from the Dawn over to Cherry, so that you get some benefit from that. You don't have to rehab the steel or the bents all the way that are now 60 years old. So that's the principal difference between the 66 and the 72.
No, I know 66 and 72, but 2 and 3, 2 is longer than 3, right? Because it comes further down. So
Right.
I don't know what that would be in terms of meters, but,
These are just rough orders of magnitude, and over 100 years, it's almost immaterial in chain difference.
so even though it's a shorter road to maintain, it costs you the same?
Your point is correct. The shorter distance, the less structure, it's easier to maintain. That's true. But over 100 years, net present valued back, it's immaterial.
Okay. Okay. So, last question. Now, I understand when we went through this debate before, why we were calling option one, or it was like the hybrid option, and that was the one that we wrangled over and we got beat up on over. But why are 2 and 3 now being called hybrid? There's a good reason for it, but why would they be hybrids? They're just a new highway.
So council back last year approved the concept, and now we're approving the actual design of that hybrid. So we're approving the design concept. It's one more level of detail. So we kept it in that family of titles called hybrid, so as to show what options we had for the design of those features.
All right.
Okay, I've got some questions. Councillor Moser, did you have any? You're okay? Thanks. At the end of that very unpleasant debate we had, I put forward a number of motions about the location of the curve, and was always a proponent of moving it north and getting it closer to the railway corridor. I also talked in the motion about the public realm underneath and beside. And I also mentioned the ramps, and I know you touched on it, but the on and off ramps in the Jarvis Street area, what was the outcome of that analysis?
So we looked at various ramp configurations based on the discussion we had at committee. We thought there might be a way of eliminating some of the ramps. It turns out that we couldn't. Don could speak in more detail, but the Logan ramps coming down really makes it necessary if we're to maintain the travel times to provide ramps in the Cherry Street location.
Okay, and you talked a bit about the detour with number 3, hybrid 3, the detour opportunities. Can you just expand on that?
Dan could probably get more detail on that.
Sure, with Hybrid 3 involves a widening of the rail underpass further to the east. So with that widening of the underpass, it provides additional opportunities to detour traffic coming off into the DVP during construction. So it allows to get traffic out of the way during the period in which the ramps are being connected to the DVP.
So that's deemed a significant asset then?
It's certainly a benefit of
For that
Hybrid 3,
Part
correct.
of the process, okay. And all those great ideas we heard at the last Public Works meeting when we talked about it, I know we've talked about it again today, the greening, the berm, basically in a sound bite, why aren't we able to pursue those? Because they were really great ideas.
So, Madam Chair, we spent a considerable amount of time looking at each of those options. For the greening of the Gardiner, the lack of clarity from Metrolinx as to what their plans would be, where they could place supports for the greening concept was problematic. The cost would be a cost that we'd have to incur now for future benefit of additional development. It was simply just not within the time frame that we could possibly consider, and you heard the deputation this morning from Mr. Brook. On the viaduct proposal, the principal problem is the width of the corridor and requiring expropriation of the land takings that make that problematic. We only ended up with a small section of actual berm as a result, and again, the cost was significant.
Okay, that's helpful to have it summarized like that. All right, so that's it for questions. We're going to move to speakers. I'm going to actually start by moving the motion staff have put forward before us, and just by saying, I'm thrilled to see this outcome. We had a very divisive debate over this issue. It was very difficult for the local neighborhood and associations and all the people who worked diligently to see that the Gardiner got pulled down. Indeed, it was determined that it would stay up, that the connectivity was important, but staff have done an incredible job here, I think, in my opinion. And you can see the work that's gone into this. It's been extensive. But it's not just staff, it's Waterfront Toronto, it's all the local community, the neighbors, the stakeholders, all played a major role in this. So I think this is a very exciting outcome. It's a win-win-win-win-win. And I'm really hoping that we can get a unanimous vote today on Hybrid 3, which is what staff are recommending and that I've been pushing for through this whole process. Because certainly the last round, I was very unhappy with the configuration of this, the proximity to the lake, the impact on the Don River, the impact on the neighborhood just generally. So this is great news. And I just think some of the comments that we heard today were impressive and well-spoken, and I'm going to tweet some of those later when I have time, because I loved when Paul Bedford talked about it being a gateway to the Portlands. And his other great quote was the biggest bang for the buck. And I think those two comments really nail this report and these recommendations before us. It's great for the waterfront revitalization. From an urban design standpoint, it's critical. The environment, and in the last term of council, I put forward a couple of motions around the mouth of the Don and the need to accelerate the naturalization of that. This helps with that as well, and the health of the lake. Great for transportation because it maintains the connectivity. But the most exciting thing here is that it creates a new neighborhood for Toronto. And so that's why I think it's so important that we support Hybrid 3 today. And I hope council will do the same, follow suit. Again, the public land value creations out of this Hybrid 3 option are up to $83 million. So it is expensive. The price tag is a bit of a concern, but the value we get from taking this approach, I think, is really something we have to consider deeply as we make this decision today. And this is about city building. This is an opportunity to city build. And I think those public realm dollars, those urban design dollars, even though we weren't able to achieve the berm and the greening, I think we have to make sure we commit to those public realm dollars. I don't think that'll happen necessarily today, but for the sake of the neighborhood that has had to endure all this debate. I think I agree with I think our second last speaker, that we need to make sure that we put public realm front and center, and that we work hard to secure the dollars to achieve that. So I want to finish by thanking the staff team, and I couldn't begin to mention everyone because there were so many people who worked on it, but of course led by our amazing Deputy City Manager, John Levy, and his entire team. I want to thank them because this is just such a comprehensive document, and it's come such a long way from the original version. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the deputants and the community, and I also want to thank my former executive assistant, Mike Very, who's now moved on from City Hall, but he played a big role in helping me shape these motions and push for these, for the configuration, for the curve to be moved away from the lake. So this is great news for the city, and I hope everybody will support it today. Other speakers? Councillor McMahon's up next.
Thank you very much. So I also commend staff. I can't imagine your waking and breathing and living and sleeping hours have been consumed with this Gardiner. As a huge proponent of the removal option, I think that we've actually found a soft spot for everyone to land. It was quite the divisive battle at council, and I think we found some middle ground. And when you have key players like Code Blue, the West Donlands, our former illustrious chief planner, Paul Bedford and his team, and you have other key city builders, Brooke McElroy, Calvin Brooks, and the like, who are all, Cycle Toronto even, are all keen on Hybrid 3. I think we've found the right spot. So I'm immensely excited about the public realm opportunities, and I look forward to shepherding this through and building a better Toronto.
Thank you very much. Other speakers on this item? I'm seeing, Councillor Moser, I'm sorry, that was my mistake. You're up next.
Thank you. When I looked at the funding for this, it's substantial, but one thing, waterfront, we have a unique waterfront, and I think we have to build on that. I sit on TRCA. I'm very fortunate. I have a wonderful waterfront in Ward 44, close to a $30 million investment, and the community loves it. So when it comes to access and to our waterfront, the reason I asked the question for staff about how does this impact the bigger picture? Because of substantial costs that are involved. And if you look at, we've got Smart Track coming up, subways coming up. We have a 15% ceiling right now on major projects, and I think we're there right now. So I think in this particular case, it's worth the investment. We only get one chance at our waterfront, and we've got to do it right. So regardless of the cost in this particular case, I think it's the right move. I think alternative 3 is better for TRC, their long-term strategy as far as that segment down there, and I'll be supporting that.
Thank you, Councillor Moser. And Councillor Prutz is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was one of those that didn't support any of the 3 in the last go-around. I didn't support the fixer-upper, I didn't support the tear-down, and I didn't support the hybrid, the one that was called the hybrid, the one that ultimately won by a very, very narrow vote. And I didn't support them, any of them. And I remember being asked by the media afterwards, and they said, Anthony, I think you voted negative all 3. And I said, yeah, I voted negative all 3. Well, I didn't like any of the 3 options. I always thought that there was a better alternative. Is this the best alternative from my perspective? I don't think so. I like the grand ideas. I like those ideas that kind of, city build well beyond 100 years and perhaps even more, even beyond that. And I guess if I had, the ideal question to be able to ask some of the people with the ideas is, if you had a Star Trek type replicator and you could just simply replicate your dream option, what would that be? And I think that's the question you ask, and then you work back from there on what you can do, given that we haven't yet invented the replicator, right? And you can just build stuff out of nothing. Given that we don't have that, given that I believe we need to get on with it, and I do believe that the highway is crumbling and needs to be fixed, and there's a great deal of money that needs to be poured into it. And given that, relatively speaking, between the various options that we are now considering, the overall costs, when you factor in the lifetime costs, and when you look at it as a 50 or 100-year project, those costs become relatively insignificant. So I believe that we have now the option or the ability to look at this and say which of the three meets all of the kinds of objectives that we are trying to achieve, or at least gets us pretty close. And we're not approaching it with blinkers on, and I believe that it was good that all three options almost failed in the last go around, and the one that finally went out by 2 votes. And I remember being arm twisted and geez, I still have some screws in me in terms of, you got to come along this way and you got to come along that way, and you're losing friends here and you're losing friends there. But I'm kind of glad I didn't go any which way on this, because I believe it ultimately has brought us to a better place. And to use Councillor McMahon's words, it's perhaps a softer landing for most of us, and that's why I will support the option 3. But it's always interesting to see, I guess if you're around these things long enough, to see how history evolves and how it morphs and changes over time. But here we are, and I'm happy to be able to do the soft landing version of it. Thank you.
Thank you, and we're going to move on to the vote now. So I would ask for a recorded vote on this, so I'll ask the clerk to play a roll.
Okay, on the motion to adopt the staff recommendations moved by Councillor Robinson, all those in favor? Councillor Holyday, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Lee, Councillor Moser, Councillor Perusa. That is carried unanimous. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you again to everybody for all your amazing efforts on this file. That is a big piece of infrastructure in our city, so we'll see what council does, but hopefully they'll, as I said, follow suit. All right, so that item is now complete, and we're going to move on to the next item, but I would like to mention something to the members, and that is, since the items PW 11.2 and 11.3 are very much interrelated, I'm going to recommend, given that we do have a lot on our agenda, as you see, it's very thick, and we have a pending snowstorm, I'd recommend that we bundle these two together, and that way deputants can make their presentations on both items at the same time. And we can debate the items at the same time. So I'm hoping that the committee is agreeable to that. Seeing that you are, we're going to move on to these items. I'm going to just give a 1-minute time period here for the room to clear out, because there's a lot of people here for the first item. So just 1 minute and we'll resume. I'm going to do him first, yeah. We're almost cleared out here. All right, we're ready to roll. So, I'd like to just let everybody know that we have a special guest here today. The Mayor of Ingersoll is with us. And so we'd like to show a bit of respect to our colleague by asking him to go in first. So you're up. So wave hello and then show us your stuff.
The only landfill in Ontario awaiting approval is the one in Zora Township and in my backyard. The proposed terms of reference are being examined in the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. It is from the Walker Environmental Group, and they want to turn an old quarry near the borders of Ingersoll into one of the largest dumps in the province. Every landfill liner leaks. This is a limestone quarry, and limestone is extremely porous rock, which means anything that leaks beyond the liner is going to be sucked in by the rock and make its way to the water table. I am not prepared to put the drinking water of my citizens, my neighbors, at risk because Toronto, despite all other suggestions contained in the appendix, wants to keep the burying option open. This quarry is 800 meters from a subdivision in the town of Ingersoll. We are not a willing host. There are numerous options listed in Appendix 1, but one of the problems is that you will be told that the implement them will take years and you will need something when Green Lane is closed, and putting trash in the ground is still a viable option to people making decisions in Toronto and to staff. In fact, in the final report it states, one of the primary goals of the development of the waste strategy was to identify means to reduce the amount of waste being sent to the landfill in the future. All you were talking about is reducing the amount of waste when you should be seriously looking at not putting anything in the ground. If you are serious about your waste problem, I suggest this committee consider passing a motion that says something like, when Green Lane is closed, the City of Toronto will no longer put any waste in the ground. A pretty bold step, I know, but one that still gives you approximately 25 years to find and build a better way. To some, that may be a short time frame, and will add pressure. Well, let me tell you about pressure. It can be a wonderful thing. Pressure can make a lump of coal into a diamond. Pressure can also make politicians act, and that is what is necessary here. Action and a firm direction on the political front. Pressure can force you to look at new technologies, ones that are already in use throughout Europe. If you want to put your garbage in an old quarry, I suggest to use the one at the corner of Christie and Bloor. I believe it is called Christie Pits. If memory serves me, during the last labor dispute, it was used as a temporary landfill. Why not make it permanent? The neighbors probably wouldn't take as long this time to adjust to the stench, the noise, the traffic, the rodents, and the vermin. And I ask you, as you sit there and think of Christie Pits, what a ridiculous and preposterous idea. And all the reasons why you would never put a dump there, don't the same reasons apply for not putting a dump in Mayor Comiskey's backyard? Think about it. I would. Thank you. I would come back to the fact that we are Festival Town, Ontario, and I'm offering an invitation to each of you to come to Canterbury Folk Festival the second weekend in July in the town of Ingersoll. In the past, we have welcomed performers such as Garth Hudson of the band, Murray McLaughlin, Ian Thomas, and as for you, environmentally conscious, Via Rail stops in Ingersoll. Come down and enjoy the music, and I would be happy to show you where in my backyard you want to put your garbage. I can guarantee you both the music and the tour will give you a different perspective when it comes to making a decision. We are not a willing host. Please come and talk to us. And I certainly do thank you for the opportunity to talk about this.
You're most welcome. Any questions for our mayor? Yes.
Yeah, what are your best cheeses out there? You mentioned earlier that you're like,
it's come to this, has it? It's come to this. Certainly, everybody knows Ingersoll processed cheese. I guess it was it was before Kraft took it over as such. But no, we have great cheddars, olds and whatnot. Great, come on by. We have some great cheese houses in the town of Ingersoll and surrounding areas. Cheese capital of the world.
Sounds like it's worth visiting just for that.
It is.
Other questions? I have a question. Would you be willing to shoot a commercial for us to encourage Toronto residents to divert?
You're certainly right,
All
I would.
We need a cameo.
Give me the opportunity.
We need a cameo appearance from you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we heard you loud and clear.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much again.
All right, so we're going to move on. And I believe next would be Rod Muir. So Rod, just so you understand, we've bundled 11.2 and 11.3. Is Rod here? Oh, I haven't seen him this morning now that I think about it. All right, so we're going to move on. If he shows up, we'll come back. So let's move on to Emily Alfred from TEA. T, better known as T than TEA. Welcome, Emily. So you understand we've bundled.
Yes, I do.
So if you need a bit more time, we'll probably be good about that, all right?
Can I use this microphone?
Absolutely, yeah, and then you're close to that. I'll give you time to set up.
Thank you.
Do you have to plug in or no?
No, I just have a picture.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to try to combine these. Okay, I'm ready. My name is Emily Alfred. I'm the waste campaigner for the Toronto Environmental Alliance, or T. We're a grassroots environmental organization with more than 50,000 supporters across Toronto. Our members care about waste diversion and building a waste-free future for Toronto. We have been following the provincial waste strategy closely and have been involved with stakeholder consultations on the Waste-Free Ontario Act. And I'm also a member of the stakeholder advisory group for the long-term waste management strategy. So I have a lot of great ideas to share, but I'll try to keep it very short. First, I want to say that the Waste-Free Ontario Act will have a very important impact on Toronto. It's very relevant to the long-term waste strategy that you'll be discussing today as well. First, one thing that we're really excited about in the Waste-Free Ontario Act is a goal of zero waste. Zero waste is an aspirational and visionary concept that helps drive policy and decisions. It helps create some of the urgency that the previous speaker talked about. It's not meant to be an obsession with 100% diversion, but a way to frame our decisions with the highest goal. We should always be working to minimize waste. In the same way that we aim for zero accidents or zero crime, we know that there may always be some leftover waste, but having a goal of zero pushes us to think more creatively and to be more ambitious. The provincial strategy also talks about creating a circular economy, where the waste from one industry becomes the resource or materials for another. The province is recognizing that zero waste helps to support green businesses and green jobs. Reducing, reusing, and recycling creates 10 times more jobs than disposal. And it also knows that this prevents greenhouse gas emissions. It's one of the most important things we can do to address climate change. Now, on the long-term waste strategy, I just want to say that as a member of the stakeholder advisory group, I know that the staff have worked many, many hours on this draft strategy, and they've put together a great amount of technical documents and a lot of information that is great information for the public and for councillors to consider. So I think they've done a really great job on this. However, I'm an environmentalist, and I have to say that I think we must go much further. I know that Torontonians are ready for a zero waste plan. I agree with the strategy that states that we need to start by improving how Torontonians use the existing system we have. Toronto's waste diversion programs and system covers 85% of the waste coming out of the average household, but we're only diverting 53%. We need to focus on what we already have, helping people use it, and then we'll know where we need to go next. I believe the strategy is missing a few simple things. I think it's missing a clear and specific target and timeline, specifically a zero waste target. I believe it's missing the urgency and ambition to move quickly. And I think it's missing some great opportunities to benefit communities by working closely with communities, groups, and businesses that are ready right now. I want to show you a resource that we've just put out. It's called Zero Waste Toronto. So, do I turn this? Is there a button to turn this on? Oh, there we go. It's already on. Sorry. So this is a report that we've put together, and I'll have a copy for each of you that I can hand out. And this report explains what zero waste is, how it will benefit Toronto, and most importantly, it goes through some examples of communities and buildings that are already doing amazing things right now. One example that you may be familiar with that they've talked to this committee, and I've talked to many of you about this group, is Mayfair on the Green. It's a condo in Scarborough, and they have gone down from putting out 20 garbage dumpsters per month to just one dumpster per month. It's astounding. I've heard the story a dozen times, and it still blows me away. And when I talked to them recently, they said they were putting out one garbage dumpster every 6 weeks, not every 4 weeks. So they seem to be getting better all the time. And they have shown that a commitment to zero waste, good education, and real using all of the city services has made such a difference. I think this is what we need to learn from. We need to figure out how to replicate this success across the city. So back to the strategy. It outlines a number of great educational and communication tools to help people use our existing system, but there's no specific timeline. In the strategy, you'll see that the timeline for education is to be determined. I don't believe there's enough money or enough specifics on the education aspect to really get us jump-started on zero waste. It also talks about focusing on the 3 Rs, reduce, reuse, and recycle for the first 5 years so that we can reduce our waste and decide what sorts of capital investments to make later on. However, none of those first 3 Rs activities start until 2019. So for the first 3 years of the first 5, we're not actually making any progress on reducing waste. We're about to enter an important public consultation phase to check with Torontonians on what they care about and to see if the city got it right in creating this draft strategy. This is a great opportunity. I think the public needs to be excited and inspired by this strategy and to see this as something that addresses their concerns and gives them an opportunity to do more. That's why I have the following recommendations for this committee. I'd recommend that you direct staff to update the draft going out for public consultation to speed up the implementation of the educational tools and the 3 Rs actions. Start them today, not in 2019. Include, as part of the consultation, a question on whether the public supports a goal of zero waste with timelines and targets. Also ask the public, what waste reduction projects could they use support on? What projects do they know of that could be scaled up right now with the city's help? I also think that the consultation plan mentions 3 events and a good online presence. However, I know from our own membership that there are a lot of members of Toronto's public that don't fill out consultations online. I think it's important that we have paper access, in-person events in all parts of the city, not just downtown.
All right, thanks, well done. And so any questions? Okay, we've got one for you over here. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, Emily. It's always great to hear from you. You're superbly knowledgeable. So by and large, you like the long-term waste management strategy, just with tighter timelines and targets.
Overall, I think there are some great parts of the strategy. I think it's excellent that we're talking about focusing on the system we have first and really reducing waste. I don't think the numbers for diversion estimates, and I don't think the timelines are high enough. I think we should be aiming for higher diversion. I think we should be doing things a lot faster. And related to what the previous speaker said, I'm a bit disappointed in the fact that we'll be looking at sending waste to other landfills right away. That's one of the few things that starts immediately, is sending waste to other cities' landfills to preserve space in our own landfill. I think we should try to reduce our waste first.
So if we had tighter timelines and a zero waste TO target and more outreach in the communities, especially as you're saying for the people who are not online, that would make you sleep more easily at night.
Yeah, I think that would be a great start.
Great. And then you're going to give us a copy of your snazzy zero waste
yes.
booklet. And so you're going to give that to PWIC. Are you going to be able to do that, give that to the rest of the councillors?
Yes, we have copies for all councillors.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Karen Buck. And Karen, you also understand we've bundled the two. After Karen, we have 4 more speakers. No, 3 more.
Actually, okay, speaking on Bill 151, I did submit to the province with my concerns or support of different things in the many bills that are the enabling bill that goes through with all sort and whatever else goes with that bill, which is quite a complex system for waste at the province. I do support the city submission to the province, especially the consultation and the collaboration throughout the whole implementation process. I think it's absolutely critical. My concerns about Bill 151 is that the transition could be slow and messy. Therefore, the city needs to support effective movement from the Waste Diversion Act to the new act. And they need to be involved. that the other concern that I have is that costs have not been included in the full producer responsibility for products and packaging specifically. That perhaps another concern is that there could be inappropriate designation of the authority to the role of compliance and enforcement. And another concern is that the target set for diversion, without a comprehensive look at the whole of Ontario to ensure full access for effective diversion across Ontario, could be a drawback. And my last concern on Bill 151, that it is, in my opinion, an important for the city to continue with its own program. And then to move on to the long-term waste planning. You have passed in the City of Toronto in October 2011, Healthy Toronto by design. And I think all of your divisions should be making sure that healthy cities are cities that are prosperous, livable, and sustainable. Healthy cities don't just happen. They result from creative vision, strategic decision-making, and thoughtful implementation that respects the health needs and challenges of all residents. They happen by design through intentional and thoughtful investment and provision of infrastructure programs and services with health in mind and also the environment, as Emily has said. I commend the staff for the report before you today, for prioritizing the 3 Rs, for planned introduction of 5 new reduction and reuse programs, for leveraging programs and services already in place for further diversion. In my opinion, the 70% waste diversion rate that we've already passed at this council and in this city is really only the first large step toward the 80% that is being achieved in other places like San Francisco. San Francisco could actually be an exemplary city to look at for learning in terms of how to do more within our own city. I caution energy from waste through incineration, since some European countries are importing waste to meet their incinerators' needs. The emphasis of our city waste programs should definitely be grounded in resource reuse, not disposal. I am hoping that all of the new waste initiatives being developed at the province will have a positive impact within our waste plans for the city. I want to raise one concern. In the late 1990s, my garbage, and that's the part that I actually threw out for disposal, was 5% or less by weight and volume. By participating in backyard composting, by adopting reuse strategies, and by recycling, my diversion of waste was 95% or more from disposal. This year, however, I am horrified. My waste to disposal has become a huge concern. The infrastructure to handle plastic packaging diversion is not in place. There is a direct disconnect in what can be sorted at the city's material recycling facility and what the plastics industry is putting on the market as their packaging. This needs fixing. The disconnect is causing me to put far too much packaging into the black bin for disposal. What once was 2 to 10 very small bags per year of lightweight packaging has become 5 bags of the same size every 2 weeks because the plastics packaging is no longer being accepted in the city's recycling program. This needs correction and obvious collaboration with the plastics industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on. Actually, I was wrong. We have 4 more speakers, and I skipped Franz. So Franz Hartmann from T, if you could come up. And then we have 3 more speakers on this item after, following Franz. He's replacing Heather Marshall, for your information.
Thank you very much. I have with me over 3,500 petitions from across Toronto, and I'm just going to briefly read out with the content of the petition. We're not submitting them today because today is not a decision-making point, but we will be submitting them in the next while. Dear Councillor, as you consider Toronto's long-term waste management strategy, I want you to commit to a plan that truly puts waste diversion first. City waste audits show that 85% or more of residential waste in Toronto could be reduced, reused, recycled, or composted through existing Toronto diversion programs, yet we are currently only diverting 53%. Every day, recyclable and compostable waste is being sent for disposal in our garbage. In fact, there is more recyclable, compostable, and hazardous material in the average residential garbage bag than there is garbage. That isn't acceptable, and we can do better. The good news is that 85% diversion is possible. Buildings and residents right here in Toronto are using the city's programs and are showing that with education and support, 85% diversion is within reach. As you consider Toronto's future and how we will deal with our waste over the next 50 years, I urge you to focus on diversion first and investing in Torontonians to help use existing waste diversion systems properly. So as I said, there are over 3,500 Torontonians who have signed that petition. We will be submitting it at the appropriate time. But I think it's really important to remind the committee of the fact that most of what we throw away, doesn't matter if it's going to landfill or anywhere else, most of what we throw away is actually divertible. And I put this is on the zero waste report that we are submitting. This is something that most of you have seen before. It shows that depending on whether you're in houses or in apartments or condos, the vast majority of what is in that bag is divertible. And the other reality, and this speaks directly to the point that the mayor from Ingersoll mentioned, we don't need new landfill capacity because only 15% of what we currently throw away is not divertible in the city's programs. And that amount could even be lower because right now we don't have a diversion program for clothing, et cetera. And if we did, like they have in Owen Sound, which is one of the many examples in our report, we could actually reduce that number to less than 15%. To put this in the context of numbers, right now, roughly 1 million tons of garbage, or 1 million tons of stuff is put out to the curb at residential and multi-residential. Roughly half of that ends up in landfill. But in reality, that's 500,000 tons. But in reality, only 150,000 tons is, quote, garbage at most. So we're putting a whole bunch of stuff in landfill that shouldn't be there, which is putting supposed pressure on finding new disposal capacity. And the mayor of Ingersoll was absolutely right. They don't want our garbage. We shouldn't be sending them stuff. What we should be doing is getting rid of all of the divertibles that is currently in our garbage. The focus should be on getting things that are the incredible resources that are in our garbage bags out of a garbage bag. And if we do that properly, and the city draft strategy begins the process of doing that and outlines some important actions that can be taken, if we do that, we can actually reduce what ends up going to landfill to less than 150,000 tons a year, as opposed to 500,000 tons a year. That's a huge, huge way forward. This report, as Emily Alford from T said, sets out what is currently happening and what we can, just ramping up existing programs, existing initiatives that are out there in Toronto. And if we do that, we can actually really get close to zero waste. So for the purposes of what the committee is looking at today, What we're asking you to do today is direct staff to update the draft strategy to start implementing reduction, reuse, and recycling actions as soon as the strategy is adopted. Don't wait to 2019, don't wait to 2020. Start it as soon as the new strategy is adopted. And secondly, ask the public if they support a zero waste vision, targets, and timelines as part of the consultations on the draft strategy. Because we know from the 3,500 letters that we've collected, people are interested in this. We know from the provincial government, they're promoting a waste-free Toronto, a waste-free act. There is interest in this. Let's see if Torontonians are also interested in this. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got one question for you, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder if you could elaborate, I wonder if you could help me understand precisely what the sign-off was on the petition. What did each of them sign for?
Sure. It's a letter made out to their councillor. I read about 4/5 of the content of that. Yep. And at the end, we asked people to put their signature, their name, their email, their address, and their postal code.
And they want to encourage Torontonians to use the existing systems that we have to increase diversion?
It's encouraging councillors, as they consider the long-term waste management strategy, it says, I want you to commit to a plan that truly puts waste diversion first. Okay. I'd gladly share a copy of this. It's also available on our website, but the message is to councillors, and it's please promote waste diversion first and foremost.
I wondered if you would consider an additional paragraph to that as a friendly amendment that would read, I pledge at home to divert all of my waste, and I would pledge to tell 10 more people to do the same. What I discovered, I think, from this plan, and I'll talk about it more, is that diversion and waste management starts at home. And these 3,500 people are exactly the people we need to help us deliver this plan by following through on the need to divert waste at home and to advocate everybody they know to do the same.
Yeah. Councillor, you have hit the nail on the head. The challenge that we face on a daily basis when we talk to our 50,000, we don't talk to our 50,000 plus supporters every day, but when we talk to our supporters, is that people say, I want to do better. I want to feed more stuff into my green bin and blue box, but I don't know what goes in there. And one of the reasons they don't know that is the city does not do an effective job in marketing the diversion programs it has. And this is why T has been asking for at least 3 or 4 years, please pump up the budget for communications. If people don't know that for example, plastics can now be recycled, and a lot of people don't, they won't do it. They'll put it in the garbage bags. So the way in which we get these 3,500 people activated and hundreds of thousands of others that want to is by investing in them. Because if we can get them to put the things that they're putting in the garbage into the recycling thing, we've solved the problem. So let's invest in Torontonians.
I think the report talks about partnerships, and I think T could be a great partner. If you've got 50,000 members that will take the time to think about what they need to do, that's fantastic, and I hope you'll help us with that.
Yep, and there are I don't want to say countless, but dozens of other organizations, for example, the Furniture Bank, Second Harvest, the report is full of examples of organizations, for-profit, not-for-profit, that are doing all of these zero waste activities, and that's why we're asking the city to help ramp up these great ideas, but the city needs to take a leadership role, and the point is to focus on Torontonians and not the technology, because if you can activate the Torontonians, we go from sending 500,000 tons to 150,000 tons away, and we will not make the mayor of Ingersoll unhappy.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Irwin. Is Irwin here? Yes. Oh, there you are. Excellent. Welcome.
Thank you.
So just if you make sure that your mic's on, and you can start.
Thank you very much for letting me be here and present the solutions to all your problems, and especially with Ted in Ingersoll. I had provided to the members of this committee and the Strategic Long-Term Waste Management Task Force an environmental waste management strategic proposal on how the City of Toronto can save taxpayers $1 billion over 10 years. that will help you with your gardener. I did not see the proven 21st century recommendations that I provided to this committee and its task force in the February the 11th draft, and that's been presented today, and that is why I'm here. It is imperative that this committee incorporate the $1 billion in taxpayers' environmental savings over the next 10 years while significantly lowering greenhouse gas and operating costs, as mentioned. The proposal was published in an article on page 28 of the Environmental Science and Engineering magazine and brochures that will enable the city to strategically implement a cost-saving plan of $1 billion over 10 years to the city. That's part of it there. But in the article, it shows that you can permanently eliminate landfill from Toronto while reducing transportation costs. You can significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 22% guaranteed. You can increase Toronto's carbon tax credits, consolidate city's garbage collections while reducing city and taxpayer costs, eliminate garbage strikes and rising collection costs, consolidate high-rise garbage collection while generating revenue for the city, consolidate hospital garbage collection while generating revenue for the city, eliminate landfill operating costs of about $15 per ton, eliminate spending another $50 million or so for another 50 acres of landfill somewhere, save $15 million in energy costs per year using lighting energy cells, save $30 million per year by using baling and bagging system for city garbage instead of landfill, thereby generating 100 million watts of ultra-clean energy from garbage using lighting energy cells, provide 150 million capital savings at Humber Sewage while eliminating odor and wasting water into Lake Ontario. I know we're talking about sewage now, but it's a sort of holistic plan. Provide $230 million capital savings at Ashbridges Sewage while eliminating odor and dumping wastewater into Lake Ontario. Provide $80 million capital savings at Highland Sewage Treatment while eliminating odor. Provide $91 million capital savings in preventing wastewater spillage into Lake Ontario. We're going to have some clean water out there. Obtain $143 million in federal funding towards the implementation of these innovative proposals by working in partnership with the University of Toronto and N-Waste Solutions. Thank you.
Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, and we'll move on to the next, last two speakers. And so it's Donna Marie Batty is next, and then followed by John. So Donna Marie, you're up first.
Good afternoon, everybody. Patricia and I are part of Stop Plastics, and our mission is to stop plastic. We hope by now the Public Works Department has had a chance to open the packages that we sent out to you, little boxes, and inside were packages. Inside the packages were broken bits of plastic, plastic forks. There's some pictures on the overhead. Yep. Of what we saw when we went to pick them up. Plastic forks, bags, cigarillo, filters, coffee cups, straws. It was just astounding the amount of plastic debris on the beach. And I believe this isn't just on my beach in Samuel Smith Park. I believe this is all over the Great Lakes and the oceans and all waterways, in fact. If we're going to solve our garbage problem, we believe we've got to limit waste at its source, and that means prohibiting single-use plastic. As a start, we urge you to ban plastic bags in Toronto. And I know City Council members will point to the fact that plastic bags, like many types of plastic, are now recyclable, and I'd like to address this. Recycling programs set up to handle plastic packaging have actually encouraged the use of disposable plastic. People have learned to justify the overuse of plastic packaging by pointing to the fact that it's recyclable. The plastic industry does the same. It's okay, it's recyclable. This is the attitude now. But recycling plastic is not a solution because it isn't a closed loop. It isn't a closed loop. It can only be recycled a few times before it becomes plastic waste, poisoning our lakes, rivers, land, air, animals, and ourselves. Moreover, it's a substance the earth can't digest. It takes thousands of years for it to degrade. Therefore, we urge you to support a ban on plastic bags and reduce plastic at its source. And I just want to add, in the little packages I sent around, there was some more background information that you may find helpful.
Yeah, we received that. Okay, any questions for Donna Marie? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation today. Next up is Urban Street Organic. John, are you here? All right, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Thank you for making the time. My name is John. I'm the president and founder of a Toronto company called Urban Street Organics. And basically what we do is we offer a valley-style office composting services. So we work in the downtown Toronto area, and what we do is we go into the business and the office space. We have our own bins that we implement in the office, and we divert all the organic waste that's produced in the office away from the landfills. And we donate it to either farmers who take it and turn it into compost, or we work with other companies who turn it into compost or biofuel or biogas. So the reason I'm here today, and thank you so much for T for basically inviting me and letting me know about this event, is I wanted to give you real-life examples of what I've seen my clients say, you know, when we're into their office space, talking to them about their problems, and some of the issues that they're having with organics and their lack of resources and their lack of programs that's available to them to take advantage. So I kid you not, one of the first things that comes out of their mouth is, "Oh my God, finally." I kid you not, even yesterday we were at a brand new client, and that's exactly what they say. Everybody's so excited to use this service because they're already either using it at home, but it's really hard for them to have access to it in their office space. So what I'm trying to say is that people are all ready to start doing better and to compost and to take advantage of these services. We just need to, I think, the City of Toronto needs to do a better job at selling a story to our citizens. Why is it important to compost? You know, how does it affect their lives and their children's lives, and how does it affect the City of Toronto? And I think that's really compelling. You need to sell the story, and that's what we do is we go into the space, into their offices, and tell them, you know, this is how we can help, and this is why it's important to have the service. And just to give you 2 real-life examples, in January, and actually I want to share this with you, in January, one of our clients was able to divert over 580 pounds of organic waste in just 1 month. And that is huge. And if you multiply that over a year, or even more than a year, if you multiply over 5 years, just think of how much, just from one client alone, how much waste we can divert. And we have many, many clients that have similar stories. So this is, we share with them a diversion report that, again, it sells the story, makes it compelling for them, and keeps them interested. So if I can just share this with you really quick, I don't know if you guys can see this. This is one of a quick report that we share with them. And it just tells them really quick, and it kind of trying to make it funny, you help divert the equivalent of, over 1,200 Big Macs in weight. But it keeps them interested. They're able to print it out. They're able to put it next to the organic waste bins that we supply. And everybody that uses it, again, keeps them engaged, keeps the conversation going. And that's what it's really about, is to keep the conversation going, help inspire people. And this company was able to divert close to 60% of the garbage that used to go in the regular garbage, now goes into the compost bin. So not only were they able to save money on garbage, regular garbage fees, they're doing obviously a good for the city and for the province as a whole. So thank you so much.
One question for you. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, that was terrific. Number one, did you come here before and give a deputation at all?
I did not.
There would seem to be someone with maybe a similar business. So how do you get your businesses? You just cold call, kind of, to try and get into businesses downtown, or?
Absolutely. So we have a team that makes calls to businesses in the downtown area. To be honest, a lot of the clients that we get are through word of mouth, is because people see, people are really inspired, and we ask for referrals. Do you know anybody that may have, maybe in a similar situation as you, where your office doesn't have access to this? Maybe you can refer us. A lot of it does come from referrals. Yeah.
So how many, what percentage of businesses would you be already addressing their organic needs downtown, or what?
You mean in terms of industries? Like types of businesses?
How many clients do you have right now, and your growth
Yeah, we have over 50 clients, and we've only been, in business for just under a year.
Wow.
And it's all types of industries, from lawyers to IT companies. Now, to be very honest with you, I think the east side of Toronto, like the Spadina area, Adelaide area, there's a lot of IT and software companies in that area. There's a lot of old buildings in that area who don't have access to these services. And so what happens is, when you have an IT company, you usually have younger crowds working. Younger crowds or millenniums, or millennials, if you want to call them. They want to work for companies who don't just do good. They want to work for companies who have these initiatives in place. So it's a great way for them, for the companies as a PR or marketing, or to attract talent. They use this for different reasons. So it's all from lawyers to IT companies to you name it, anything and everything.
Great. Can you send us your contact information to all the members of the committee so we can have it and help spread the word?
Absolutely.
Sure. Yes, another question, Councillor Holyday.
Thank you. Just over here.
Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. I'm actually quite intrigued. If I've heard this right, you essentially offer like a white glove service. You've got containers, you go into offices based on demand. Because I don't think it would be a stretch to say it's probably cheaper for these companies just to throw the organics out. They're paying maybe a premium for your services, but they are meeting the demands of their employees. Is it primarily offices that you serve, or does it include food industry, or what are your types of clients?
So right now, primarily, it is the office spaces, but we are definitely looking at restaurants. Restaurants are, they're probably number one in terms of organic waste that they produce. But we also want to look and work with condominiums as well. I think there's a huge need. I live and my office is in Liberty Village area. Yep. So, and as you know, in that area, there's condominiums coming up almost every day. Yep. And there's a huge a demand for organics, and there's not a lot of, whether there's not a lot of space or so there's a huge demand not only from the office space, but we're starting to look into other opportunities like condominiums, restaurants would be one of them.
So you supply the receptacles, and is it curbside pickup, or do you go right into the office and you take the bin, you clean it, you do all sorts of stuff?
Great question. We actually go right into the office, and if you don't mind, I'd like to share a quick picture with you just to give you a quick idea. This is one of our bins. So it's a stainless steel bin. Let me just
Great.
That has obviously our information on the fascia, and then on the lid it has a quick list of acceptable items that go into the bin. Most people already know what goes into it. They know, plastic doesn't go in.
Last question, I guess. Does the composition of the types of organics collected in an office, is it marketable, and is it good? Is it all tea bags and coffee grains, or do you have? Oh, is it a good enough mix that it's a quality product that you can?
Absolutely. You're right. So coffee grinds, coffee filters, paper towels. Of food scraps, obviously, fruits, vegetables. There's about 100 items that are produced in the office space that can be composted.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And that's, we're at the end of our speakers. So any questions for staff? Councillor Moser goes first.
In the report, if we were to implement all of the initiatives, that Green Lane would last till 2040. How is that determined?
Through the chair, there was a number of factors that led to the new closure date for Green Lane. So one of them was through some technical work that was done. So there's actually increased settlement occurring at the Green Lane landfill. Another set of work that was done was in terms of projection and waste generation rate. So extending that out currently in what we have today and the composition of materials that are being landfilled allows for that additional capacity. Also through implementing the waste reduction recommendations that are presented in the report also adds to impacting that new closure date.
So the how much of a factor is we're taking sludge out there on an intermittent basis at different times, depending how pelletizer works and so forth. What impact would that have on the 2040 date?
Through you, Madam Chair, with respect to handling of sludges, last year we didn't send any to Green Lane, but the big issue of sending sludge to Green Lane is not necessarily the capacity, because sludge managed to find its way throughout the garbage and help settle it. What the issue is, the number of trucks that you put in at a certain time, you can actually overload the leachate collection system and the wastewater treatment system associated with the landfill. So you have to be very careful on how much sludge you put in a landfill, particularly the Green Lane site.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, odor was also a problem. There was a Toronto Star article on that. The actual, seeing we're doing both reports, the province is bringing back forward its bill. What are the main concerns? Is there any chance of additional costs within the bill that are unexpected? I'll wait till you're finished. No, I'm speaking to somebody right behind you. Thank you. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, there are some concerns that staff have with respect to the proposed legislation that's in front right now and the regulations that come. Some of the language that we're concerned with, we need to deal with the current funding challenges that we have with the Blue Box program, so we need greater clarity around that, how we're going to manage that. We need to look at what is the role of municipalities and whether there is an exclusive role or not, because right now it's open-ended and there may not be a future role for municipalities. We are recommending that municipalities be heavily involved in those discussions. The producers will also not be obligated to reimburse the municipality for costs of managing certain designated materials. So that's a big concern for us. There's no methodology proposed on how to define diversion targets. So there's a number of elements that we need to sit down with the province to understand exactly what the language of the regulations will mean, and then we can report back to committee and council on exactly how it impacts us financially and with our diversion targets. There could be opportunities there for us as well as some negative costs. We don't yet know all of the dollar items.
Does that include the packaging? Are they getting tighter on packaging?
Through you, Madam Chair, the packaging, we support their we support the direction of talking about zero waste and looking at producer rights, responsibility, and managing packaging. We're completely in support of that. So that's the positives of the legislation. You asked me about the concerns, so I tabled the specific concerns. So there are opportunities for us to actually strengthen the wording of the legislation that'll be in line with the update strategy that we have and help us achieve our objectives. So that's why we want to engage them. That one report is saying, please authorize us to let the province know how we can work together on improving it, because if they get the language wrong, it could be negative for us.
Just one more question. Is there a possibility at all that they set targets, and if the cities don't meet those particular targets, there will be a penalty involved? Is there any discussion of that at all?
Right now, the discussion is around the producers and the penalties that they would face, and the targets would be geared to the producers. And so from a standpoint of the municipalities, there wouldn't be any specific penalties. What the concern is if a new system gets created, who's going to get left with the stranded asset costs and the cost of running the programs that we have today, and what's that transition look like? That's all unclear right now. But the specifics on the targets are essentially tied to the service provider. They would be responsible for that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Holiday's next.
So regarding the Waste Free Ontario Act, I wonder if I read this and understood this correctly. It is in a period of transition, and there'll be a change in the way that the money flows between the province and the city about how we handle waste. And there's an increased focus on the producers. But we also have a very diverse and I think leading edge waste management system and a recycling system. And given we are different from other municipalities, we've got additional waste streams. And given in the report that we're moving closer and closer towards a fully funded user pay model, are there any exposures to the citizens of Toronto where we could see a spike in costs that need to be covered by them due to a change in the act or the regulations or a change in the flow of money? And what do we have to do right now to try to mitigate or buffer that?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, there are some concerns. Specifically, there are no dollars designated for, no dollars at all designated for items in the waste stream in the present language that we see. There's also concern about some of the objectives that we may have in the update, and the province hasn't listed them as a designated item, and the way that the producers then would respond might be a priority for us. You mentioned that our waste streams are different. What does that mean if it's not within the language? Are we assuming the full cost of that alone, and there would be no corresponding offsets from the province or the producers, i.e. we cannot recover if we wanted to do that ourselves? So there's a number of different concerns that we have on the dollars and the language and the definition. What's in the waste stream, what's designated in those streams, and who would pay for those particular streams.
Have we got a sort of a tentacle into the budget process to begin to set up for that so that we're prudent and we've got some money set aside to stabilize things? Because I guess the worst case scenario is that we have a massive expense out of this and it's instantly passed on to the taxpayer in the city.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that's something that we're looking at within our budgeting process and would be considered further. What we hope is that we get some greater clarity over the next few months on some of this language. We would then work it into the final update, because the final update on the strategy will be putting forward some financial plans for you to look at as well. Right now, the update is just really looking at the short listing or the streaming of options and the direction of our strategy. We have not given you a full financial plan and strategy. We do want to do that in June when we come back, and hopefully we'll have some better numbers from the province. We can then start building a 10-year and even a 20-year capital program for you.
Okay. In the two items, one of them is just discussing the provincial framework legislation. Then, of course, there's our own strategy. Do any of these present a vector for us to work with the province to enhance the curriculum of school kids with respect to waste? And I'll say more in my comments about that, but I want to know if there's a way for us to really get in there and begin to influence kids through school to change the culture that we have in terms of waste.
Through Madam Chair, we do some education right now, but if you want to strengthen that at this point in time by moving a motion or having us look at that and directing us to include that in mix, we can do that as well. But if you want to beef it up, because right now we do some of it, but not a lot, as I understand it. And then working with the province, the interesting thing would be my experience of dealing with the province and the school boards. You have to deal with each individual school board to get it as a curriculum item. So we'd have to report back to you how we would action that within the City of Toronto.
Okay, and I'll just touch quickly on the comment on one-sided collection in there. The advice I'd seen deep in the report about considering the concept of one-sided collection was to await shifts in contract and organization of how we do the work. But do we still have enough nimbleness in the plan in our way forward so that we could do pilots? Because one-sided collection model could be something cutting edge, maybe a little more risky, and I'm not sure that we would take that leap of faith if we were doing a massive contract discussion, but if there was some way to do an interim test to prove the concept, have we got enough flexibility in this to do those types of innovations?
Through you, Madam Chair, the short answer is yes, we do have that flexibility. The longer one is we are going to report back in the fall with respect to that idea, and we could discuss that further when that specific report is in front of you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any
Chair,
other
could I
questions?
move a motion that we finish this item?
Okay, would everybody like to finish the item? You cannot. Okay, so we have you also have to go. So there's 2 members of the committee that cannot finish the item. How long is it going to take? I think we're very close to the end. We're done questions, so we just have speakers. Oh, Councillor McMahon still has a question. Yeah. So what would the committee like to do? Come back at 1:30. Okay, Councillor McMahon, go ahead.
Great. So I was just going to ask about, first of all, I think it's fantastic, so good job. But just about tightening up timelines, is that a possibility for any of the items?
Through you, Madam Chair, we could obviously look at tightening up some of the timelines of when certain things get implemented. That would affect the funding strategy and the financing strategy. Right now, staff have been trying to balance those two, tied to the forecasted revenues that we're going to get over the next 10 years. And if we're picking certain options, some are saving us money and we're reinvesting that in the new programs. If you want to accelerate certain components, it will cost more up front. So we'd have to look at that issue.
Okay, and then with working with the communities, I'm sure you're doing this already or plan to do this, communities that aren't online, maybe some of our seniors or others who aren't online, just for outreach.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we're looking at using a broader range of communication, not just the website. And this is part of that consultation process. So we welcome all the comments that we heard from the deputants. We also want to thank the stakeholder advisory group that participated, a lot of good ideas. We're taking those away, and we're going to try to put them into the final report coming in June. And that's a key thing. How do we get the message out to those groups that aren't plugged in to our new wired world? How do we get out there and consult with them?
Thank you.
Okay, that's all the time we have. We will resume at exactly 1:30. Thank you to everybody for a productive morning, and we'll see you this afternoon for the remaining items.
Could we please clear the room? The room is going to be locked. Please clear the room.
Members of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum. Thank you.
Get started. Can we? Have we got quorum? Yes. All right, great. So we're going to get started. Just completing the item we were on, which was bundled, and it was PW 11.2 and 3. And so we were at speakers. Any speakers on this item, on these two items? Councillor McMahon, do you want to start?
Sure, this is great. So again, great work to staff, and thanks for giving the update. It's always great to get an update partway through. Looking forward to everything coming back in June, and I'm thrilled that you're open to tighter timelines, and we'll look at the zero waste TO and reaching out to all communities as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
I actually have a motion to place, and I'm hoping I can give Della a moment to prepare it, but I can read it if that...
Which item are you placing it on?
It would be the first.
Okay, so 2?
That's correct.
Which is the Bill 151.
That's correct. And so it just says, as part of the continuing negotiations with the province on Bill 151, a Waste-Free Ontario Act to include, the City Council requests the General Manager, Solid Waste Management Services Division, make a formal request to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change that the policy statements issued in the new Act include working with the Ontario Minister of Education and the school boards in Toronto and Ontario to introduce the province's existing education curriculum content directly related to waste reduction, reuse, and diversion. And obviously I had help with that. So,
so we're just getting that written up.
Yep, the crux of that basically builds upon some of the questions I had earlier about including this in the Ontario curriculum. I was sitting with my kids doing homework and thinking, why can't we integrate the message of waste management and waste reduction into the work that they do at school? Other major elements have been introduced into the Ontario curriculum. It was very controversial, the sex ed curriculum, but there's also discussions about health and human health that is integrated into the work they do at schools. Why can't we include the objectives that we're trying to do and the objectives that the Ontario government is trying to do to reduce waste, and do it in a very powerful and meaningful way? The one takeaway I had from this overall waste management strategy so far is that waste management starts at home. And I guess there's a constant search for that magic bullet or that magic technology that is going to solve all of our waste problems, and this report tells me it isn't there. There's some ideas that are there for the future, but really it has to do with setting an example at home and following through and diverting as much waste through the actions that we've got and sort things into the correct bin. And one of the ways I think we can do that is simply to get to our kids and start to begin to affect that cultural change by teaching them the right way. And I've tried to do that at home with my own children, but it's constantly having that conversation. And I think there's a very, very powerful vector in this process to get to the Ontario government to encourage them to build this into the curriculum. And the curriculum is a very set, structured process, so it's hard to introduce a new lesson. But hey, you know what? A math question could be, so the Green Lane landfill site has so many millions of tons that's available, and so many tons come on a truck every day. How long is the site good for? I mean, that's a real tongue-in-cheek example, but there are ways to integrate some of the messages that we want to get out there into school, and I'd like us to try to encourage that. And with that, I just would like to simply say thank you to the city staff that have worked tirelessly on this on this report. It's a tremendous amount of work, and we're going to continue to see fruits of their labor, but I'm really encouraged about this. I think waste is the gift that keeps on coming, and we need to deal with it. It's quite serious, and this will carve a path forward for decades to come, and I have a lot of hope in that. Thank you.
Thank you for being so succinct as well. Any other comments? I'll just make a couple, and that is, I thought Emily had a lot of good points when she made her deputation today, and I feel like we're on a first-name basis, so I'm calling her Emily. I do think, you know, that staff have done an amazing job pulling all this together. I look forward to the final version, which is coming our way shortly. I do think we have to be a bit more ambitious, as Emily pointed out, on timelines. I think that's something that would make the report much stronger, and I do think we have to always, you know, try to aim higher and move things along. So I hope that we can do that. The diversion piece is so critical to our city, and we need to really focus on that up front. I also would say the education and public outreach looks interesting and impressive. I'm just a little bit concerned, and I've spoken to staff about this, just the mobile unit concept, that we don't want to make sure we're, you know, impacting air quality by having moving pieces versus maybe something that's a bit more static that doesn't impact the air quality of our city. So with that, I would actually propose that we proceed with this item by moving or adopting PW 11.2. So all those in favor of adoption of that item? As amended? As amended with Councillor, oh, should we vote on his first? Yeah, we should. Bundle them together. Everybody's happy with bundling. So as amended, adopt this as amended with Councillor Holliday's motion.
Point of order, Chair. There was a quick last-minute technical
do you want to speak to the amendment?
Just a very quick one. We just took out the school boards and just left it with the province.
Okay.
That was the advice, just technical. The whole
just a few words have been pulled out of there. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then PW 11.3, I'll move to receive for information. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Those items are done. Thank you very much to staff and to all our deputants today for your part and parcel of this. We're going to move on to PW 11.4, Highland Creek Wastewater Treatment Plant Biosolids Class Environmental Assessment. We have a number of speakers, and so we will start with Jennifer McKelvey. Welcome, Jennifer. Did I say it right? I'm sorry. McKelvey. And she's the president of Centennial Community and Rec Association. Welcome, Jennifer. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Jennifer McKelvey, president of the Centennial Community and Recreation Association. I'm here today because we want a new incinerator in our backyard. Our organization represents 4,000 homes in a residential area just northeast of the treatment plant. It is very much in our backyards, and as such, we have been actively involved in the environmental assessment, the health impact study, and we have read all the technical memos and reports, attended stakeholder meetings, and attended the public information centers. We are very much not NIMBYs. We are indeed an informed community, and our willingness to support an incinerator is evidence-based. We fully agree with the findings that were put forth in the CA that an incinerator option will have negligible health impacts, will have the lowest greenhouse gas emissions, will have the lowest capital cost, will have the lowest odor, and will have the safest working conditions. In addition, we fully agree that the incinerator option has the strongest community support. We do not support the trucking of biosolids through our community. In the comments we have submitted, we have pointed out that the selected trucking routes pass by the school zones for at least 5 schools. In addition, bike traffic can be expected to increase considerably with new bike lanes proposed on Port Union Road and with the expansion of the Scarborough Waterfront Trail. I'm a mother of 2 young children. I'm sure you can appreciate my concerns about truck traffic and my children's safety. We have lived beside the current incinerator for a decade. I have no worries about their health, and I am assured that a new incinerator will only result in improved air quality. By training, I'm a professional environmental geoscientist, an adjunct professor at Ryerson University, and the chair of the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council Environmental Sciences and Technology, it's a mouthful, panel. My postdoctoral research examined the ecotoxicology of the emerging class of contaminants. These are chemicals that are found in biosolids when they're placed on soils. Examination of the fate of personal care products, antibiotics, and pharmaceuticals is an extremely active area of science. We simply don't know enough about the impact of chronic exposure of these emerging contaminants to the ecosystem. As counselors, you have the obligation to do no harm. And on this basis, I urge you to support the facts of the environmental assessment to ensure that we protect our soils, our water, and our ecosystem. In this case, the selection of Alternative 1, the new fluidized bed incinerator, as the preferred choice for biosolids treatment is the environmentally friendly choice. Chris Deans, who is with the West Rouge Community Association, was here this morning and he had to leave, and he has asked me to also express their support for a new incinerator in their backyard. The Centennial Community Recreation Association, which I represent, stands in solidarity with the four neighboring community associations. Collectively, we are the Centennial, Coronation, West Rouge, Guildwood, and Highland Creek associations. Together, we represent 17,000 homes, and we have submitted a joint letter on representing our interests in support of an incinerator. Lastly, I just want to point out that this is the third time that we have done an environmental assessment on this issue, each at a cost of approximately $1 million. And I'm hopeful that the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee today will support the evidence-based findings of this EA that clearly indicate a new incinerator is the best option, and we would like to have one in our backyard. Thank you.
Councillor Perks is up first.
Thank you, and thank you for your attention to this. I understand from your deputation a lot of your expertise is in toxicology and environmental contamination. I'm looking at the rapid health assessment of the HIA document that Public Health did, and in the attachment there's a list of contaminants of concern. Now I'm looking through that and I can't see a single contaminant of concern that's emitted by trucking, but not emitted by the incinerator. That's, yeah. I, however, can find a dozen chlorinated organics, which are persistent bioaccumulative toxins that are emitted by the incinerator and not by the trucking option. Am I reading that correctly?
Well, we should point out the scope of the health impact assessment was to look at the impacts to Ward 43 and to Ward 44. It did not consider the application onto soils outside of the area or outside of the GTA. My comments about ecotoxicology were referred to biosolids application, so
I
it's
appreciate
beyond
that,
43 and
but
44.
actually the table I'm referring to, it's attachment 2 in the health impact assessment, does say that they're studying what's emitted and therefore inhalable or will have a dry deposition on soil or enter the environment. So in terms of emissions, am I reading this correctly? There is no chemical of concern by the Ontario Ministry of Environment definition that is emitted by the trucking option and not emitted by the incinerator. However, there are a dozen persistent organic pollutants, all of them organochlorines. They're emitted by the incinerator and not by the trucking emission, the trucking option. Is that correct?
So that would be a report for the staff that prepared that,
Yes.
not for myself. I'm here speaking about, in general, the
You spoke about your
support.
expertise.
Correct,
how you
and my
use
expertise
this, so I
are
thought-
with respect to soil and groundwater, not air emissions. So that would be a question for the staff working in that area.
Okay, thank you.
However, I can tell you that I do agree with the conclusion that there is a negligible health impact from the air emissions, and that is clearly pointed out in this document. And I also fully agree that whatever option we have here with a new incinerator is much better than the one that we have right now. It's getting old, it's reaching the end of its lifespan. It's time for us to get a new one.
Oh, I agree. Everything's better than the old incinerator. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we're going to move on to our next speaker, who is Chris Deans. Thank you, Jennifer. Chris Deans. Go ahead.
Can I also have a point of order here?
Sorry?
But it's our
like to
incinerator.
have
You
a
can't have it.
Point of order.
A point, okay,
Actually,
we have a
point of
point of
privilege,
order.
point of privilege.
Point of privilege from Councillor Lee.
Dr. Jennifer McClevey is also the interim chair of the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization, a newly formed organization to try to bring Scarborough together. So I just want to introduce her in that role. And she's volunteers her time to help everyone.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you, Jennifer, again. And we'll now call up Christine's, West Rouge Community Association.
Oh, sorry, Chris is not here, that's why I had said on him.
I'm sorry, you did say that, I'm sorry. Alan, you said that he also supports the initiative. Okay, we got that, so he's on board with your position. Alan Elias is next, followed by then Bob Taylor.
Hi. Hello, my name is Alan Elias. I've been a member of the Highland Creek Sewage Treatment Plant Neighborhood Liaison Committee for almost 20 years. And our position has always been that trucking sewage sludge from Toronto is not a good idea. In fact, it's a very risky situation because sewage sludge, commonly called cake, when it is disturbed, because it has 70 to 70% liquid, it will flow over the cab and out onto the road. So some of you may remember in March of 2005, there was an article by Jeff, excuse me, in the Globe and Mail that documented the situation of a sewage spill of an Ashbridges Bay truck that had to stop short in a place called Flat Rock, Michigan. And because of that, it took 48 hours to clean up the mess that sewage sludge flowed over the cab, over the engine, and onto the road. And there was an unfortunate fellow who did auto repair in that area, and for 48 hours he had to deal with cars that drove through that mess. And subsequent to that, Michigan said no more sludge, and they closed the border to Toronto, and 6 months later they closed the border to garbage from Toronto. And then we look at the routes that are proposed. Well, these routes, in our opinion, are not suitable because of the high number of schools and also shopping centers along these routes. And this fact that so many cars would have to stop short, and that had the potential for a truck, if it were in that area, to also have the same problem they had in Michigan. So also on the preferred route at Lawrence and Port Union, it's 200 yards from the Rouge Hill GO train, and that is a spot where there'll be a high number of cars in the morning and later in the day. Now, secondary effects of the sewage sludge, which has in it chemical compounds and heavy metals and pharmaceuticals and pathogens, is the fact that there are some companies such as Dole and Heinz and Campbell Soup and Gerber that do not accept produce grown on farms that use sewage sludge. And then there's Switzerland, an entire country that forbids its farmers to use sewage sludge on their farms. So then we look at the pelletizer business. Well, Ashbridges Bay built the pelletizer, and it burned down in 2003, and then it took them until December 2008, after they did testing, to find that it wasn't going to reach 25,000 tons of dry pellets every year. And so sometime in 2009, the Toronto Water Department had to accept the fact that 15,000 tons is about all they're going to get. So that's how effective that pelletizer was. And then they found that they had to look at the pelletizer more, and they spent, according to records, $1.4 million they began to spend in 2014 to have a scientific study with a contractor to look at the electrical, mechanical, and structural damage that may be at Ashbridges Bay, and also look at the terrible odors to try to rectify those. Well, pelletizers are a tough thing to handle. They do sometimes have spontaneous combustion, so you get fires and explosions, and a hatch can be blown off. And just think what would happen if they were to build a pelletizer at Highland Creek. It's only 50 meters from the GO train and VIA trains to the present Highland Creek plant. So you could have a person sitting on the GO trains and seeing this big explosion right in their face almost. So not a very good thing to do. So you wonder now, you look at the situation, why you would even consider items 2 and 3 when the upgrade to fluidized bed technology is the proper thing to do, according to the consultants, according to the engineers, and we just look to the east, and they've had fluidized bed in Pickering, supporting Durham and now York Region, and it's been there about 30 years. And then look to the west, and in Peel, they have the largest fluidized bed unit in North America. And then down the road in London, Ontario, there's fluidized bed. And in the United States, there are about 60 cities that have fluidized bed. And in Europe, there's fluidized bed. So here we are again, after, as Jennifer said, spending another millions of dollars. We, as a community, would like to have a brand-new fluidized bed unit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I don't see any questions, so we're going to move on to our next speaker. And our next speaker is Bob Taylor. Or is it Bob Taylor Vasey? I'm sorry, I missed your, just handwritten on here, so thank you.
Madam Chair and committee members, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to make a deputation on this very significant topic. In the interest of time and not to be repetitive, I will be very brief. My name is Bob Taylor Vasey, representing David Arnold, the president of the Gilwood Village Community Association and our executive committee. Gilwood Village is in the Ward 43 and 44 study area, and specifically, we represent approximately 3,000 households in the southern segment of Ward 43. We would welcome a new incinerator in our backyard. After reviewing the TM-13 Evaluation of Biosolids Management Alternatives report, we concluded that the evidence-based findings clearly support the staff recommendation for recommendation number 1, alternative number 1, an incinerator upgrade at the HCTP. We would like to acknowledge the outstanding work undertaken by the city staff, resulting in the recommendation for alternative 1, new fluid bed incinerators, and at a time when there is a great appetite for climate change action plans, this recommendation represents a key component in that initiative to be complemented by future energy recovery and pollution control strategies for the plant. Both of those latter initiatives were articulated as mitigating activities in the report. We'd like to highlight the following findings from the environmental assessment reports regarding the 3 alternatives being considered. In terms of health, all the alternatives provide equally acceptable public health protection, and most importantly, the effects of human health from air emissions will be negligible. In terms of the environment, alternative 1 provides excellent protection of the environment, and it is proven to generate the lowest GHG emissions. In terms of the community, alternative 1 provides the least negative impacts on the local communities, including minimal traffic impact and minimal odor, and has a very strong support in the 90th percentile. And in terms of cost, alternative 1 has significantly lower capital and 25-year life cycle costs than the other 2 options. So on behalf of the Gilwood Village Community Association, we ask you to adopt alternative 1, new fluid bed incinerators, for approval at City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the direction endorsed by our Community Association.
Thank you very much. You have a question from Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure I understood something you said. You said that all 3 are, in your view, equal in terms of health impacts. Did I understand that correctly?
That's what I read from the report.
Okay. So I'm looking at the public health report, attachment 3, and it compares the 3 different options in terms of 3 primary health impacts: respiratory and cardiovascular-induced hospitalizations and mortality, concentration ratio, long-term non-cancer risks, and cancer risks. Am I correct reading it that the new incinerator scores worst compared to the other 2 options for all 3 of those health risks?
I have not had a chance to read that report.
Okay.
My comments are based entirely on the environmental report.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move to our next speaker. Karen Buck is next, followed by Frank Moore, and that's all our speakers for today on this item.
Just a reminder that Healthy Toronto by Design also should be followed by Toronto Water. And the rest of my deputation here today is about 3 wastewater treatment plants. Just wait, I have to get my glasses on. First of all, the Highland Creek Treatment Plant and their EA. Will it be disposal or resource reuse? An incinerator's air pollutants are a 24 hours a day, 365 days a year reality. The new fluidized bed incinerator will be responsible for releasing 16 more inhalation pollutants to the local airshed than the trucking scenarios. 7 of those pollutants are included in the city's Toxic 25 priority substances list chosen by the city that must be reported under the new Environmental Reporting and Disclosure Bylaw. And by the way, 8 chemicals are in the multimedia category that will be released by the incinerator but not by trucking. For all neighbors, the trucking scenarios will be brief and represent a lesser inhalation and multimedia source of pollution than the fluidized bed incinerator. This EA outcome will not be able to remediate the background levels of pollutants that the local residents are exposed to, but the EA decision-making and conclusion can choose the alternative that causes the least incremental harm to individuals' health and the environment, and the least increase in cumulative exposures. The resourceful use of the nutrients in biosolids will be a future desirable outcome. Quebec has targeted 2015 as the year when 60% of its biosolids are to be reused. By 2020, disposal of biosolids in Quebec by incineration or by deposition in a landfill is to stop in order to mitigate the impacts of their disposal with regard to greenhouse gases. All indicators for the future are that the reuse of biosolids and their nutrient content will be subject to offsets and credits when they are used to replace synthetic manufactured fertilizers. It is more of a win-win situation than the status quo incinerator. I also want to tell you that it was reported that Ward 44, Scarborough East, through the Chemtrack, is one of the most polluted wards in the city. The incineration option is illustrated here and found in the report. Now, these two look comparable, but in fact, it's very important to note that the green spots on each map do not equal the same amounts of pollution, which can be very misleading at first glance. The greatest concentration of pollution from the pelletizer is still 3 times lower than the concentrations from the incinerator. Among the 3 alternatives, modern fluidized bed incineration is anticipated to result in the highest releases of air pollutants, and this was also in the report. So we should be looking at the least pollution release and that should be the conclusion of this EA. The current residents nearby say they don't want biosolids that don't stink. Well, there is a process, and it's used in Tacoma, Washington, and it's also used in Norway. When we were part of the Ashbridges Bay Treatment Plant EA, we were also a small number of residents who represented a large number in our population in Riverdale and the beaches. But we were looking not to support the status quo, but to look at everything that would in fact be an improvement on the status quo. And we got that in our mediation agreement. I want you to note that when we were looking at health effects, the newly promulgated 503 US EPA tagged incineration as the worst choice, and the best choice was biosolids on non-agricultural application. Now, I just want to say very quickly, and I can give you this information, DC Water has a new biosolids management and biogas utilization plan. It is the new era of wastewater technology in the 21st century.
Oh. I don't know if that's fair, though, to all the other deputants.
No.
I think there's going to be some, I've already got a couple questions, so I think she could probably wrap up now, and then we'll ask her some questions. Yeah, no, that's nice, but I think let's, if you could wrap up, and then we've got already 2 or 3 questions.
This thermal hydrolysis process gives DC Water a significant gain that demonstrates that there's sustainable solutions that benefit both ratepayers in cost savings and the environment in better health.
Okay, Karen, thank you for that. Councillor Moser has a question for starters.
I'm going to quote from the report, and I'd like your comment. In bed incinerated option figure 1 below demonstrates that with any of the biosolids management options, changes to background pollutions, concentrations, generic term for the mononitrogen oxides would be so low they cannot be distinguished regardless of alternatives selected. Concentrations remain highest along Highway 4 one corner, are the lowest along shorelines of Ward 44. Can you comment on that?
In your expert opinion.
In my expert residential opinion, nitrogen oxides are a huge, huge component of the problem in the City of Toronto. They do originate in large numbers from traffic, but traffic, because there is so much emphasis on it now because of its impacts on health and the environment, is being legislated. So there was a phase 1 on fuels, which removes sulfur, and now there's a phase 2, which is looking at even greater reductions in trucks, cars, being legislated to produce less, and of course, and release less. And you, of course, are looking at public transit to take a lot of those automobiles off of the road. And I want to tell you that the City of Toronto counts probably pollution and greenhouse gases within the City of Toronto boundaries. And I should let you know that the trucks that probably will be used are Class 8A heavy-duty diesel vehicles, and they represent within the city 1.76% of the traffic. The majority of the traffic is light-duty gasoline vehicles at 57%, and light-duty diesel vehicles at 56%. Thank you.
Well, you seem to have painted that area as the worst polluted, which I've not heard before. When the in the health investment A team of HIA external experts from across the country reviewed and supported the HI methodology and final report. Overall, the health, it concluded that the health impacts associated with alternatives are very small, and the differences among the alternatives do not result in appreciable differences in health impacts. Now, this is experts from all over the country. So all of a sudden, you're telling me a different story.
Well, no, I'm not telling you a different
Our health
story.
department has reviewed this. They've reviewed all the alternatives and feel comfortable with this report.
Right. So do you want me to respond to that?
Yes, it has to be, you have to because it was a question-ish.
All right. Okay.
And you have time still.
Not answer-ish. What is being said here is that it's not significant, but negligible, but there is a difference. And the difference is that alternative number 3 is half the impact as alternative number 1, which is the incinerator. Now, in the States, the number of treatment plants that use incineration is 194. The number that use land application is sufficiently around 4,000. So that incineration is not the majority choice of wastewater treatment plants. And as a matter of fact, there was a huge uproar when the Clean Air Act came out in the United States, that from the American Municipal Wastewater Association, that their incinerators would no longer meet the Clean Air Act and therefore would be removed from being allowed to operate.
Were they fluidized beds?
So therefore,
Were they
there had to
fluidized beds? Was it fluidized bed technology you're talking about?
all sorts of technology.
No, I'm talking about fluidized beds specifically.
It doesn't break it, it didn't break it down, but they were there,
Fluidized
and I'm
bed-
sure that the majority of them,
Madam Chair, I'll move another extension.
Thanks, Sam.
I'm sure that some of those incinerators would have been fluidized bed incinerators. It would have removed them from a choice, and they were given some compensation to the Clean Air Act,
You know
which
that
I
for
don't
sure?
believe is in,
Another question.
through the chair,
Continue the dialogue.
through the chair.
Let's do it properly, right?
All right, enough already?
Okay, so Councillor McMahon has questions.
Through the chair,
Very
I would like
briefly.
to say that the only way that they could actually put these incinerators back into operation was to have some kind of compensation to the Clean Air Act in the U.S.
Okay,
And we
thank you.
rely heavily on what the U.S. does.
Okay, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. Karen, so how many years have you been working on this issue?
Since 1989.
89. Okay.
And the same thing is happening here at the Highland Creek Treatment Plant. When we finished our EA, staff did not want to change, and so they supported the status quo. And it was only through the mediation agreement that we actually got improvements to the Ashbridges Bay Treatment Plant, which included a new sewer use bylaw, a water efficiency plan, a wet weather flow management master plan, source controls, new UV disinfection of the effluent from the sewage treatment plant. Our aim was not to support the status quo, but to take a look around the world and see what was best and to fit that into a new era. And now there is another new era of technology that we should be embracing at the Highland Creek Treatment Plant, and that's thermal hydrolysis process.
So those are your lessons learned. That's what I was going to ask.
Those were lessons
Yeah.
learned.
Okay.
And we are very thankful. I mean, we didn't get everything. We didn't get the the non-agricultural land application, which was the least risk for aggregate human impacts.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I don't see any, so we're going to move on to our next speaker, Frank Moore. Thank you, Karen.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. As co-chair of the Highland Creek Treatment Plant Neighbourhood Liaison Committee, I have been living with this issue for more than 6 years. Throughout the period, I have worked to help the residents of my community realise their expectations in relation to the management of biosolids at the Highland Creek plant. Now, you've heard from other speakers about the report and what it recommends. I don't want to spend time on that. I want to talk about 3 issues. There appear to be a lot of concerns about incineration. I just want to highlight why burning sewage sludge is safer than burning municipal solid waste. There are significant differences between municipal solid waste incinerators and sewage sludge incinerators. The composition of garbage varies considerably with each truckload, whereas dewatered sewage sludge is a more homogeneous material that has a relatively uniform heating value. As a result, the incineration process is much easier to control, thereby ensuring complete combustion by maintaining stable, high operating temperatures. As has been shown in the Air Quality Impact Assessment Report, the new fluid bed technology will result in a significant reduction in the emission levels compared to those from the existing multi-hearth furnaces. Number 2, why are we doing a new biosolids environmental assessment? The Highland Creek biosolids issue was first discussed in 2002 when the city initiated a citywide biosolids master plan EA. City Council voted twice on this issue in 2010 and 2011, and in both cases chose not to accept the evidence-based incinerator upgrade solution as recommended by staff and supported by the local communities, and instead opted to install the same sludge trucking solution that has been implemented at the downtown Ashbridges Bay plant. Obviously, in Highland Creek, there was a strong local opposition to these decisions, and after much soul-searching and discussion with the Minister of the Environment, the city decided to undertake a new Schedule B biosolids class environmental assessment that this time would include a health impact assessment. And the third issue is, what is the EA process and how is it supposed to work? The environmental assessment process has been in place in Ontario since the 1970s. The municipal class environmental assessment was started in the 1980s, and it contains the following definitions. It's a planning and decision-making process used to promote responsible decision-making. The environment is broadly defined to include natural, social, economic, cultural, and constructed environments. And a Schedule B undertaking includes consultation with all parties that may potentially be affected by the project to ensure that they're aware of the project and that any concerns are suitably addressed. And the process should be open and transparent. It's evident that biosolids management is a problem where there is no one solution that satisfies everybody. It's therefore essential that the environmental assessment process should weigh in an open and transparent manner all the different factors that come to bear on the decision-making process. The Highland Creek environmental assessment studies have clearly done that. The only solution that suitably addresses the concerns in all 4 categories, namely health, environment, community, and cost, is Alternative 1. This is the same solution that's been used successfully by both of your neighbours. However, it appears that some councillors are intent on imposing the same solution that was implemented at the downtown plant. My concern is that trying to impose an unsubstantiated one-size-fits-all solution is inappropriate. It's clear that different communities have different perceptions. In the case of Highland Creek,
The local residents are evidently comfortable with incinerators since they've been operating satisfactorily at the plant for the last 40 years. We would just like to get the obsolete equipment replaced. It now remains for you as decision makers to consider these complex issues with an open mind and listen to the scientists, listen to the health specialists, listen to staff, listen to the community and its local councillor, and then make an evidence-based assessment that is appropriate for our individual solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Moser.
Mr. Moore, you've been involved with this for some time, and I thank you for that. When it comes to fluidized bed, there's two active ones, you know, in our immediate area. One is in Pickering, one is in York. Have you done any research on how viable they are? Excuse me.
Well, there are two plants. One is in Peel, which serves on the west side, and the other one in Durham, in Pickering, which services York, the regions of York and Durham. Both of those plants have been operating successfully since the late 1970s, and to my understanding, both of them have just been expanded to put new incinerators in because the capacity of the plants needed to be increased. So the technology obviously was not only working successfully, they felt the need to expand and install the same technology, obviously I think with better emission control technology, because in that area the technologies continue to be improved constantly.
So when you look at the immediate GTA area, there are two successful incinerators with fluidized beds, and your research says they've been very successful.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I see none. Oh, Councillor Perks, go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. You said, I believe, and I may have got it wrong, that the consultants scored the fluidized bed highest in all categories. Did you say something like that? Because I don't think.
No, I didn't.
What did you say?
I didn't say that.
Can I just make sure I got
My recollection is that I said that any concerns are suitably addressed. And then I said that the only solution that suitably addresses the concerns in all four categories.
Suitably addresses?
Correct.
Okay. So it's no surprise to you then that fluidized bed doesn't score better than the other two on health, and in fact scores worse than pelletization on impacts to the environment?
My reading of Technical Memorandum 13, there's a table at the end.
Well, you asked me to refer to the experts.
I'm going to read you what I assess from the reports.
Okay.
In the four categories, the first was protect public health.
Yes.
All three alternatives scored full marks, 30 points each. So they're equal as far as I can understand from that assessment. As far as minimizing impacts to the environment, the incinerator option had 1 point less.
So it scored lower on protecting.
1 point less.
Okay. No, I just wanted to make
and
sure.
And the only category that it scored less on was the fact that it didn't recover the soil conditioning from the sludge, which obviously it can't do because it got burned.
Okay.
But on the other issues, for instance, in greenhouse gases, it was the better.
Actually, no, it scores the same. As you said, they both get 5 points on that.
I understand
I just wanted
that.
to make sure that
I
you were
understand,
quoting accurately from
the
the
greenhouse gases of all of them are sufficiently low to be imperceptible as far as the picture in the whole of the city is concerned.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. So that's the end of our speakers list. We'll move to questions of staff. So Councillor Perks, why don't you start?
Okay. A number of the contaminants of concern listed in Appendix 2 are a class of pollutants that we call persistent organic pollutants. They tend to be subject to international agreements because they travel long distances and have impacts globally. Is that correct? I don't know who's answering the environmental.
I think I am, Councillor. So through you, Madam Chair. Yes, POPs, as it might, the abbreviation is for PCBs, polychlorinated dioxins, furans, polyaromatic hydrocarbons are all included. Others that persist, such as PM2.5 that goes round and round the world many times, are also included as well.
Okay, good. Now, of the POPs that are listed here, are there any that come from one of the alternatives but not another of the alternatives? I'm looking here at attachment 2. The health impact assessment, which has the list of chemicals of concern. Are there any that come from only one of the options? Trucking.
There's a number. There's a number that just can come from one.
And which one is that? Of the POPs?
Of the POPs?
Yeah. There are, you mentioned, so polychlorinated biphenyls, dioxins, furans, some of the other chlorinated aromatics.
PCBs.
Yes.
And dioxins and furans.
Only come from which option?
Could come from incineration.
That's okay. Thank you. Mr. DiGeronimo, in the pelletizing option, how many trucks per day would be needed?
Through you, Madam Chair, we estimate about 1.5 trucks per day.
1.5 trucks per day.
Would have to leave the plant.
Okay. In the public health report, it says that the avoided environmental impact of not having to use fertilizer when we go to the biosolids approach is not considered in the environmental review. Is that correct? You didn't take a life cycle approach, you just simply compared this to the first order impacts of the two different options, or the three different options.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. We did not consider the benefits of land applying, nor did we consider the risks of applying on land. That was outside the scope
I'm sorry, I'm looking here elsewhere. Risks of contamination to water, air, and so on from land application are measured?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll get the consultant to speak to this.
Okay, thank you.
We didn't consider the risk associated with land application because it's a federally regulated process and allowed. We did, however, consider the benefits of land applying organic waste and displacing manure. I think that's the...
Well, you do, because it says in here that it wasn't done.
Sorry, and displacing fertilizers. It was a category in the environmental impacts, which was recognize the environmental benefits of applying to and avoiding the use of fertilizers.
Through you, Madam Chair, just to clarify, I think you referenced that it was not in the health document. So the health impact assessment was done separately and as a separate document and presented to the Board of Health last fall.
Okay.
And then we took those findings and rolled it into the more detailed analysis, which also then included the environmental and all the other factors identified. But we had the health one stand alone.
Okay, thank you.
Do you see as fluidized bed as the best alternative? If you look at the all the other options, you're recommending that as your recommendation. Can you comment on it's being used in Europe? It's used in Pickering and Peel. Have you done research as far as how the effectiveness of that type of technology?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would say that we've assessed all of the technologies, and that's the purpose of the EA, and we're comfortable with all the technologies, and we employ pretty much all of them in the city. So with the one that's being recommended right now, my experience of dealing with biosolids, not only in the City of Toronto, but throughout the province, it is very community-based, and what is acceptable to the local community And that's what I found most of the results have determined along the way in our communities. The fluidized bed, the option that's being presented, is well-known, well-documented, familiar to staff and consultants, and we're familiar with all of the options. And that's why we're comfortable recommending this particular option to council at this time.
When you did your assessment, you indicated that the incineration option would be best for staff. Can you tell me why?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. When we did an assessment of the different options, and we looked at the implications on staffing requirements, what we looked at was the skill sets that we have presently at that plant, and we do have staff that are very knowledgeable on running incineration type facilities because they've been doing it for many years. This technology is actually even easier to run than the existing multiple hearth. So when we translated that, we said it's a better situation for our staff, easy to transition. And the working conditions actually are even better as they'd have better facilities.
So the actual working conditions are better within fluidized bed operation than we would be in pelletizing or handling the sludge because of the odors.
We're with the experience of the Ashbridges Bay pelletizer, we've had the benefit now of 7 to 8 years of seeing what kind of operation that looks like. We've seen Veolia operate the pelletizer at the Bay. The working conditions in that facility are very much different than the working conditions in the main wastewater treatment plant. It really is an aggressive work environment. So from the standpoint of our own staff, the position that we've taken, the assessment that we've undertaken, is that the overall working conditions in that kind of facility is somewhat more aggressive than in a conventional wastewater plant.
The recommendation is alternative one. And when you look at all the assessments, they're close. And when you look at the health studies, pardon me, they're very close. So why is it that you recommend alternative one?
Through you, Madam Chair, you're correct. The health impact assessment side of it basically finds no appreciable differences between the alternatives. From an environmental standpoint, they're all also very close. No particular factor that pushes one of the alternatives above any of the others. So it really boils down to the community issues and the cost component. So of the 4 categories, really the last 2 are the ones that drive the decision making in this point, in this case. And certainly if you look at capital cost, no question that the fluidized bed alternative comes in lower. It also comes in lower from an operational standpoint, and therefore from a long-term perspective, it is the low-cost alternative for the city. In terms of the community issues, one of the driving factors, or certainly one of the factors considered under community, is wishes of the community. We have heard loud and clear. The people that showed up to each of the public meetings were very vocal, and certainly they factor into the overall assessment, but that over and above other nuisance items such as noise and odors.
Thank you. If you look at the actual costs on a 25-year life cycle, the city saves on alternative 2, we save the city is $120.7 million more for alternative 2, and $79 million more if we're to pelletize. Again, I apologize. Is that one of the reasons you were concerned about the overall costs?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, as we just said, the economics was one of the 4 criteria, and certainly from a life cycle cost, the option 1 comes out on top.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Councillor, I'm sorry, Councillor Holyday, you'd already mentioned it. Go ahead.
Thank you. About those chemicals of concern, where do they come from? Are they in the sewage? Are they?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, they come either from the sewage that we receive at the plant, and in some cases, the additional chemicals that we add in processing that sewage. So it's a composition, but mainly from the sewage.
Okay. The health report, page 14, has a rather lengthy chart that talks about the differences between incinerator emissions and trucking emissions. So the incinerator emissions seem to cover all the chemicals of concern. I mean, I get it. You're burning the sewage, so it's going into the air. Where do those chemicals of concern go on the trucking options? Do they disappear, or are they hidden? Do they evaporate, or where do they go?
Through you, Madam Chair, the particular contaminants that appear in that option would either remain in the biosolids and then be land applied, or in the calculations, it's generated out of the burning of diesel fuel, and that's picked up as well. So that's where the chemical streams will flow. When we look at the various vectors, we looked at the inputs and where do they end up.
So neither option gets rid of the chemicals of concern. It either puts them in the air or puts them on the field or on the land.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. And that's when we analyzed it, is whether what is being produced and how it's being emitted. Each option has slight variations on the different chemicals of concerns, because they're slightly different processes and use different inputs. But then all of it has to be documented and managed, and that's what we did, is look at it from where is the greatest risk of those? Is it through inhalation, and where will we find it accumulating?
Okay. On the next page, it talks about some health risks, and I'll pick two. One is the respiratory and cardiovascular one, and the other one is the cancer risk. But can you tell me, between the different options, 1, 2, and 3, how many orders of magnitude are they different?
I'll get someone from Toronto Public Health, who were the authors of the HIA.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I understand, you're asking orders of magnitude
difference
between the options?
Yeah, I see. I think I see the same number of zeros, but I want to make sure I've got that right. Is it the same?
It says if you're looking at the same number, most of them are close to the same number of zeros, therefore they're the same order of magnitude.
Okay, so they're similar, but they're different, and I see one, is worse in some cases than others. I get it. On the side though of the next page, there's injury and fatality, I guess, related to the trucking. How many orders of magnitude difference is there with respect to the number of injuries and fatalities between the different options? I think I see one more zero.
Okay, so if you are looking, yes, that's correct. If you are looking alternative 1 in terms of numbers of fatalities, it has 4 zeros, the others have 3 zeros in terms of alternative 2, but alternative 3 and alternative 1 are of the same order of magnitude.
Okay, so if I've read this right, from a respiratory and a cardiovascular and a cancer risk, they're all within the same order of magnitude, although there are some differences. But if we look at the estimated injuries and fatalities, and you look at the processes as a package, the alternative 2 is an order of magnitude more dangerous, because it would result in more injuries and more deaths than alternative 1. And alternative 3 is similar, I think I see, at least in terms of the fatalities. Have I read that correctly?
That is correct. The alternative 1 and alternative 3 are similar in terms of injuries and fatalities, as opposed to alternative 2, which is
significantly more dangerous from a systematic perspective.
I mean, certainly it is definitely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, I've got a couple just quick ones, and they're, I guess they're inspired by some of the comments from the deputants today. So I guess my first question is, based on Karen Buck's presentation today, I'm wondering why Public Health would take the position they did.
Essentially, if you look at the tables we were just looking at, which are attachment 3 and attachment 4, in the health impact assessment, there are differences, but the overall magnitude is very small. And so that's really what we were saying. So that, yes, we acknowledge there are differences, but the differences are very small and they're not appreciable. So the medical officer of health did not think the differences were big enough for him to determine that one was necessarily better than the others.
So I think what you're saying is the impacts were nominal.
We are saying the impacts, the differences between the options are negligible, yes, and they're more or less the same.
Okay, and then another question, another point that was made today is, that I thought was interesting was the solid waste versus the sewage sludge. So the comment was that this sewage sludge that we're really focused on today is more easily controlled and homogeneous. And if someone could just expand on that.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I'll speak to that. So if you're trying to draw a distinction between the sewage sludge scenario versus a solid waste scenario, sewage sludge is much easier to manage as we test it regularly, and we've got lots of data seeing the history of it, and it is pretty much homogeneous, and we know the chemicals of concerns that are within it, and the variability isn't that great in comparison to or relative to a solid waste stream, where the variability can be quite significant from day to day. So that's a main difference when you compare incineration facilities that are used for sludge processing versus solid waste energy from waste facilities.
So when you say variability, I'm assuming you're saying there's less possible contaminants or toxic material or plastics, or it's more controlled and less diverse than obviously a garbage stream.
From the standpoint of the systems that we've set up with our sewer use bylaw, with our enforcement activities, our auditing, based on the high-risk industries that can discharge into our sewage system, and having that system running, you must have a full system to make sure that you're managing your waste stream properly. And we do have that in the city. We have a very good group of staff that are enforcing that. That helps lead to better results. And we've seen that over time, and I believe we documented to this committee drop in total metals over the last 10 to 15 years. Huge improvements in there. So we know what the quality is, and that's allowed us to do a variety of different programs with it. That's why we say it's different. We know better what we're dealing with, and we know the consistency and the variability is not as great as a solid waste stream.
So would this type of incineration, I don't like that word, but be superior then to, or this material versus the waste stream? This would be superior in a sense, meaning less impacts, overall impacts on the air.
If you're comparing relative to relative, yes, it's easier to manage this type of process, and the technologies are well known and been used for many years on the biosolids field, with a lot of backup data to show the efficacy of its capture rates if you have scrubbing systems, and how it manages emissions.
Okay, thank you. Speakers, and Councillor Perks would like to speak first.
Thank you, members. I want to address a bunch of the issues that were here, and I want to start by relying on one of the foundational ideas in environmental thinking, which is to think globally and act locally. The reason for that slogan, obviously, is that if we're going to build a sustainable way of living on this planet, we have to understand the total impacts globally of the decisions that we make locally. And this debate is a classic example of how sometimes when we try to think about a particular project, we forget to do that. Incineration does something that the other options don't do. It creates a body of, a group of chemicals which are called chlorinated aromatic hydrocarbons. In other words, they're based on a benzene ring and they've got chlorine stuck on them. When you stick the two benzene rings together and put chlorines around the edge, that's how you get dioxins and furans and PCBs. The ones just on a single benzene ring are also extraordinarily problematic. The thing about that group of chemicals is, by and large, they don't occur in nature. They come from very few sources. They come from burning things at high temperatures when there's a chlorine source present. They come from bleaching paper with chlorine and maybe 2 or 3 other industrial processes, such as the manufacture of PVC. Despite the fact that they come from very few sources and don't occur naturally, you will find this species of chemical having ecological impacts on species as far away as polar bears. There are no incinerators in the Arctic. There are no vinyl chlorine plants in the Arctic. There are no garbage incinerators up there. But these chemicals, because they share certain properties, one is they persist in the environment, they don't break down, largely because they're not naturally occurring. And the second is they bioaccumulate or move up food chains. Because they travel, bioaccumulate, and persist, it doesn't really matter whether the one source you're looking at a time is itself a large emitter. What matters is all the small emitters globally, adding and adding and adding and adding to the global burden of these persistent toxins. That's why you find health impacts in Great Lake beluga whales, or in polar bears, or in turtles in the St. Lawrence River, because of these qualities of persistence, bioaccumulation, and the ability to travel and circulate through global ecosystems. None of that is addressed in this environmental assessment. It's completely ignored. Completely ignored. What is given great weight, though, are the issues of noise and odor for the immediate neighbors to the facility, and the number of trucks moving through a neighborhood. So, if you live immediately next to this plant and can hear it, that dramatically affects the score. In fact, it's one of the biggest things that distinguishes between the different alternatives in the consultant's scoring. That and the fact that there are going to be 1.5 trucks per day traveling through a part of Scarborough is given much greater weight than a contribution to a global ecological problem that is so significant that there are multiple international treaties saying we need to eliminate the sources of these persistent organic pollutants, particularly the chlorinated organic kinds. It's a failure of the Ontario environmental assessment process that it doesn't emphasize this notion of thinking globally and acting locally. Yes, it's true, we've been at it a long time. This is the third kick we've taken at it. And each and every time, the concerns of immediate neighbors, instead of the global ecological consequences of the decision that we're making, are given more weight. Think about it just intuitively. Put aside the numbers for a moment. What makes more sense? Taking rich organic material and putting it into the farmers' fields so we can grow crops, or burning that same rich organic material, turning it into new species of pollutants, these chlorinated organics, and global warming gases? Just ask yourself that simple question.
All right, other comments or remarks? Councillor Moser, I'm assuming are you moving this, or?
Madam Chair, there are no perfect solutions. And the previous councillor says that the overall, these things weren't considered. Let me tell you, the people that worked on this, they've been at it since 2003. To say they haven't taken this into consideration and they haven't addressed those kinds of issues, yes, they're tough choices. But to say that I think minimizes the amount of work the community associations have done. I would like to thank all the community associations. Unfortunately, a couple of people couldn't make it today because of the rescheduling. There's a Highland Creek Treatment Plant Liaison Committee, the Coronation Community Association, Centennial Community and Recreation Association, West Rouge Community Association, and the Guildwood Community Association. Having worked with them over the years, they do their homework. In 2007, the terms of reference were changed. And they were changed to reflect all these particular issues. This isn't the first time this was done. It started in 2003. In 2007, the city said, let's take a step back. We want to update these terms of reference, and that's what was done. It was done to reflect all these particular issues. And I'm very proud of what the community has done here. If you look just at the cost element, one option two, $120 million more. It's part of what we have to consider. The option three, $79 million. And look at the impact to our staff in the different facilities. Reality is, with these truck routes and where they're going, there's schools, there's all kinds of bus stops. We have this wonderful waterfront trail down there, and there is an impact. Over 1,300 truck trips a year, 5.5 with option two per day. This was all considered by the community associations when they undertook this work. And to minimize that, I think, I'm sorry that was even considered by the councillor. So yes, they are tough decisions. We all care about our environment. Somebody says it's the worst polluted area in Toronto. What a bunch of nonsense. I've lived in that community since 1980. I'm proud to live there. I'm proud of the work these people do on behalf of their community. And I want to thank staff. They've done a wonderful job with this. The meetings were well organized. People commented afterwards. We got all the information, and it was extensive. I ask you to look what you have to consider. The health department says yes. The experts say yes. Staff have said yes, this is a good way to go. You wrestle with these all the time. And if you look at all three alternatives, there's good in all three. But at the end of the day, we engage our community and say to them, make a choice. Here's the terms of reference. Here's what we expect you to consider. And staff laid that out very well. And I'm very proud of what's been done up to this point. So I appreciate fellow councillors. I know these aren't easy decisions. I ask you to support the community, what they've done over the last number of years. And this has been around since 2003. So I want to thank staff for all the hard work in our community. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Other speakers? Councillor Holyday.
Thank you to everybody who's worked on the tremendous volume of material here. It's a tough thing to wade through. I mean, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a chemist, I'm not an engineer, I'm not even a mathematician, but I've tried to make some sense of it all. And you know, some of the things I looked at were these tables from the health report, trying to discern, you know, which one is safer, which one is healthier, because I think we want a healthier community. And even my crude math here, it talks about cancer risks. 0.024 in 1 million. If I've worked this out right, that's about 1 in 42 million is the cancer risk. And it looks like the risk is half of that for alternative 2 and 3, so 1 in about 80 million. But it seems to me that we're kind of arguing about, is it 1 drop in a rain barrel or is it 2 drops in a rain barrel? And what's the difference? So according to Google here, I mean, the chances of winning Lotto 649 is 1 in 14 million, and the chances of winning Lotto Max is 1 in 27 million. So you're 3 times more likely to win the lottery than get cancer from one of these things. And we're debating about which one you're going to win here. Is it Lotto Max or Lotto 649? Well, both are really remote. So That's my take from this report, but I'm going to make this a lot simpler and step back from it and put all the science aside. Just from a really practical service standpoint, 3/4 of our biosolids go through Bridges Bay, and they are converted into pellets, I think. And that process is difficult. I understand that it's industrial in nature and is fraught with risks. And the risks are the equipment there, the processing, and then there's external risks like, do they want our fertilizer or do they want our solids? Is there some regulation going to come one day when it's disallowed, or trucking has to stop on the highway? I don't know. But it seems to me that putting all of our eggs in one basket is a risky approach, and I kind of like the idea of having diversity in our process, that if that process fails at Bridges Bay, at least we have an alternative. What is not an alternative to me is not having a way to process our waste, because that pipe just keeps flowing and flowing and flowing, and whether we like it or not, and whether we have something to catch it at the other end. So to me, as awful as incineration sounds, the science here seems to support it as a relatively safe alternative, but from the practical brain simply says we need to have diversity in our processes, because if we don't, and we have a failure at the end, we are in a whole heap of trouble having to release sewage into the lake or not being able to process it. So for those very simple reason about having different alternatives in place, my support goes to the incineration option. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers? Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm not going to support the motion that's been put forward by the local councillor. Not because I haven't wrestled with this particular issue. In fact, with respect to the councillor, I met with the local residents on 2 occasions, and with our busy schedules, we're sometimes very selective in terms of who we'll meet with and why we will meet with them. And I met with these folks because I know the local councillor has been wrestling with this issue for a long time in conjunction with the local community, with the groups that he represents. And it's a very, very difficult issue. And like Councillor Holladay, I don't profess to be an expert in this area. All I know is that from the time that I started to deal with some of these issues, nobody has to date been able to come forward and say that incineration now is very different than it was 20 years ago or 30 years ago or whenever. I remember being in the legislature and people coming, and they had all these wonderful ideas on how they could incinerate, produce energy, recapture, all kinds of wonderful stuff. And you thought, Jesus, why aren't we burning everything? Like, why aren't we just simply like firing it up? I mean, there's just nothing but benefits to be had on the other side. Well, the truth is that having lived now for a little while, there's a few gray hairs in my head, not a whole lot yet, thanks. Good, I want to keep it that way. But having lived a little while, all I've seen is it just gets worse. It's incremental, right? So I go home tonight and I fire up my barbecue. I'll keep it, on for 20 minutes, half hour, and I shut it off. I don't know what my barbecue spews into the environment, right? I guess if I went home and I fired up my barbecue and I kept my barbecue going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and a few of my neighbors did the same thing, now we have, I think, a bit of an issue in the neighborhood, right? A few more people do that, and then a few more people do that, and then, I don't know, before you know it, 7 billion people on the planet doing that. Then does my barbecue create a problem for everybody else, and including myself? I don't think there's anybody in this room that can sit back and say, no, that's okay. I can go home, fire up my barbecue, and nothing will happen to anybody anywhere. And that's really what it is that we are talking about when we talk about these processes. It's one-off, it's one little barbecue, right? no impact on anybody anywhere. But it's incremental. And in the few short years that I've lived on this planet, it has incrementally gotten worse. I understand it's just not, burning stuff that has made it worse. It's a combination of a whole bunch of things that have made it worse. But what we need to do is we need to sort of zero in on these things that make it worse and find ways to make them better. If not shrink it back, at least hang on to where we are, right? Just, not make it worse, not stretch the yardsticks. So that's why I can't support the motion that's before us. Maybe there's a way to get this stuff out of there in some other form of trucking that people can live with. I don't know what the answer is, so I don't have an alternative for folks here. But I know that burning stuff, no matter how small and comparatively speaking and all the rest of it, it's just getting worse. So that's why I can't support it. Thanks.
Other speakers? Councillor McMahon.
So it will be no surprise that I'm not supporting this, being consistent with my stance all along. We have a long history in fighting incineration in the East End of Toronto. Dating back to Karen Buck, 1983. And I'm not interested in opening up this can of worms, not ever. And I commend Councillor Perks with his tremendous environmental experience, with his phrase of thinking globally and acting locally. And I think we need to do that. I think if you look on page 14 and looking at the emissions coming from truck traffic versus incineration, it's disturbing. The chemicals of concern coming from incineration. And I commend and respect the community for their passion and their engagement. At the end of the day, it's 1.5 trucks a day. And we all have things coming to our community, shelters, condos, TTC storage yards, things we're concerned about, but 1.5 trucks a day, in my opinion, is not a whole lot. And I did meet with the Highland Creek group, and several times, twice I think, and I would encourage, I did that out of respect, because I'm on Public Works Committee, and out of respect for the local councillor. I would encourage the local councillor to do the same and meet with other groups that want to meet over public works issues, as it behooves all of us on this committee. But at the end of the day, I will not be supporting this. Thanks.
Okay, other speakers? Okay, I'll just quickly speak so we can wrap this up. So I guess I'm not going to speak very long. Everybody's, I think, said it all, and it's a divisive issue. Not a big fan of incineration generally, but I guess what I take comfort in is that all three alternatives have very small health impacts. And it appears, according to all the reports before us, there's no appreciable differences. All three also achieve significant reduction in air emissions, so those are also wins. And I'm also happy to hear that this is, unlike garbage, this is more of a manageable sewage sludge, also not my favorite words. It's a much more manageable material and less variability than the waste stream, the general garbage stream. So that gives me a bit of comfort. And, we've all read about what's happening in Europe, and also in the report what's happening in Ontario, that, the technology has improved dramatically over the last few years and past decades. So on that note, I'll be supporting their staff recommendations with the endorsement of the Public Health Office. Councillor Moser has moved the staff recommendations, so all those in favor? That's 4, and against, opposed, that's 2. That motion carries. That item is now complete. We're going to move to our next items. And so the next 2 items, we have a number of speakers on both. Actually, 3 of the speakers are duplicate. So, oh no, we have PW 11.5 before those, so I'm ahead of myself here. So PW 11.5 is the next item. We do have 2 speakers if they've managed to stay with us all afternoon. You're still here. Good. Thank you for indicating that. So we're going to start on this item. And our first speaker is Maureen from the Eglinton Way BIA. Welcome, Maureen. You just push the little microphone in front of you. Yeah, so if we could, yeah. Okay, so Maureen, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Am I on?
I think that's his staff person, isn't it? Councillor Peruzza. Yeah, Councillor McMahon would like, yeah. She's suggesting you go out and speak to her. Sorry, Maureen.
No problem.
So we're going to start your time now. You're all set.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Maureen Sirwa. I am the chair of the Eglinton Way BIA, and we represent over 200 small businesses located on Eglinton Avenue between Chaplin, Crescent, and Oriole Parkway. I'm here today to talk to you about the disruption associated with the development of the Crosstown subway and how we all need to do a much better job protecting local business interests from unnecessary construction-related practices and activities. Every lost parking spot, lane closure, turn prohibition, dump truck, cement truck pylon, and fenced-off area has an impact on our businesses. To be clear, our BIA fully supports the construction of the Crosstown and recognizes its importance to the city. We understand that there will be major construction-related impacts on the avenue that we depend on for our businesses and our livelihoods. In other words, we know that holes have to be dug, buildings will get demolished, tunnels will be built, stations mined or excavated, and trucks and materials need to be staged on the sites nearby to support these activities. The authority that the General Manager of Transportation is asking for today clearly demonstrates that the Crosstown is a unique and unprecedented challenge for his department, for other city departments and agencies, for Metrolinx, its contractor, for the local councillors and MPPs, and most importantly, from my perspective, is the significant challenge this project presents to those people that depend on a vibrant and accessible avenue to make their living. I'm not here to oppose the request in this report to grant greater authority to the General Manager. We completely understand the position that is being advanced in this report. We oppose unnecessary staff reports as much as we oppose unnecessary construction-related activities and closures. We would, however, like to see a formal mechanism put in place that would prompt the committee to revisit the terms of such closures if there is a local conflict that requires the city's intervention to resolve. The only lever available to keep check on the behavior of the crosstown contractors is the permits that the city provides them. And based on our experiences with Metrolinx contractors to date, we fear any carte blanche permissions. Furthermore, I would request that the committee direct the General Manager to be more proactive in exercising his authority when it comes to the major construction that will be ongoing for the next several years on Eglinton because of the Crosstown. In general, we like the process for approvals that the General Manager proposes on page 5 of this report, but we would like to see it strengthened to include some additional steps and commitments. We would like him to actively and transparently challenge the requests he will be getting from Metrolinx and Crosslinx for permits to assume public property on or adjacent to Eglinton Avenue, to discuss any proposed permit conditions in advance with directly affected merchants and residents and make any adjustments as warranted, to list clear and rigorous permit conditions and make them publicly available, to commit resources such as staff and/or cameras to enforce those conditions, set up a complaints protocol to deal with conflicts regarding the use of the city's right-of-way, to consider the creation of a construction liaison committee at the Avenue Road LRT station as a pilot to determine its effectiveness in resolving conflicts between contractors and local businesses. Our needs are simple, but often overlooked. Our businesses need access, parking, and visibility if they are going to survive. And too often, those simple needs are overlooked at the planning stage and not reconsidered when unnecessary conflict occurs. I could show you numerous examples where curb lanes were unnecessarily blocked for months at a time with no construction taking place, where long lines of idling trucks sat for hours waiting for their turn to load or unload, and lanes blocked off and used as private parking for construction workers at the expense of local business owners that depend on those parking spots for their customers. With the construction of 2 LRT stations in our BIA this month, starting this month and continuing 24/7 for the next 4 to 5 years, the future is daunting for those trapped inside or adjacent to the construction zone. And after dealing with Metrolinx, its contractors, and a myriad of other agencies and departments for the last 18 months, our experience in dealing with specific issues and complaints has demonstrated that there has been no single party that is capable of exercising direct accountability when it comes to resolving many of our on-street issues. When we complain about unnecessary lane closures or the unnecessary confiscation of valuable parking spots or a conga line of large idling trucks blocking businesses, our pleas have been overlooked by attention to larger issues, and we feel like we are just collateral damage lost in a bigger picture. The problem at the end of the day is no one is acting in an objective position of power and authority to deal with on-street issues. Almost done.
Councillor Perruzza, we don't do that, so I'll give you a couple minutes or a couple seconds to wrap up. Thanks.
It's just that we really want to have your support, and we also would like to have that staff be directed to report back to the committee on how the permitting approvals and enforcement system can be strengthened to protect the local businesses.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in. The next person on the list is Mario Fiorucci. Am I saying it right? Yeah, perfect. From the Healthy Butcher. Sounds exciting. Have you been here before?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to clear the time, and you have 5 minutes, and there's a clock up there, and we will just start.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm the co-owner of the Healthy Butcher. As a bit of background, my wife and I left our careers on Bay Street in the early 2000s to start a business we were passionate about. We currently have 2 locations in Toronto. One is at the northeast corner of Eglinton and Avenue Road, and more importantly, we employ over 40 staff, source from over 70 local farms, and continue to have a significant impact to our local economy and local food system. Our business has been recognized both locally and nationally by various awards and achievements such as the Excellence in Corporate Responsibility Award, the OCE Green Entrepreneur Award, and the E&Y Entrepreneur of the Year Award. Having been in business for well over a decade and having gone through difficult times like those that followed the 2008 financial crisis as an example, I am very familiar with the challenges of running a small business and recognize the challenges of managing large projects. Of course, I fully understand that the size of the project to build the Eglinton LRT is of another magnitude completely, and I can say with absolute certainty that the construction of the Eglinton LRT, specifically the Avenue Road Station in my case, will undoubtedly be the greatest threat to face my business. The grocery sector is defined by extremely low margins that require large turnover of inventory, which can only happen with people being able to access my business. And the unfortunate reality I face is that no matter how good the service I provide in the store or how unique a product offering I have, if people cannot get to my store in a reasonable time or park within a reasonable distance, they simply won't come. And although I can only speak directly on my own behalf, several of my neighbors have expressed their concern and feel equally frightened for their future. The proposal that is put forth today is an extreme granting of rights. I am, as expressed by my BIA representative, 100% in support of giving the general manager more authority to minimize the administrative burden that may delay the project, However, moving from the legal regime we are in now, where the general manager has the authority to close roads for only up to 30 days, but only after notifying the ward councillor, who may require further reporting to the appropriate community council, to a situation where the general manager has the authority to close for up to 365 days without notifying the local ward councillor, brings us to a situation of complete carte blanche control and, unfortunately, more abuse by the contractors doing the work. Let me give you an example. I have photos taken in August of 2015, and I'll distribute them later, where 2 lanes were closed on Avenue Road, one southbound lane and one northbound lane as they approached Eglinton. There was a crew set up to do some work on Eglinton west of Avenue Road. I believe it was soil testing at the time. That work was completed. The workers packed up their equipment and left. And I know the work was completed because they never returned. Yet for days, the pylons that caused the traffic backups for kilometers north and south of Eglinton on Avenue Road and east and west of Avenue Road on Eglinton remained. I just happened to notice that the workers were leaving, and I ran out to ask about the pylons. The construction workers in the truck that I approached shrugged their shoulders and left. I have no doubt that the general manager has the best intentions in mind, but there's undoubtedly going to be a disconnect between those intentions on the high level of planning and what is being done by the workers on the street. The Eglinton West and Avenue Road intersection already suffers from major congestion because both Eglinton and Avenue Road are major thoroughfares used by thousands, if not tens of thousands of vehicles every day. And further, the parking lot that once existed at the southeast corner was handed over to a Petro-Canada several years ago, and they were given the permits to build a station. The impact of that permit already was poison to the businesses in the area today because there's an obvious lack of parking as it stands without the LRT construction. Another example happened just yesterday. Again, I have a photo that I can circulate where one of the 4 parking spots, one of the only 4 parking spots on Eglinton east of Avenue Road was used to put up a sign for a lane restriction west of Avenue Road. Yet there was plenty of space for that sign to be placed that did not affect the limited parking situation. The bottom line is this. I understand that the construction will affect my business. I'm a Torontonian through and through, and I support a better transit system. What I ask is that whatever can be done to minimize the damage to my business and other businesses like mine be done. I fully see and understand the need to give more authority to the general manager to accomplish this project. I also fully understand that the permits issued by the city are the only true protection I have to ensure the construction is being done in such a way as to minimize the huge impact this project will have on the businesses and livelihoods on Eglinton Avenue. I would propose that the general manager gains the authority to close a road for up to 30 days, perhaps 60 days, without waiting for ward councillor approval, but consecutive approvals for the same road should proceed through the standard protocol already in place. 365 days is an extreme granting of rights that I don't think is wise. I also fully support, as suggested by my BIA representative, that there is a liaison appointed who has the authority to make change immediately when there is an abuse of the rules, so that the business owners like me don't have to face the situation where we ask construction workers questions and they shrug their shoulders and leave. There needs to be an effective complaints protocol in place because no matter how effective a plan is at the high end, there's always going to be a gap at the low level where the plan is implemented. And finally, I fully support the theme of communication that the general manager proposes on page 5 of the report, with the addition that there is communication with the business owners and residents that will be affected most, that communication taking place during the planning, not just after the fact. Without that communication, without input from the businesses that will be most affected by this construction, and without some protection by the city of the resident businesses on Eglinton, at the end of the day, there's going to be a shiny new LRT line with few people to use it because the businesses that should drive the traffic are long gone. Thank you for your consideration.
I'm trying to understand the situation here. We have certain parking regulations. Do we have a special relationship with Metrolinx that they can ignore our rules? Or I'd just like to know, get an idea how cooperative they are. I mean, these things are always tough.
Yeah.
I remember St. Clair was, was a nightmare for the businesses. So does Metrolinx have the authority that overrides our own authority?
Through the chair, no, that is not the case. This permission would not give carte blanche to the contractor, nor would it give carte blanche to Metrolinx. What it does is reduce the reporting requirements. Despite what the the deputant said, all of our protocols would still be in place. We'd still be consulting with the local counselors. And the bullet point, I believe, on the counselor engagement process that starts on page 4 and goes to page 5, the last bullet says once staff and ward counselors are satisfied with the plan. So we don't relinquish that right. Ultimately, we still issue the permit. So if we don't issue the permit, their contractor cannot go. I think the intent here is that we expect an air of cooperation among Metrolinx and our contractor. And ultimately, though, we still do hold the hammer if need be. Now, all of that said, we do have an agreement with Metrolinx where our goal is to not hold up their contractor and their process. But what we're trying to simply do here is ensure proper consultation, but streamline the process.
So you're
Again,
trying-
the counselors always reserve the right. Should I not behave, the biggest threat you have is should I not behave, you can withdraw this. And then I am forced to go back to the way we do things, which would be a burden for me. So my incentive is to fully cooperate.
So we're reluctant, we want to see this thing finished as soon as possible. So we're trying to find a balance between letting them do their work and looking at the rights of the businesses to stay alive. I remember seeing Claire was quite a challenge.
Yeah, through the chair, the challenge here is the current process does often require up to 6 months lead time to pull this off. And again, in terms of going through either community council, PWIC, or whatever, based on the jurisdictions and the location of the lane closure. Again, we're simply looking to see if we will likely need to be a little bit more nimble with that, both to capitalize on opportunities and also to respond when issues do arise. And so the intent of this is, again, to sort of limit it to only this project in these locations, just so we can be as responsive as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Could you just elaborate a little bit on the process that a resident or a business could use to inform of issues that come up? So there was a great example by the deputant of a sign that ended up in the wrong place, perhaps, in a parking spot when it could have been moved a couple of feet and provided a parking space. It's that, I talked about this before, it's that little 1 or 2% of polish that these jobs sometimes need that makes or breaks the success in many people's minds, because literally a pylon out of place can hold up a lane of traffic. So what is the most efficient way for somebody to bring that type of concern forward, and given the sensitivity of the mass of this construction and the impact it's having on business, how do they get quick results?
Through the chair, currently Metrolinx does have a project office. It's located on site, a local project office. Does have a phone number to it. For the intent of, I'm not sure it's staffed 24/7, but it's staffed typically during normal construction hours or extended construction hours. That would be the first line of defense. Now, all that said, sometimes some things that are put in place, I'm not going to challenge his claim about cones being left out there, but sometimes legally, contractors have to put signage up 100 meters in advance of a lane closure. There's rules around that. So while it may not appear to be sensitive to local needs, the contractor may have an obligation to put a sign in a certain location. So some of these things are not always apparent, but ultimately the goal here is that there is a point for folks to contact immediately where they can get an immediate response, and that first port of entry would be the local Metrolinx office.
Okay, and if they weren't successful in the Metrolinx, I guess they can call their counselor, but if it's a Friday night, it might take a day or two, and sometimes these remedies are quick. Is 311 an option, and is 311 able to expedite these type of concerns so they fall into the right hands as quickly as possible?
Yes, so 311 is an option. A lot of folks often, just because they are intimately involved, the local counselors are intimately involved, will go to the local counselor, and the local counselor knows immediately who to call within transportation services if they need assistance.
Okay, and the last is just to underscore, I guess, council's authority ultimately on this type of thing. So the proposal is to sort of give up the delegation to you to issue 365-day permits. The immediate impact is that you would have to, you could forego a large amount of reporting and make those windows quicker for the changes. What if we do find ourselves in a situation where there's a significant disagreement between Metrolinx or yourself or yourself and the council? You mentioned we could rescind this, or is there a way to deal with things one-off through community council? Is there an avenue to deal with disputes, I guess?
Absolutely. I guess our concern is that, that if, currently, under the current regime, that sort of escalation process does exist. Biggest thing, though, is if we do have to go through a community council process. Again, I'll say it's my job to ensure this goes as smoothly as possible.
Right.
My goal is not to make local councilors angry. My goal is to find solutions. I think Metrolinx finds that they're in the same boat. Obviously, with projects like this, there's always growing pains. So the work that's been going on out there has been fairly dynamic. It's mostly the challenge right now is a lot of it is advanced utility work, which can pop up for a few days and then disappear, and then pop up for a few days over there and disappear. When we get into the station box areas, we expect the work zones to be a little bit more permanent. And so some of the issues I think we're seeing right now in the short term, we hope to successfully mitigate them by just, again, getting all of the focus together. And then finally, we do actually have city staff that we're going to be driving the corridors every few days. And actually, we are reporting a log of issues to the contractor and to Metrolinx that we expect to be handled as well. So additional eyes out there will be helpful.
I just sense there's a little bit of concern out there for those directly impacted about rescinding control. And is it as simple as a community council member's motion to sort of take hand of something, or is it bigger than that?
You know what, I think that you guys could immediately call my boss or the city manager if you are not satisfied with the way we're handling the situation. We did do a meeting with all of the affected local councilors on the corridor. They all seem to understand what we're trying to accomplish here. They've been living through some of this.
Yep.
I believe Councillor Malhevic or Councillor Carmichael Greb covers the area of the Eglinton BIA. Their office, we asked them, do you have any additional questions, issues? Everyone seemed to understand what we're trying to accomplish here and have been fairly supportive. Councillor Coles reached out for some further explanation, but that's the only other feedback we received to date.
Okay, thank you.
Very briefly, how does it work now?
Okay, so in a briefing note that we gave to the local councilors.
So contractor goes to Metrolinx, says, look, we need to do something here, we need to stage, we need this road closed.
Yep.
Metrolink comes to you folks. You folks now have to issue a road closure, a permit.
Yes,
okay?
that's correct.
So you come to advise the local councillor, say, look, these guys have asked for a permit. They think they can do the work in 30 days. We'll give them a 30-day permit. And basically they're issued the permit, correct?
Well, a little more complicated than that. Basically, in the time frame we can receive, it can take up to a half a year right now, currently. Basically, we will receive a permit application. Staff will review it. We'll typically meet with the councilor and do public consultation. If we have a positive staff report, it may take us 3 or 4 months in advance of when the permit needs to be issued to start a process where it comes to me, it goes to the deputy city manager, it goes to either community council or to PWIC, and then goes to a full council. Right. Now, and if that's done over summer as well, there's often 2 or 3 months that are lost through that.
Perfect. But once you've issued the permit,
yes,
they have the permit.
Yeah.
You can't revoke the permit.
We can revoke the permit. We always reserve the right. So again, that's our hammer.
So yeah, but once they've moved equipment out onto the site, and they got their blocks in, and they got their fencing up, and then it's like the contractor, and it's like, there's money involved. And how often do you revoke those permits? How often do you say, too bad, so sad, take the stuff off our roadway because we got to run cars through?
Councilor, we'd like to
when you have a ditch in the middle of the road.
We'd like to hope that they're going to be more responsive than that. We can tell them that they need to button it up and open it up every night. That will not be in the interest of expediting the project.
But the hammer you have now, one of the hammers you have now, is that at the end of the permit, if they said they were going to be in an area for 4 weeks or 2 months, now it's 2.5 months, you can now levy fines. You can say, okay, you got a ditch there, you got a hole, we understand that, but you know what? It's going to cost you X number of dollars per day. I think it's $400 a day or something, or $500, whatever. What is your fine daily after that?
Currently, the selection process for this contractor, Metrolinx included an innovative process of lane pricing. So their contractor, not only in terms of bidding their process, they had to propose the amount of lanes they're going to be taking out on Eglinton. That was factored into the selection in their bid. And Metrolinx has a way to issue fines if they overstay what they stated they're going to do.
Okay, so, but you have the ability to now to issue fines and. so, okay.
Correct. Again, we hope the situation is going to be more cooperative, again, due to circumstances if they get a 3-week rain in a row.
So let me ask you another question. So they've been working for a while now.
Correct.
Right? The subway, for example, in my neighborhood has been going through there, and it's like, they've been at it, what, 7, 8 years?
Yes.
How many times has this issue delayed their getting their permits?
How many of going through the
Yeah, like, are you aware of any permit, for example, that they've asked for?
It's slightly different. The Eglinton project is Metrolinx project.
No, one
through
is the
a design
TTC.
build versus the TTC project.
Right. No,
which is different.
I understand it's different, and you're asking for authority here just for the LRT project. But I guess my experience in my neighborhood is that I have a subway that's going through there, and we've had there's 4 stations, and there's been all kinds of road closures and traffic management plans and truck diversions and all kinds of other stuff that has gone on. And I'm not aware of a single time that the contractors or the TTC have asked for an alteration in a road or a closure of any kind, and they have been delayed.
Well, no, they haven't been delayed because typically we've worked with them in advance and often told them we were denying them. So, we've rejected.
But then they work with you, and they don't say, oh, we need all of this. Then they come back and they say, okay, well, you know what? We can make do with a little less. Because the knee-jerk reaction of every contractor is to assume as much of the roadway as they can to do their work sort of unencumbered, unfettered, with as much space as they can. Well, yeah, exactly.
Sure.
My understanding of this report, there's a couple benefits to it. It's going to streamline the approval processes. Is that right? Is that not right? Which is important when we're trying to build transit in the city?
Yes, so through the chair, we estimate that there could be upwards of 150 to 200 reports we'd have to write to move this project along.
So this is streamlining, Councillor Perruzza, this is streamlining, we just heard. Pardon? And so I see in this report, if you read the report, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, a multitude of opportunities for resident business engagement, councillor engagement. There's bi-weekly meetings. There's 6-month forecasts, on and on and on and on. If you read the report, it's all outlined in there. So what we're trying to do, I believe, is streamline the process so we can get transit built in the city. Correct?
That is fair.
Okay. So also, are you aware, and you may not be, that Metrolinx does in the young Eglinton area extensive communications with stakeholders on a regular basis, whether they're businesses, residents, local councillors? Are you aware of that already? And that's already in place prior to this?
Yes, so through the chair, Martin McGuire is our manager for this project, and he has a team now that we've been slowly growing as the project advances to go out there and as construction increases, to ensure that the city's interests are being protected, he has more boots on the ground as well.
Okay, so I'm a local councillor, and I'm getting those notifications all the time for meetings that are happening right in the neighborhood, along with Councillor Matlow and Councillor Carmichael Greb. I'm getting those notifications. So those meetings are ongoing, correct?
That is correct.
So lots of ample opportunity for input for councillors, residents, businesses, everybody. Okay, those are all my questions.
I'd like to speak, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I'd like to move deferral indefinitely as a first order. And secondly, if that fails, I have a second motion that alters the wording slightly. I'm hoping that the first one will pass. We have a very, very good system in place now. These are big, major projects. They will close down entire neighborhoods because the contractors come in and they do that. They do that all the time. We do it all the time. I've had a very, very significant project now under construction in my ward for 7 or 8 years. That's the Spadina subway extension. It has closed down, it has altered, It has reshaped traffic patterns throughout the entire community. It has altered truck traffic. I have the oil depots at the corner of Keele and Finch. It's done all kinds of things. The process we have in place now works. And I'm not aware of one single incident where the process we currently have in place delayed in any significant way or in any way the construction activity that has gone on. Problem is this. These folks, it's not Metrolinx. Metrolinx, while they're going to be the supervisory group, they're going to be contractors building the LRT, as it is Bondfield and other contractors who are building the subway. The TTC is kind of the supervisory group or the supervisory body. So the contractor comes along and says, you know, this is the way we got to stage our stuff. I'll give you one modest little example that happened in my ward on this. Contractor came along and they had Keele Street closed. They had one laneway, just one laneway operational. They came along and they said, well, you know, in order for us to cut the beams that are holding up this one lane, we have to close it down. Okay, you can't cut it any other way, so we'll close down that final lane. They came along and they said, well, we're going to work really hard and we're going to get through this. 3 weeks, that's all we need to close down this last lane on Keele Street. Okay, so we said through our transportation folks and the TTC, fine, not a problem. Here you go, here's your 3-week permit. Okay, 3 weeks, and I can tell you this because I witnessed this thing firsthand. I had a campaign office at the corner of Keele and Finch, and it was during the election period. Right? So they moved their equipment out onto the lane. Right? They cut the pillars, and then they left their equipment there. No more men working. 3 weeks, they dug up the road. It was, nobody could get through there. 3 weeks, they came and they asked for an extension. They said, okay, well, we need an extension now. Why? Well, you know what? It took a little longer. We lost our asphalt contractor, the subcontractor. Went to another job somewhere else because they had their own issues. And contractors, by the way, will have all kinds of issues. They'll hold you ransom. They'll hold them ransom. So they lost their contractor. We need an extension. Well, that lane was closed for months and months and months. The only thing that motivated them to get back to that work was, at some point, our city recognized that they were being, you know, mucked around with. They started going in there and laying fines. They started to say, well, hang on a second. You don't do this. You said you were going to do this, and you didn't do it. Now you know what, you got to get a move on. And it's a bit of a hammer that you have. We have a very, very good policy in place now. You don't need to change it in this way for, I don't know, 365 days, just simply, and I understand that they say, well, they'll come back to you and we'll revoke it. No, you won't. Once you got a ditch in the middle of the road and you got fences and you got heavy equipment, you're not revoking anything. Once they've moved into that space, they've got you bogged down. They've got you locked up. And then you're not even going to be able to go in and say, because you've issued them a permit for 365 days, you don't even have the ability afterwards to go in there and say, hey, listen, we're going to start levying some fines. We got a great policy in place.
I've got a question for you as the mover of the motion. So you understand that the purpose of this report is to help get transit built in the city by streamlining the process. Did you read that in the report? Did you understand that from the report? Because I have a number of questions, so I hope you can answer quickly.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I also understand that people in your neighborhood are going to have to, if you're bounded by any of this work, are going to have to get to work in the morning. They're going to have to get in at home at night, and they're going to come to you and say, Counselor, how do I do that? right? And where's your say in all of this? And then you know what you're going to say? You're going to say, well, you know what? This was about streamlining the process so that we can get transit built in the city.
Okay.
They'll say, okay.
Thank you. When you read the report, did you read the line that talked about councillors will be aware of proposed closures and given the opportunity to provide comment on impacts and mitigation throughout the process? Did you read that in the report? That's outlined clearly in the report. Did you read that?
Yeah.
What I just said about councillors being involved in the process?
Yeah, I suspect that you will hear that first thing in the morning when they shut down a road, issue a permit, right? You're going to hear from your constituents who are going to call you up and say, Councillor, they shut down my road. How do I...
And I'll be aware of it because it indicates in this report, if you read it, that. Did you also read that
you'll be
there's
able to give them an answer.
7 opportunities for resident and business and councillor involvement? If you read the report, bi-weekly meetings, 6 months forecasts. Each major construction activity will result in production by the crosslink of a traffic and transit management plan that the councillor will be part of. On and on and on. Once staff are satisfied with the content of the TTMP, Metrolinx and the TS reps will meet with the impacted ward councillor to discuss TTMP and modify as needed.
Beautiful. That's what
On and on. There will be public
That
notification
works.
of upcoming construction activities and mitigating measures, flyers, websites, social media, BIA outreach. Did you read that, Councillor Perruzza?
That's the policy we got now. Stay with that.
No, that's the report that's before us.
No, what you're doing is yes, I understand that they will do all of those things, but you're also delegating to your transportation staff the ability to issue a 365-day permit when a contractor comes forward and says, I need to do some work in this area.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza.
I'll give you another little example.
There's another question for you.
Yeah.
I just want to understand the purpose of the language that you added. In consultation with the local ward councillors, is it your intent that the balance of authority will sit in addition with the local ward councillors? So for a practical example, if the local ward councillor is in disagreement with what the general manager is trying to do, that they could halt the process?
No. The process you have now is ultimately the authority rests with community council and council.
Yes.
That's where it is now, ultimately. So what this, I guess, would try to do is at least get them to talk to her and let her know that her roads are going to be closed so that when her constituents call her, she'll have an answer for them, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't even have that, right? Not necessarily, right? Because that's what will happen.
Just point of privilege.
Yeah.
She has a name. It's Chair
Chair
Robinson, Councillor
Chair
Robinson,
Councillor
and the
J.
finger
Robinson.
pointing is a bit extreme.
So she will know the morning of, when the phone call comes, that she's aware of what, she might be aware of what's going on in the area, right?
Do you think, though, that the effect of the motion could cause a single individual to have the authority to halt the Metrolinx process? And I mean by a single individual councillor in any of the wards, and what the cascade could be from that.
I think what you've had a number of very significant projects built throughout the city: the Shepherd Subway, the St. Clair LRT, the Eglinton LRT has been under construction for a significant period of time. You've had the Spadina Subway, and I don't believe that that's happened anywhere. And I don't believe that anybody has the authority to do that, to hold anything up. And Mr. McGuire will tell you that nobody has the authority to say, no, you're not going to do that. What we do have is you're adding what we have now is another layer, so that when the contractor goes to Metrolinx and Metrolinx goes to them, then they have to come to you, to us, and say, this is what we're going to do. And you have the ability to in a very marginal way, say yay, nay, let's figure out how to make it better, or let's see if we can shorten the process. That's the way the process works now. And I would just want to keep it that way, instead of saying, well, we're going to streamline this process, so you know what, let's remove this layer as part of that process. The impacts are too great for you to be completely left out of it.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or Councillor Mulder?
Just speak.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Thank you. Speak. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, these construction projects are always difficult, and I really feel for the councillors along Eglinton. Our infrastructure is so important that the Eglinton LRT is part of that. And it's unbelievable the number of crossroads that Metrolinx has to deal with when they're doing these projects. The complexity and the engineering that goes into these things in order to make it happen. So I didn't realize all of this had to go back to community council and council. I wasn't aware of that. I haven't had a project of that size, so maybe that's the reason, but would have been nice to get the Shepherd LRT, and that's another thing. So I think to a certain degree, we have to have trust. When I read the report, I saw the checks and balances in there. So I'm going to support I think there has to be some trust in the system. And what I've heard and the questions I've asked, I'm happy with the response. And yes, there's going to be the odd time thing you have to revisit this. And if it doesn't work, because it's a 4-year project, we can revisit it and say, look, something else has to be added here as a checks and balance in order to get that extra point across as part of that. Construction is always has a tremendous impact both on businesses and the local community. But I think we have to have trust the system somewhat and our staff to make sure this happens.
Thank you, Councillor Moser. Any other speakers on this item? So I'm just going to speak very quickly, just to be clear, if I haven't been clear enough, that if you want to build transit in this city and get it done, this is one process that we can streamline and clean up. And as I think Councillor Prutz has talked about in many of our meetings, the congestion and gridlock that we're enduring as a city. And one of the ways to resolve that is building transit and getting it done in a very expedient manner and accelerating any options we can. I think this is a good example of what people like to see happening at City Hall. I think they find a lot of the bureaucracy and the processes frustrating. All the stakeholders do, the residents do, and it's something that I think residents find really frustrating about City Hall when we layer on all sorts of layers and layers and layers of issues that have to be resolved before moving forward. So certainly if I was the ward councillor for the deputants we heard from today, I would be advocating on their behalf. I don't represent them, but I know they're impressive organizations, both of them, and I hope that they get some traction on their concerns. But I do implore the committee members to vote down that this item be deferred indefinitely, which is Councillor Prutz's first motion. His second motion, in consultation with the local ward councillor, I'm going to vote against it in principle, because if you read the report, it's layered and layered with a consultation with the local ward councillor. And even prior to this report, Metrolinx has been doing an excellent job meeting with residents, meeting with businesses, meeting with stakeholders, meeting with all the parties. And that's why Councillor Carmichael Greb and Councillor Matlow aren't even in the room today. I think they would be here if they were concerned. But there's all sorts of checks and balances in the system already, and today we're seeing additional checks and balances with an opportunity to streamline building transit in our city, which is a critical piece of work this council needs to do. So I'll ask you to not support either of those motions. And Councillor Holyday would like to speak as well.
I'll be very brief. I take Councillor Prutz's point because he's got some experience in this, it sounds like. However, I'm not convinced the motion that was presented is the right one for the very, very simple reason there may be an unintended consequence that a single individual could halt a process. So it moved the balance of power from the community council to an individual, and through resistance, I guess, could stop a permit. I think the consequences of that are much larger. At the last council meeting, we talked about delays and the costs on the subway project, and this sort of resonates with that, that if there was a problem with a permit or a holdup on an excavation that was due to an issue of conflict, that could have larger cost ramifications, and the people at hand may not even know it at that point in time. So there may be some solution out there, but I just didn't see it on the screen. I think this goes to council. Maybe there's another shot at it there, but I will not support it for that reason, but I do very much respect the point made.
All right, any other speakers? Seeing none, I'm going to be moving the staff recommendations. I don't think I was clear about that, so I'll move the staff recommendations, but there's these motions in advance of that. So have you got them up on the screen? So the first one is moved by Councillor Perruzza, that consideration of this item be deferred indefinitely. If I could get, I'd like a recorded vote on this. All those in favor? Councillor Perruzza, opposed? Oh, I'm sorry, you need to do it. I'm sorry.
All those opposed, Councillor Holliday, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Lee, Councillor Moser. The motion loses 1 to 5.
Okay, and the second motion, if you can put it on the screen, of Councillor Perruzza's.
All those in favor of the motion to amend recommendation 1? All those in favor, Councillor Perruzza. All those opposed? Councillor Holliday, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Lee, Councillor Moser. That loses 1 to 5.
Okay, that item, sorry? Thank you, on the amended.
On the motion to adopt the staff recommendations by Councillor Robinson, all those in favor? Councillor Holliday, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Lee, Councillor Moser. All those opposed? Councillor Perruzza. That is carried 5-1.
Okay, thank you very much. And we're going to move on to our next item, which is PW 11.6. I wanted to ask the committee, because we're heading into a storm. I'm getting all sorts of emails about that. If we could maybe bundle, if we could consider bundling PW 11.6 with .7. The speakers are on both lists, and they're both related to cycling in our city. So I don't know if that's feasible or not. It's up to the committee. It's just a proposal. Okay, do you want to bundle them? All right, so we're going to bundle the two. And we do have a number of deputations, and so we will ask to come forward first. I think who we got first? Jared Kolb is first. And I don't know if Anthony, I see Hamish is still here. I don't know if Anthony is here. Is Anthony? Oh yeah, good. All right, you guys held out all day. So do you want to start? And if you need a little extra time, you're welcome. But what we're asking you to do, Jared, is speak to both of them.
Heck of a day for you guys.
A lot of big issues.
Yeah, kudos. Kudos, Public Works Committee.
Yeah, we're the tough committee.
Well, thank you. And thanks for also your attention with both of these matters before us on the cycling file. For those of you that don't know me, my name's Jared Kolb, and I'm here on behalf of Cycle Toronto in support of the proposed bidirectional protected lane on Lakeshore Boulevard West, the contraflow bike lane on Waterfront Drive, as well as the staff, or the request of staff to include options for funding cycling infrastructure at $20 million and $25 million per year in the forthcoming 10-year cycling network plan. I'll just start with my comments about the 11.6, which is Lakeshore. Just 2 years ago, Sue Traynor was traveling westbound in the passing lane on Lakeshore Boulevard West near First Street while riding her bicycle. In a tragic turn of events, her wheel got caught in the streetcar tracks. She lost control of her bicycle, and she fell into oncoming traffic. She died at the scene. Sue lost her life in a stretch of the Waterfront Trail where there's a significant gap in the cycling network. We're grateful for the recent efforts of Ward 6 Councillor Mark Grimes to fill in this gap, as well as the work of city staff and the consultant team, which has led to this staff report before the committee today to add that bidirectional cycle track between Norris Crescent and First Street. The cycle track would make it safer to explore the city by bike, easier for all Torontonians to enjoy the Waterfront Trail, and most importantly, it would help prevent a tragedy like this from ever occurring again. So on behalf of Cycle Toronto, I'd urge you to support that proposal. Moving to 11.7. On the note of increasing the capital budget, requesting staff to report back on that in particular. While there's been some expansion of cycling facilities in recent years, notably with the installation of protected bike lanes in the downtown core, the pace of progress has been slow compared to other North American cities. The City of Toronto has approximately 230 lane kilometers of dedicated on-street bicycle infrastructure on a road network of over 15,000 lane kilometers of roads. Suffice it to say that at present, Toronto does not have a connected citywide grid. The potential for growth is significant. Almost 3/4 of Torontonians say that a lack of cycling infrastructure in the city is holding them back from riding more often. Our fragmented network does not give most residents a good enough reason to leave their cars at home. The City of Toronto is developing a plan to connect, grow, and renew our cycling network over the next 10 years, which is quite an exciting development. The plan will be presented to Public Works this spring. City staff have indicated that they plan to present 3 budget options in the 10-year cycling network plan of 8, 12, and 16 million. In the meantime, City staff have developed a short-term implementation plan costing roughly 14 million for 2016. About 60% of this budget is allocated towards trails and about 14% towards on-street bike lanes. To put these amounts in context, the extension of the West Toronto Rail Path is anticipated to cost almost $23 million, $6 million in the first year alone. Trails are costly, but they're also invaluable to the fabric of this city. Cycle Toronto is firmly in support of the 2012 Bikeway Implementation Plan. But there's more. There's a lot of other demands, of course, for funding. There's still no dedicated source for funding for the high-profile Eglinton Connects plan, a council-approved but unfunded capital pressure. While only part of this pressure can be classified as cycling infrastructure, it will be important that a significant level of cycling infrastructure dollars be set aside for this project to ensure that the protected bike lanes open in the same year that the LRT begins operation. In our view, it would be prudent for staff to include up to $5 million in annual funding over the time period between 2017 and 2021 for the Eglinton protected bike lanes. Having an identified source of funding also for the Eglinton Connects EA could also help attract funds from other levels of government for shovel-ready sustainable transportation projects. During the 2014 municipal election campaign, Cycle Toronto asked City Council candidates to commit to building a minimum grid of 100 kilometers of protected bike lanes on main streets and 100 kilometers of new bicycle boulevards on side streets by 2018. Importantly, a majority of elected councillors pledged their support for that plan. There's now 2.5 years to fulfill that commitment. As previously mentioned, City staff have indicated that they plan to present 3 budget options in the 10-year cycling network plan of 8 million, 12 million, and 16 million. However, considering funding pressure to complete the 2012 Bikeway Trails Implementation Plan, unfunded pressure for Eglinton Connects, and new funding pressure for the new 10-year cycling network plan, we do not believe these budget windows are sufficient. In closing, I'd urge you to request staff to include options for funding 20 million and 25 million within the next Toronto Cycling Network Plan, which will come forward to Public Works this spring. If we can afford to spend $1 billion on the East Gardiner Expressway plan, surely we can afford to financially support a rapid timeline for the implementation of Toronto's cycling network. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. So any questions? No? Well, you had a bit of extra time. I didn't hit the button right away, so you scored big time. All right, because of my negligence. I think there's no questions for you, so we're going to move on. And the next speaker would be, as I mentioned, Anthony. So come on up, Anthony.
Hello, my name's Anthony. Thank you for having the time to listen to me today. I started coming down to City Hall to speak about cycling just about the same time that my daughters were born, which was about 14 years ago. And I live in Mimico, and currently on cycling infrastructure, I can ride as far west as Norris Crescent, as far east as here, downtown Toronto, and in fact farther using the Martin Goodman Trail. And I can ride as far north as Royal York Road and Mimico Creek, which is not even as far as Bloor Street. That's because we do not have a full minimum grid. And certainly, one of the things that we're talking about is for me to be able to ride farther west than Norris Crescent, in fact, out of Mimico, so I can actually get to New Toronto in South Etobicoke. And certainly, I would like to see that. 14 years has been a long time for me to be coming down here. And unfortunately, my daughters are in Japan right now because I also have been here to speak about asking for more cycling infrastructure. I would like to see that cycling infrastructure be built while they're still children and not by the time that they're grandparents. So I urge you to move all of this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for also being here, being so patient. Any questions? Seeing none. Okay, we have two more speakers. Thank you. Is Robert here? Oh, okay, Robert is here. Robert, and then we'll do Hamish. Sorry, Hamish. I just noticed his name is above yours. All right. Thank you again, Robert, for waiting all day. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
To explain why you should support this motion to authorize the city cycling unit to study $20 million and $25 million per year funding levels to ensure the new bike plan does not fall short like the 2001 plan did. I was first made aware about cycling infrastructure funding during the 2014 budget. The analyst notes from which indicated the $8 to $9 million per year at the time would have led to 80 kilometers of bike lanes over 10 years, while the 2001 bike plan called for 500 kilometers. Thanks to some valuable feedback from the city cycling unit, I later discovered funding is not the only issue. City staff need to be given the required operating capacity in order to fully use the budget. There have been new tools introduced since the 2001 plan, such as cycle tracks, bike share, and even tools not yet used here, such as protected intersections. Finally, we need to ensure that bike lanes are properly designed to avoid having cyclists in indoor zones and vehicles blocking the bike lanes. Speaking of which, I've seen almost 10 vehicles blocking the Adelaide cycle track on my way here this morning. This year's budget increase to $14 million is a good step in the right direction, but given the recent briefing note indicated at least $50 million would be needed to build the minimum grid, more work needs to be done. Here's some reasons that our members came up with for supporting this motion. For starters, many cyclists are not comfortable taking the lane out of fear that they're going to be honked at by drivers, yet on certain arterial roads, you have to take the lane in order to avoid getting the dreaded door prize. Yeah. There has been positive feedback on separate bike lanes like Sherbourne, Queens Quay, and Richmond Adelaide. Our members are also known to get around by walking, driving, and public transit, and we see that separate bike lanes makes everybody safer, and it is in line with the work Councillor Robinson has done on the road safety plan based on Vision Zero. Bike lanes are also cost-effective to install compared to public transit projects, or as Jared mentioned earlier, rebuilding the Gardiner Expressway. There's also been a focus on millennials in wanting to live in walkable, bikeable, and transit-friendly cities, whereas cities that do not invest in them, like to say Wisconsin, they risk losing the young people in order to keep the economic growth up. Personally, I feel a minimum grid would allow me to get to work by bike and transit in Pickering through dedicated cycling infrastructure, including Councillor McMahon's personal favorite, the Danforth. All this talk about road safety has led to a final thought. It appears that when we focus our roads on cars, everybody loses, whether it's pedestrians and cyclists being at increased collision risk, or drivers experiencing longer commutes. A case in point, the city of Houston expanded one of their freeways to 23 lanes, yet commute times went from 47 minutes to 70 minutes. But when we focus our roads on pedestrians, cyclists, and transit users, we find that roads work better for everybody, and the Richmond-Adelaide cycle tracks is proof of that. Cycling volumes have tripled, and there has been no negative impact to motorists. Therefore, I am calling on the members of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee to honor their pledge to support the minimum grid by supporting this motion and to support Jay's continued efforts at Vision Zero. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much for your comments today. And our last speaker is Hamish Wilson.
Yes, good afternoon. I was going to try to be shorter on the 11.6, so I'll give it a try. This is likely a very good solution for this chunk of lakeshore. I've been out there, maybe not that often, but it does need something that's improved. And I hadn't realized for sure that Sue Traynor was killed by the street, or, you know, the cause of Ms. Traynor passing was the wheel in the tracks. I know it was suggested, but it wasn't necessarily so clear, so it's interesting to have that actually clarified. The bidirectional is probably great, but I just would be worried about the conflict points. And this arose, a year and a half ago with the suggestion for bidirectional on Harvard. In some places, it's just not safe enough when you have a lot of intersections and driveways. This is from Denmark. There's a collection of Cycle Concepts 2012, a design guide manual. Where are we? Bidirectional. Two-way cycle tracks along the road should only be used to a limited extent in urban areas and only after careful consideration. The problem is that Danish drivers, well, most drivers, I think, do not expect cyclists to come from both sides. However, two-way cycle tracks can be used in urban areas where there are few intersecting roads. Special attention should be paid to managing possible conflicts when the tracks terminate. Two-way cycle tracks can and should be used when there is no other way to create a continuous cycling infrastructure. This is probably the case here. So I think this is probably good enough to go with. Perhaps the drivers that use the driveways could be encouraged to back into the driveways, so as they drive out, they actually have full, you know, left, right, looking forward vision. That might be something. There are some, you know, it's not like a commercial driveway. They tend to be residential driveways. I do have a concern with the cost of the separations being urged. The report says precast concrete, and it looks as if it's like poured in place as opposed to the units that were used in the Cannon Street bike lane in Hamilton. Where they basically took this is a side view of a sort of rubber sort of construct that's shaped in that profile, just bolted down into the pavement and then the bollards popped in. So that's quick and easy and cheap to do. So could we save $200,000 or $100,000? And when I compare the cost of doing a Bloor bike lane from Sherbourne to High Park, I must admit paint sometimes works for me. It's $200,000 to give us 8 kilometers of painted bike lanes. So I'd be happy to save $200,000 or $100,000, Ossington to High Park. So I think there's an opportunity for a bit of savings here, perhaps. And with snow plowing, maybe that should be more optional, perhaps, to see how it works. Certainly, when we have winters, with the exception of today, it's probably not such a big deal. We've gotten off very lightly. With the 11.7, I'm torn as to whether or not to spend big or try and squeak along. I'm really torn because in some ways we've done the off-road. It's more expensive. We've gone over the goals in the bike plan for that, and also to some extent the signed routes. The on-road is lacking, so there's a bit of a balance. And sometimes cheap paint works just fine. And again, I'm thinking of Bloor Street. I hate to be such a, but that's where we tend to go, because the bike plan actually has a bit of backup with that, and I'm sure you've probably seen these crash stats, but just in case you haven't, I'll show them again. This shows the mapping of the core. That's the 1983 stats. You can see the main east-west roads. The 2001 stats, you can see the main east-west roads. And fast forward to these current years, and that's like an accumulation of 4 years, and you can, there's been a growth of, obviously a growth of cycle traffic, but you can see that there's a lot more definition on the, and these don't include the streetcar track harms. In the bike plan, they noted that about 2/3 of the crashes were in the old core. So I think if you're going to be putting money into things, I think you need to make sure that we actually do things for the core a bit more than the more suburban areas, which is where things might be a little bit easier than the core. Thinking very specifically of the West End core, this is from the 2008 Quick Start West End Bikeways. We wanted to see the east-west, primarily, like there's King, Marked, Argyle, Dundas, College, Bloor. We haven't done too much with that. Where we do need to spend big money, here's a thought. I came down for 2 deputations, pardon me. You thought you'd give me a bit of extra time. This would be something that I think is on the agenda for this season. I'm a little worried that I'm late. At Lansdowne, there's a real pinch point with all the traffic and the streetcar tracks. I think we should actually expropriate land on the east side of Lansdowne to move the streetcar tracks, rather than rebuilding as a status quo thing. That starts to get expensive, and yet that's the sort of intervention cheap paint won't do. We've got to spend big. So I'm torn. And in terms of being negative sometimes, I'll just show you these to end up. This was in the Metrolinx construction project. There's a bike lane there, and this shows it better, I guess. There we have the bike lane coming into the pinch point. Somehow it just stops. So the details make a difference. They really do. Now, I don't know if it was Metrolinx that did this or the city, but you know, when you got a truck coming up, let's see, there we are. When you got that sort of truck coming up along behind you, you know, the truck, thank goodness the truck drivers don't want to have accidents too. But the details make a difference. Thank you.
Question for you. I don't know if anybody else does, but, and I could have actually said this to any of the deputants for these items, but on the item of the cycling network plan and requesting information to consider building a minimum grid, you realize we don't have a report in front of you. This was a member's motion that came from council to this committee, so we really have nothing before us.
Apart from, I think, an ongoing liability for not actually doing things for cyclists in the east-west lower core. It'd be cheap and easy to repaint.
You understand we don't have a report in front of us on that item.
It's just an item to sort of hang a particular cause on.
Okay, thank you very much. So is the end of our speakers. Is there any questions of staff on either of these 2 items? So when it's the 2 items that are before us. Any? Okay. So that's moved, and that's item 6. So there's no questions, no speakers. I think, Councillor McMahon, you have a motion, or?
I have a motion for 11.7.
Okay, why don't you do that?
Okay. Great. So it's going on the screen, I think, shortly.
Put it up.
And I worked with staff and the chair, and of course, Councillor Layton, because it was the member's motion from council. So we are just asking that, in addition to staff is already looking at what $8 million could build, what $12 million could build, and what 16 could build. So we're just saying, hey, can you show us what 20 million can build and what 25 million can build? Just, you know, we really want to get our bike lanes in sooner rather than later, especially given the drastic increase in cycling and pedestrian deaths of late. But we, you know, we've been doing well. It's not news to everyone that we're still behind in other cities in our cycling infrastructure, but I think we've been doing very well with our Richmond, Adelaide. Of course, Sherbourne is one of my favorites. But if you look at Richmond, Adelaide, and it really is the case, as I said before, we've all said before, if you build it, they will come. The numbers blew everyone away, even cyclists away. So, you know, we want to get more safe, connected, and fully separated lanes built, and complete a cycling grid. So let's see what can be done with 20 and 25, and we will look at where we get the revenue from when the report comes back. I'm just saying, why wait?
Okay, Councillor Holliday has a question for you.
I have a point of order, Madam Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
Given there's no report, how can we amend something that isn't here? I don't understand this. This is just an amendment to nothing.
It was a member's
I need you to
motion.
rule on that.
Councillor Moser.
No, I'm asking the chair, please, for a ruling.
Okay, well, I was going to
explain
give
you're
you straight
referring
from the horse's mouth.
You're
You'd like to
referring
hear?
it. You're referring it.
Right. So it was a member's motion, if you recall, from last council committee. It did not get debated on the floor of council, so it was referred back to Public Works Committee, and we are referring it to the general manager. He is well aware and has worked with us on this agreement, and to consider when he brings his report back about the 12 million, the 8 million, the 16 million, that he includes 20 and 25.
But I was just told by the chair we don't have a report in front of us.
We don't.
We
It's a
don't.
member's motion.
I think he asked you for a ruling. I think you should just simply rule and say it's appropriately in front of us.
Yes, so the clerk has already advised, run over, I don't know if you saw, she came over and advised me that it's in order.
Otherwise, you'll have to use too many words.
It's in order. Councillor Holliday. Oh, okay. I have a question for Councillor McMahon. So just to be clear, this motion you're putting forward is not locking anybody down or making any commitments. You're just asking for different options to be reported out in the document, the report that comes back to us. Is that correct?
I would love to lock someone down for $500 million, but I'm not able to. This is just to throw in a $20 million option and a $25 million option in with the other numbers and bring it back in the report and show us what can be built with that.
Okay, so you're just asking for options to be outlined in the
Two other
forthcoming
options.
report?
Yes. So we will have 5 options before us.
Or potentially more if staff want.
Sure, go higher. I love it.
Or lower?
Not lower.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. Okay, so that is the end of questions of the mover. We're going to move to speakers. Councillor Holliday.
Speak briefly on this. I'm not going to support it. And it's not because I don't support the cycling network plan. I actually quite look forward to that. I just take issue with interfering with the development of a staff report by prescribing things. And so this is a case of prescribing money. It's probably not that harmful, but what bothers me actually is if you read deeper into the summary of the member's motion, it talks about building 100 kilometers of protected bike lanes and 100 kilometers of bicycle lanes. It's a great thought, but my preference is quality over quantity. I mean, it's great to put numbers out there as targets, but I can think of places in my ward that I would like to have developed and fixed, and they aren't necessarily long stretches, but they're very difficult ones. And so I'd like to see investment in those. I have a chunk of patchwork trail along the Etobicoke Creek where there's gaps between Eglinton Trail and the Waterfront Trail. How great would it be to be able to scoot across Eglinton, right across the north side of Etobicoke, go all the way down the creek on a protected trail, and then join up to the Lakeshore Trail. But 100 kilometers of bicycle lanes and 100 kilometers of protected lanes could actually take away from that objective because multi-use trails aren't included here. Ward 3 is not included here. So that's the danger of getting really prescriptive in different visions for the plan. I think we should just leave it to staff to develop as they see fit. They're the experts in this, and maybe they will tackle some of the issues that I've got in my ward and what you've got in yours, and not push for quantity, push for quality.
Councillor Moser, go ahead.
Madam Chair, it's always nice to know when you're approving something exactly what's the money designated for. I agree with Councillor Holliday. What exactly does this mean? Where are we going to get the money? What else are we going to put aside to make this particular thing happen? So it's nice to put it up there. You know, we can put 40 million in or whatever. But sometimes these things have a momentum of their own. We're supposed to be financially responsible. I'm not against cycling, but I think we need some justification in these things when we see them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perruzza?
I guess maybe it's me, but I like in reading this, right? I don't see any prescriptions there. It says, ask. Maybe I read English differently, right? You're right. I was born in another country, so maybe that's the problem. It says Public Works and Infrastructure Committee refer the item to the General Manager of Transportation Services to consider, to think about, reflect on.
Yeah, okay.
As the general manager is reading his morning paper, and he's reading yesterday's accident story, right? To say, wow, maybe we could have done something about that one, right? Maybe we should consider it. We should reflect on it, think about it. And then come back here to some of my more not so pro-bike colleagues, and then they'll come back with some thinking around this, I'm assuming, and then they can be prescriptive, and then you can say, well, you know what? Let's go for quality as opposed to quantity. So here's my suggestion for quality, or my whatever the money is going to be used for. I don't know where there's money here. There's no money here. It's words on paper for somebody to go away and consider like an amount. And then I'll come back and say, I considered it. While I was reading the morning paper, there was no accident yesterday, so you know what? Like, I'm not recommending any monies. That's all what we're talking about, and it really got, we had to use lots and lots of words to get to that. But I'm okay with it. I'm going to support it because it really, in my limited understanding of English, being born in another country, it really doesn't say anything other than a few words on paper, right? So that's okay. I'm okay with that.
If we don't consider it, we don't have to worry about it.
Okay, any other comments? Because I'll make a couple and be very brief about it. 30 seconds. So PW 11.6, the waterfront trail, definitely we've moved that. This, I think, is an important gap in the network to address, and we've heard a very sad story today. It's not the first time most of us have heard it. So I'm fully supporting that, and we'll look forward to seeing the completion of that. On PW 11.7, I'm not a big fan of notice of motions. I'm not a big fan of making decisions where there's no report in front of us, because we don't understand the long-term or short-term implications or impacts. Having said that, I can't believe it, but I'm going to agree with Councillor Perruzza in saying to consider options. It's just for staff to come back with a report with all sorts of options. They may have a whole set of new options and ranges and things we can peruse. So I'm not a proponent of making decisions outside of a report and without staff input, but I think this is worded in such a way we're not making any commitment, but each to their own. Whatever people want to do on this, people should feel comfortable to vote how they feel. So I'm going to start with item 11.6 on the waterfront trail and closing that important gap. I shouldn't say important, it's misleading, or not misleading, leading, not misleading, leading. PW 11.6, all in favor?
Can I get a recorded vote?
Madam Chair, failure of this motion, I'd like to move the suggested disposition on the yellow sheets, on the goldenrod sheets.
It's really the same.
Not quite.
Okay, it's
pretty close. Okay, so let's start with this one. So PW 11.6, all those in favor?
Sorry,
Is that unanimous?
I asked for a recorded vote on both, sorry.
Then she would like a recorded vote, so if you could conduct the.
On the motion to adopt the staff recommendations in the report, all those in favor, please. Councillor Holliday, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Lee, Councillor Moser, Councillor Perruzza. That is carried unanimous.
Okay, now we're going to move to PW 11.7, the cycling network plan, and we have in front of us Councillor McMahon's motion. Do you want to, oh, it's up there, okay. So I think, are you asking for another? Okay.
Is it recorded again?
There is no item as amended.
This is a referral.
On the motion that's up before you by Councillor McMahon, all those in favor, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Lee, Councillor Perusa, all those opposed, Councillor Holliday, Councillor Moser. That is carried 4-2.
All right, so I believe, unless I'm wrong, that is a wrap. Am I right?
Yep.
Are we done? Thank you, everybody, for a very productive meeting. Long, but we got a lot done for the City of Toronto today, so congratulations. Lots of big decisions.
Thank you, Chair and staff, of course.
Got off to a rough